It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie. In the morning when I'm driving,
Grand Rising. We're not driving anymore. We're checking out the news, and it seems like 4547 has been on a little tangent, throwing fits and carrying on. I was not with you on yesterday. I had a prior engagement, but the news keeps snoozing. So it seems like your president is on his way to China. He's on his way to China, as he calls it. And it's ironic that he is on his way to China, and he is posting this on his social media this weekend before he goes to China. It is so ironic. But what he isn't telling you, he's not telling you. Of course, we see the racism in this picture. He said that for the first time since 1922, the reflecting pool or pond, as he called it, he may as well call it a swamp. He may as well call it a swamp because he is definitely over the swamp. But he's not draining it. He's refurbishing the swamp to make it appear to be beautiful. And the first time it has ever worked since 1922. So we see the racism in this photo. There are whatever. We're not even going to go here. Why is he even working on this reflecting pool in the first place? Good morning. Thank you guys for being here. Hit the like button on your way in. I appreciate you being here for the news. Why, in the middle of a war, did your president go down to the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. To tell you how nicely it's being refurbished? They have people, and it's the dirtiest place. To even take the opportunity to tell a reporter who asked him, why are you working on these deals like this reflecting pool and the ballroom when we're in the middle of a war? He told her, I guess you would be accustomed to filth. But I was like, what the fuck are we doing here? Is this serious? Are we serious? And she asked him a very serious question. At the point where people's lives are in danger, where costs have gone up all over the United States, why he cannot address anything about what he's putting the American people through, as he cannot even bother to be bothered to talk about this dead job market that the United States is under, the high groceries, the high price of everything, and the higher price of gas. He's sitting up here telling a reporter who asked him why he's concentrating on bullshit and not concentrating on the American people. He tells her, I guess you're accustomed to filth. This country was built on beauty. Was it built on beauty or was it built on slavery? This country was built on the backs of slaves. This is what this country was built on. But he's talking about superficial bullshit is what this country was built on. Okay. I want to talk to, we're going to talk about that. We are going to talk about, I think there is something else that I wanted to, Democrats love sewage. This is what your president has time to do. With a picture of Obama, a picture of, I guess that's Sleepy Joe Biden. Isn't it ironic that a 45, 47 will be sitting up here with a picture of Joe Biden sleeping as he sleep through every meeting that they every press conference or meeting with different individuals that they have in the White House. He is constantly obviously sleeping. But he continues to think that it is a flex to render Joe Biden as someone sleepy. I guess he sleeps through the fact that he is worse than Joe Biden has ever been publicly sleeping. Let's keep it real. And Nancy Pelosi. In the reflective pool, full of mud and soot and all of this type of stuff. But are we going to forget that RFK Jr., the person who is over our Health and Human Services, went on a hike in Rock Creek Park? Oh yeah, Rock Creek Park, doing it in the filth, swimming in the creek. Oh yeah, at Rock Creek Park. Oh yeah, y'all remember I did the story about RFK Jr. Taking his family, including his grandchildren, on a hike in Rock Creek Park, which has signs out about you please do not swim in the water, please do not get in the water, because the water is so has raw sewage streaming into the water. And we have a video of RFK Jr. Swimming in this raw sewage with an abundance of warnings and signs. Do we forget that? So and then we're going to talk about America first. But since we're talking about 45, 47's head of Health and Human Services, and since your president decided that this is what I'll do, this is the only thing I have to talk about. Let's get into Rock Creek Park, shall we? We shall. Let me remind you, just in case you are not familiar with this, as your president is saying that Democrats are used to filth. No, Democrats are not used to filth. As we are supposed to forget what the head of Health and Human Services under Donald Trump was doing in filth. Let's remind you.
Of HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on a Mother's Day hike with the family. And he was taking a dip with his grandchildren in Rock Creek Park in Washington, D.C. Now, I used to live right near that park. And when I saw this, my first thought was, oh, that's amazing. They finally cleaned up Rock Creek. Because I remember walking through that area, park on hot days, and wishing I could dip into the water, but it was notoriously polluted and unsafe with high levels of E. coli. In fact, raw sewage spills directly into the creek. Alas, they have not cleaned up the water in Rock Creek Park. It is still so contaminated.
With an overt sign warning a combined sewer overflow discharge point. Pollution may occur during rainfall. CSO outfall number 777 permit DC to report problems called District of Columbia Water and Sewage Authority. Water and what? Sewage Authority. But Democrats love filth, and this is who's over of the Health and Human Service of the whole United States.
The government bans swimming in the creek, as it has since 1971. Combined sewage overflow, never words you want to see. That's what's on the sign. But this country's top health official doesn't appear to really believe that germs make you sick, so he took his grandkids swimming in that stuff. Dr. Peter Hotez, professor of pediatrics and the dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine. He's also co-director of the Center for Vaccine Development at Texas Children's Hospital, author of The Deadly Rise of Anti-Science, A Scientist's Warning, and he joins me now. In the grand scheme of things, this is not the most pernicious or destructive thing that the Secretary of Health and Human Services has done, but it does seem to me to utterly epitomize the approach, which is like, if there's some group of public health experts who have taken water samples, gotten together and made some determination, this is not safe, the default is that they're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why he made that decision to go into Rock Creek Park. I also used to live in Washington, D.C., and you knew not to go there. But, you know, the point, Chris, is this is with us, follows a steady stream of public health disinformation that he's been pushing, whether it's about measles vaccines, whether it's about autism.
Okay, I just wanted to remind you, this filthy creature who is taking his children in a E. coli sewage, raw sewage infested pond is over Health and Human Services. And isn't it funny that the Hunter virus, now they are trying to track down all the people who were on the ship as they sent them across the world quarantined. Now they are trying to quarantine these people. Now that a flight attendant who was serving on one of the flights that one of these people that they knew got off the boat, instead of quarantining them, a flight attendant on one of her flights going home now has the virus. Now, isn't it so reassuring? Isn't it reassuring that your president, who said during the coronavirus that, hey, you know, maybe they can inject bleach or something? Isn't it very, very heart soothing that man has chosen RFK Jr. To be over the Health and Human Services, and it appears to already be shown that they don't have the capacity to do what common sense would have done. Who gives a fuck what these other countries allow and do and allow into their countries? What did the United States do to the U.S. citizens who were coming back, who had been exposed to this Hunter virus? Now, it's kind of ironic, too, that if I'm not mistaken, that virus comes from rat and mice droppings. Isn't it ironic that the boo-boo virus has a boo-boo Health and Human Service swimmer over it? You feel safe? Obviously, RFK Jr. Doesn't understand or doesn't think that raw sewage or shit will get you sick. So we're in good hands. I just wanted to share that with you. Just a little friendly reminder of the president actually thinking that he was turning it when he said Democrats love sewage. If you didn't know, it seems to be the head of the Health and Human Services is the one who actually loves sewage. Now, I also want to talk to you. Where is Marge? As you see in my thumbnail picture, America First. What happened to all of these America First proponents? Where has America been in the calculations or any consideration from the Republican Party thus far? They sold you a bill of lies that they were going to take America first. America was the most important thing. We're not going to go on jaunts of forever wars and spending our treasury on all of these wars and all of this stuff. Didn't they tell you that? Isn't that what many of these dumb, uneducated Trump voters voted him into office for? Is that not what? Is that what Marjorie Taylor Greene, 45-47's biggest sycophant, told you? And then all of a sudden, when the Trump policy started hitting Marjorie Taylor Greene in her real life, it's not because of you, Marjorie Taylor Greene turned on Trump. It's because her grown children couldn't afford their health insurance. Why did they just figure this out at the age of 27? Because Obamacare allowed them to stay on her health insurance. And then the dumb dingbat realized that, hey, my children can't afford things that people have been able to afford themselves for decades under this administration. And it's not going to get any better for my kids, her kids. This is why Marjorie, this was the first rip in the connection of that Marjorie Taylor Greene had with upholding every dumb thing that he did in his administration, because it personally affected her and how she lived her life. But she was representing her constituents, but she never had a problem with anything that Trump did that affected her constituents and how they lived their life. That never mattered to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, it has been there have been speculation. There have been reports that Marjorie Taylor Greene was sitting up in these committees and finding out information before it hit the floor. And there have been accusations of her doing a whole lot of insider trading while she was in Congress. There has also been reports that Marjorie Taylor Greene, who in the vein of Sarah Palin, you know, who was elected for a term in a seat and said that she would finish her term, said that she was going to work for the people who put her in these seats, these seats, as in Palin and Greene. Let's not forget that these people were elected to do a job. But then when the job got tough, when the job got uncomfortable, when they felt like they outgrew their job by being chosen to be John McCain's VP, for example, or being in a position based upon being in Congress for the number of years that it has been alleged that you have been insider trading. Maybe the nest egg got enough and that she was able to say, I don't need to deal with this stuff. It was okay when I was licking the boots of 45, 47, but hey, he's coming after me now. I can't take it. Well, he's been coming after the United States citizens ever since you've known him, ever since you supported him through all of the things he did, Marjorie. Yes, you were. You were right there supporting him. So how ironic is it? Right after she is vested in her Senate pension, that Marjorie Taylor Greene said, fuck you constituents, fuck you who voted me into office. I'm having personal family problems. My children can't afford health care. And, I'm now so concerned. I'm now so concerned about these Epstein people, and I signed the petition that it would go forth and they would make a law. And now Trump is mad at me. He's saying horrible things to me. I've never heard Trump say horrible things to me. I've heard him say horrible things to everyone else, groups of people, countries. I've heard that. But hey, this is me. I can't take it. He said he's going to primary me in my cherry red state. I can't take this. Let me take all of my newfound wealth and let me quit my job in Congress and let me work on something America first. Ever since Marjorie Taylor Greene came out, you have had idiots, even some raccoons talking about. And let's be clear about the thumbnail. Let's be clear about the thumbnails. These raccoons out here talking will have you back on a plantation because they feel like it won't be that bad. I will be an overseer. I won't have to work in the fields. This is what these raccoons have whittled themselves down in, to have superiority. They think over every. I'll still be a slave, but I'll be an overseer of y'all in the fields. This is the point that listening to these raccoons like Van Jones, this is where they will have you. A whole bunch of raccoons out here. Ice Cube, 50 Cent, all of these raccoons out here. All of these Snoop Dogg, all of these raccoons out here. And let's not forget our elected raccoons. We're going to talk about David Cameron of Kentucky. He was the Attorney General of Kentucky, and he is now running for governor of Kentucky. Well, David Cameron, the raccoon who's married to the YT woman who had the audacity to say that there was no reason to bring charges against the cops who shot up Breonna Taylor. He was very arrogant in his, no, there's no reason. They did their job. Very, very arrogant. Now, what is happening to Cameron right now? I was blindsided when I got the word. I was out doing something, and I got the word that 4547 had endorsed someone else other than me. He was shocked. This raccoon was shocked that he carried the water against his own people, and he was shocked that he wasn't endorsed to be the governor of a motherfucking butt-fuck state like Kentucky. Why was he shocked? Why was he shocked after the voting rights were repealed for black representation? Did he think that it was only repealed for black representation of black people? Oh, so he thought that when they repealed the Article 2 of the voting right for representation of black constituents, he still thought that his black ass as a representative of constituents of all colors would fly. No, if they don't want representation for constituents, what do you think that the voting Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act meant? That they would have someone who represented their interests, who had lived experience such as them. Cameron, you have none of that. You are a raccoon living in a white world, and you thought that you wasn't a raccoon. You thought that you was a unicorn. Somebody got their nigger wake-up call this weekend. And we're going to talk about that. I think I talked about it pretty much. But yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that. Now, what else are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about between 450 and 900 public health facilities, not public health facilities are already on the verge and already under the understanding that they will be shutting down across this country. Between 450 and 900. I have articles saying 457, I believe, and I have an article that's saying up to 900. And this is in all areas of healthcare. If you weren't following my news that I've been doing for years. I have been telling you this ever since the big bloated bill was being negotiated on, being rejected by some Republicans until they went to the White House and got some signed merch from Donald Trump. I talked about Tim Burchett of Tennessee, who said, I'm against the cuts that it's gonna take the Medicare, and I'm concerned about Tennesseans. And then he came out from visiting 4547. He said he'd like to see me on TV, and who would have ever thought somebody from buttfuck Tennessee would be sitting in the room with the president? Yeah, it was so cool when he said he loves seeing me on TV. You ain't seen him on TV since. And I got some merch. He signed some things for me. And then he did what? He went and voted for the big bloated bill with the understanding that it was going to affect a lot of people and access to health care in his state. Because President Trump signed that merch, and that he is surely going to charge the government for all of this Trump branded merchandise that he gives away. You don't think that he's going to write that off? And who's going to get paid when he writes off all of this merch that he gives away? It's part of the job. He's going to figure out a way. Giving out Trump branded merchandise is part of the job, so he should be reimbursed of the cost because it is the Trump branded merch. So who is giving the White House this merchandise to give away? The Trump brand. So the Trump brand will get paid for the merch that he gave out to a dumb fuck like Tim Burchett in Tennessee to take away health care from millions of people. Okay, let me find this real quick. Oh, what school? Let me remind you. I will remind you, and I will may not have told you. The Parkland shooting survivor is the first real introduction to Marjorie Taylor Greene, and this is how I remember and was introduced to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me make sure I have one that gives us. Yeah, let's go with this one. For those who don't remember how Marjorie Taylor Greene came into prominence, came into recognition in the United States, why don't we go here? Let's discovering Marjorie Taylor Greene once again. The Parkland shooting. David Hoff, he used to speak out about the Parkland shooting from the time that the shooting happened, and they actually made him the national DNC co-chair. But the white raccoon that they have over the chair as the chair of the DNC, he doesn't want to talk about anything. He doesn't want to reveal what they found in this DNC audit, the reason why the Democrats are in such low popularity and why they lost the race, and now they did a whole audit. We want to find out what happened, and now he's hiding it. So here we go. David Hoff. He this was right after the school shooting in Parkland, and he was coming to DC. He was coming to DC to try to talk to our Congress people about gun violence, and Then all of a sudden, you have this short little bitch with her little cheap ass Michael Kors bag on her shoulder, harassing a student that survived a huge, a large school shooting. Who is on his heels? None other than Marjorie Taylor Greene. This was my first introduction to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Come with me, if you will.
How did you get over 30 appointments with senators? How'd you do that? How did you get major press?
See, you notice that what they call her, she's not a congresswoman. She's a conspiracy theorist. She had not been elected for any public office. And she was out in Washington, D.C., harassing a school shooting victim. And then all of a sudden, what did the dumb whites decide to do? The dumb whites decided that this would be a good representative in the beet red state of Georgia. The cherry red, beets are kind of more purple. The cherry red state of Georgia thought that this would be a good congressional representative for them. This is how we met Marjorie Taylor Greene.
30 appointments with senators. How'd you do that? How did you get major press coverage on this issue?
How'd you do that? How did you get 30 appointments with major senators? How'd you do that? Why do you want to know? She really wants to know. But she's harassing him. The gall of you to be able, as an American senator, to sit or with your Congress, your senators, and discuss what is it? Almost took your life. To talk about something that is plaguing the country in all of these school shootings. How'd you do that? What did you do? How'd you do that? She really wanted to know because she wanted that same access. So what did she do? She got you dumb whites to vote her in to the place where she was asking him, how did you get access? Y'all don't remember Marjorie Taylor Greene? This is Marjorie Taylor Greene before. We're going to do the before and after of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Video surface of GOP representative harassing Parkland student, but she is not a GOP rep at this time when she is harassing this student.
How did you get over 30 appointments with
and appearing to support calls to execute some Dems. This is way back before Marjorie Taylor Greene was elected. And appearing to support calls to execute some Dems. But they have set up all types of mechanisms to deem you who are operating in your constitutional rights to protest your government. They have all type of mechanisms and things in store to deem you a domestic terrorist. As your president and all of these sycophants come out here and tell you something that you know is not true, that the left wing is the reason for all of the political violence in this country. Let's continue. Can we continue, Marjorie?
How did you get over 30 appointments with senators? How'd you do that? How did you get major press coverage on this issue? And
how did you get major press coverage on this issue? Could it be that he was at the school, had to run for his life on a major school shooting? Was that the thing that got all of this press coverage in the first place. And how dare you answer a question intelligently when the news media asks you a question, and then it prompts more media to want to ask you more questions. It prompts more media to want you to put you on the air, because you know how this media works. So she asking him, how dare you answer questions that interest the public? How did you get so much major news coverage? This is not major news coverage about him. This is major news coverage about the shooting. But see, she doesn't want to talk about the shooting. She wants to vilify a person who has something to say that is against her belief about the First Amendment and guns. So she's trying to make it about him, when this is about a school shooting. It's not his fault that the media latched on to what he had to say, because he was saying something different than the agenda that was set out in the way that it was set out to handle a school shooting, to act like, oh, this is an isolated incident when they are happening more and more and more in this country. This is how we met Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's not about the shooting that got all of this press. It's about this young man.
How did you get kids? Why do you use kids? Why? How'd you do that? How did you get major press coverage on this issue? And how did you get kids? Why do you use kids? Why kids? You know, if school zones were protected with security guards with guns, there would be no mass shootings at schools. Do you know that? That's when you stop the bad guy with a gun. It's with a good guy with a gun.
Uncovered Facebook post shows that Marjorie Taylor Greene agreed with a poster that said school shootings, including the one in Parkland, were stage shootings. This is what she was agreeing with. But the dumb whites elected her as a representative, and they take away the black votes. They take away black representation for voting. The worst thing that black people do is not to show up to vote. That's the worst thing that in voting that black people do, is not show up to vote. And now we see the results of black people not showing up to vote. But here we have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, after all of this, was elected to Congress in a lily white district. And what did Marjorie Taylor Greene proceed to do? It has been reported that Marjorie Taylor Greene was insider trading. America first. Miss America first. I'm leaving because Donald Trump doesn't take America first, and Donald Trump doesn't take America seriously. And he is going all over the globe, and he's not doing anything for the Americans. And I am a gun owner, and he's not doing anything for America. Let's continue. She is also in the spotlight after CNN found that she seemed to support executing some Democratic lawmakers. This was an elected official.
What more did you learn about the Congresswoman's views and comments?
So what we found was that Marjorie Greene in 2018 and 2019, and this is before she ran for Congress, she was a conservative commentator, posted on Facebook a lot. She repeatedly indicated that she supported executing Democratic members of Congress, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
And who is your president now fixated on? They like filth. They have always been fixated on Nancy Pelosi. Did we forget about all of? Oh, that's the wrong one. Did we forget about all of this that this Republican Party represents? Who is in this dirty pool of water that your president put up? Nancy Pelosi. Now, they want you to believe that it is the left, in fact, who is ratcheting up all of this political violence. Well, we know that this is not true. Let's continue.
There was a post in which, and this is really graphic stuff, somebody said a bullet to the head would be an easier way to remove Pelosi, and Greene liked that comment. She also repeatedly liked these comments about executing members of the FBI who she claimed were part of the deep state conspiracy against President Trump. And sort of the backdrop to this was she was leading this petition to impeach Pelosi, saying she was guilty of treason. And she gave many speeches in support of this. And in many of those actually also, suggested that Pelosi could be executed for treason.
It's a crime punishable by death is what treason is. Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason, and we want her out of our government.
Greene also said Representative Waters, a Democrat from California, was just as guilty of treason as Nancy Pelosi. In 2018, a Facebook user suggested hanging President Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, to which Greene replied, "Stage is being set. Players are being put in place. We must be patient. Stage is being set and the players are being put in place. We must be patient." She replied to a post that President Obama and Hillary Clinton should be, killed. Where is it? Hanging President Obama and Hillary Clinton. And she said the stage is being set and players are being put in place. We must be patient, was her response to this post. But they want you to believe that the left is more responsible for political violence in this country. Not only is the right more responsible for political violence, we all know that they will go so far as to vote for a candidate that supports it and profiles it and amplify it. And that's what gave us Marjorie Taylor Greene. I wonder how Marjorie Taylor Greene district is doing. I wonder what Marjorie Taylor Greene did for the people who live in her district. I never followed her that much, but this was my introduction into Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's continue. This must be done perfectly, or liberal judges would let them off. Let them off what? This must be done perfectly, or liberal judges will let them off. Well, you're talking about hanging them. Well, you mean that the liberal judges will go up there and cut the nooses loose so they won't lose their lives? She had teams of people. Hold on. She added that she had teams of people manage her social media. Well, if you have teams of people who manage your social media, and they thought that that would be okay to put out on social media, what then are you saying in private? That your teams of people feel that it would be okay to represent this type of language and this type of talk on social media. You know, they can only get from it what you're giving them in private. If that is the case, oh, it's not your fault. It's other people's fault. Not taking responsibility. And this is the reason why I say fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene and all of these people. Well, she's working with Rokana, and I apologize. I did a lot of rhetoric, and how can you apologize for the things that you said about taking the lives of people because they were on a different side of government? They represented a different party, and you talked about them having to lose their lives based upon their political opinions and views. But they want you to believe that it is Democrats who are stoking political violence. This is what now let's understand real clear that this midterm election is definitely set up to be stolen, and it overtly stolen. At what point have we needed to have an army? This is what your president said. There will be an army at certain polling places. And coincidentally, all of these polling places are in black districts, districts with an abundance of black voters. Let that sink in. We're going back to Jim. They want to take us back to Jim Crow, everybody. And now people are saying, well, she did sign on into the petition that all the Epstein files should be released. But like I said on Monday, yeah, but the bitch was silent about the repeal of the voting rights, section 2 of the voting rights. The bitch ain't had shit to say about that. It seems like they're trying to build a coalition between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ro Khanna. They're working together, and even Thomas Massey, he's working together. But see, the thing is, if they were working together, Marjorie Taylor Greene is working together for the putting Marjorie Taylor Greene in a better position. Marjorie Taylor Greene does not represent any constituents. And when she did, she quit her job when when daddy started talking bad to her. Daddy was talking stern to her. So who is Marjorie Taylor Greene? What political flex does she have? She can't vote on any legislation. She can't do anything. All she can do is promote Marjorie Taylor Greene while staying silent on issues that affect black people. The way that they are trying to take away. So miss me with that. Maybe we can find common ground shit about this motherfucking bitch, because it don't mean nothing until it means something to her, and she will apologize up into a certain point, but she has stayed silent about black voters losing their representation. She has stayed silent about the Fulton County elections being confiscated by this DOJ. You haven't heard her say nothing. And this bitch was a representative in Georgia. When all of the ballots and all of the information was seized in Georgia, that bitch ain't said shit. Because Fulton County is a majority black county of voters. Stay on. You motherfuckers need to stop being raccoons and stay on task. Because ain't nobody buying into this Marjorie Taylor Greene bullshit. Did not represent her views. Yeah, if they didn't represent her views, why weren't they taken down? Her team of social media people, and some of these things didn't represent my views, but I left the post up. Okay, yeah, okay. Jimmy Gomez of California called for Greene to be expelled. We know that didn't happen. For her comments about Pelosi and Waters, not about Clinton and Obama. Gomez has also called for Greene to be removed from Congress. In the wake of the attack on the Capitol that killed 5 people, Don Beyer, Democrat of Virginia, also had called on Greene to be expelled. A spokesperson for House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy said McCarthy could have a conversation with Greene about her remarks. Parkland survivor Cameron Klasky said Greene. Parkland survivor Cameron Klasky said Greene reflects the GOP. It's important to remember that Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Parkland denier who is apparently cool with the execution of Democrat, is a reflection of her entire party. Even a kid knows this. Even a kid knows that Marjorie Taylor Greene and her wishing the lives of Democrats and even Democrat representatives be taken because of their political views. Even a kid knew this way back in 2021. But these people in office right now have actual policies. They have actual presidential memorandums, actual ways that they want to punish Democrats for being enemies of their own states, for being domestic terrorists based upon some vague ideas and views. And they want to do this even if you have not committed a crime. They have come out of this administration has come out with a whole trove of things that they want to consider as pre-crimes, things that you have not even done. They want to put places you go, things that you post on social media, any type of protest you go to. They want to have this classified as pre-crimes of you being a domestic terrorist. In 2025, right before the midterm elections. Do you wonder why? Do you wonder why? When a child who had to go through the trauma of a school shooting all the way back in 2021 told you that Marjorie Taylor Greene is reflective of the attitudes of people on the right. It is important to remember that Marjorie Taylor Greene and a Parkland denier who is apparently cool with the execution of Democrat is a reflection of her entire party. Let's not forget who Marjorie Taylor Greene is, as people try to whitewash her history. No, thank you. I don't want nothing to do with this hoe. She is a poster child for where the Republicans are at these days. Yes, she was. Strangely enough, when the heat gets put on her from her daddy, didn't they say that Republicans daddy's home when they were talking about Trump? But it seems like she may be the rebellious child. So when daddy gets mad at Marjorie Taylor Greene, the rebellious child, she's going to go out and she's going to start screwing she's going to go out and start scoring someone who's a little gangster or something like that. She wants to make daddy mad. Don't fall for this bullshit about Marjorie Taylor Greene, because Marjorie Taylor Greene only gives a fuck about Marjorie Taylor Greene is my point. And this is so indicative of what came out about Marjorie Taylor Greene this weekend. It has been reported that your dear America First Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, while Marjorie Taylor Greene was not poor when she came into Congress, she took over. It was reported that she took over the construction business, a family construction business. I don't know if the family, how the business were split up, or if she was in total control. I don't know the ins and out of this $20 million construction business. But I do know that up on the heels of the type of stunts that she was pulling and calling for Democrats to lose their lives because of their political affiliation, I do know that she was voted in as a representative in Georgia for a congresswoman. I also know that she quit that job when her daddy started talking mean to her, calling her Marjorie Taylor Brown, because Brown was whatever. It didn't make any sense, but whatever. He started calling her Marjorie Taylor Brown and this, and she quit her job. Fuck you, constituents. My feelings are hurt. I'll show you. Now, she has gone on a tour this past 2 weeks. She's telling all. Marjorie Taylor Greene tells all. Oh, look, Marjorie Taylor Greene is telling all. She's telling you the same thing you already knew about Donald Trump, that she pretended that she didn't see until she got her feelings hurt. She ain't telling all. She ain't telling me shit that I already didn't know. Marjorie Taylor Greene ain't told me nothing. But you know what else Marjorie Taylor Greene wasn't talking about while she's all over like dog shit in a fucking hood dog park? You know what Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't tell you as she was all over the media? She didn't tell you that she quietly sold her recently purchased $600,000 home in Georgia, which is reportedly that she sold it for $1.1 million. And Marjorie Taylor America First Greene then bought a $5 million mansion in where? Costa Rica. Did Marjorie Taylor Greene talk to y'all about that? Did Marjorie Taylor Greene say anything about any of that to the America First people? Huh? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Oh, it seems like no one knew. It seems like no one knew that Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't give a fuck about America First, as well as most of the Republicans. It's ourselves first. Everybody else second. Everybody else comes after Marjorie Taylor Greene and her ilk. So let me see if I can find the reporting. I think I can find the reporting. Here we go.
Freshman Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She doesn't believe the 2020 presidential election. She's challenged the, fact that President Trump lost, and she's promoted the big lie about election fraud. She's also endorsed executing Democratic lawmakers on Facebook in 2018 and 2019. She's also suggested that the mass shootings in Las Vegas and Parkland were so-called false flag operations, in other words, fakes. Green has now been rewarded for all of that with a seat on the House Education and Labor Committee. This morning, we are seeing this video before Green was elected to Congress of her harassing Parkland massacre survivor David Hogg on his way to talk to lawmakers about gun reform.
David, why are you supporting the red flag laws? If Scott Peterson, the resource officer at Parkland, had done his job, then Nicholas Cruz wouldn't have killed anybody in your high school, or at least protected them. Why are you supporting red flag gun laws that attack our Second Amendment rights? And why are you using kids to get to as a barrier? Do you not know how to defend your stance? Go and walk it. He's got nothing to say. Sad. He has nothing to say because there really isn't anything to say, you guys. He has nothing to say because he's paid to do this. Guess what? I'm a gun owner. I'm an American citizen. And I have nothing, but this guy with his George Soros funding and his major liberal funding has got everything. I want you to think about that. That's where we are. And he's a coward. He can't say one word because he can't defend his stance.
Joining us now is David Hogg. He is the co-founder of the March for Our Lives.
So this grown woman wanted him to sit. She's mad because he didn't sit out and sully himself with the likes of her trailer park trash ass.
Lives. David, great to see you, as always. That was March of 2019. Do you remember that moment? Do you remember seeing her and what you were thinking?
Yeah, I absolutely remember that. And I remember thinking, I'm just going to keep a straight face and practice my mindfulness meditation that I've often done to help cope with my PTSD and, my ADHD as well. And it was actually really helpful in that regard because we can see in that video, they're clearly trying to get a rise out of me and the fellow activists that I'm with by asking incredibly triggering questions, saying the name of my shooter and the name of the shooter at my high school and, stuff like that. So, sometimes it's just, as I was told growing up, it's just better not to respond to bullies and just walk away.
I don't know how you did it, David. I don't know how you did it. And I mean, she was baiting you so much and she was relentless in following you. She was heckling you. I mean, obviously you had survived the Parkland school shooting. So she's bringing all of this up. She also said during that she said, I have a concealed carry permit. I carry a gun, she said, for protection. How did you interpret that? Did you hear that as a threat when she was chasing you saying that?
Oh, absolutely. But, what I always say to myself, Allison, is that if they shoot me, they prove my point. And the reality is they can't kill a movement because the reality with that as well, it's funny when they say that we're paid off and stuff. And I can tell you that there's no amount of money that you could ever pay any of us to do this work because that's not why we do it. None of us want to be doing this, but we have to because sadly corrupt elected officials like Marjorie Taylor Greene are in Congress and would rather choose to protect guns than children. And it's just a horrific reality. Can I just point out how ridiculous it is that it's on the survivors of gun violence to stand up to gun violence, to be the ones to try to end it? Why do we have elected officials if that's the case? Why can't they do their jobs? And, she talks as well about, saying that she's an American citizen, almost as if implying I'm not just as American as she is, or any of us aren't, simply for not wanting our friends to die anymore. That's just horrific and disgusting.
There's a lot of absurdities of this and disgusting things. Though also she says, look at him. He gets to talk to Congress people. I have nothing. She doesn't mention that she and her husband had a multi-million-dollar construction company. I mean, she acts as though she has nothing. That's not true. And the fact that you at 18 were able to get in and speak to lawmakers and she, with her crazy heckling, couldn't. I mean, I guess she's just very resentful about that.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of ironic because she's kind of self-owning herself by saying an 18-year-old can do her job better than her with a group of mostly people under 20, like one of our head lobbyists, Eve Levinson at the time, who was setting up a lot of those meetings, saying a group of basically teenagers can do her job better than her. as someone that is now currently a sitting congresswoman. And that's part of the reason why, in response to this March for Our Lives, is doing everything we can. We have some plans in the works too to figure out how we.
Okay, I just wanted to remind you where I personally met Marjorie Taylor Greene. I just wanted to make it clear who Marjorie Taylor Greene was. Good morning, Z Sarah, Foot Soldier. It is good to see you. Bill Button, if no one's have you chained to this chat, if you are not pleased with what goes on in this chat, you can remove yourself. Hit the like button on your way out. Hey, Liz Libano. I got myself, Liz. Hello, Liz. It is always good to see you as well. Okay. You found yourself here, so sit back and relax and enjoy the raw commentary. So I just wanted to remind you guys where I was introduced to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, here's an update on Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving the country to buy a $5 million house in Costa Rica. Did you guys know that? Let me see. Here we go. Let me share this with you. And that post about RFK Jr. Is in the description box as well. It's under Filthy Republicans. That's where you'll find that. This is under Marjorie Taylor Greene. And I will share, I want to share this with you about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I found this on, I think it was Adam Mockler. Hold on one second. Here we go. Let me share this with you. The name of this will be in my description box. All of the links that I share are always in my description box. The name of this video is Marjorie Flees the Country as Trump Goes Rogue.
We have some wild breaking news. MAGA Marjorie Taylor Greene has officially fled America, sold her home in Rome, Georgia, and bought a $5 million home in Costa Rica. Far from America first, Marjorie Taylor Greene no longer lives in America, seemingly. I hope this is the last time I ever have to make an entire video about her or utter her name. Maybe we'll talk about her in the future, but the Marjorie Taylor Greene story is one to behold. Remember, she was elected in Rome, Georgia, and became Trump's #1 sycophant since her first day in office, just defending the indefensible, harassing AOC, Representative AOC, harassing David Hall.
Isn't it funny that Marjorie Taylor Greene, look at this beautiful view. Wouldn't it be, wouldn't it just be thrilling if Costa Rica started the racism that the United States started, and they started expelling all white people from their country? Wouldn't it be ironic? These white people who don't want brown people, Hispanics in their country, but they run away with money that is allegedly gained by doing insider trading. They then run away to these brown countries when they have lots and lots of money, and they expect these people in these brown countries to be subservient to them and wait on them and be their wait staff and all of this type of stuff. This is where they take their money. But isn't it ironic that in the United States that want to call other countries, black and brown countries, shithole countries? Isn't it amazing the views that they go to these other countries and experience all of that Epstein class treatment that they get in Cuba? Yes, Cuba. All of those high-end hotels and things that are in Cuba. But they tell you that Cuba is a failing state. Is it failing when you guys take your asses over there and enjoy all of those exclusive resorts over in Cuba? Okay, so your president talks about all of these shithole countries. Have you looked at America? Have you looked around America lately? Have you really looked around America and its infrastructure? Have you looked around America lately? Have you driven through the heartland of America lately? With all these dilapidated trailers and shit on and near the highways and shit. All of these trashy ass lots of land with all of this rusted shit as you drive across the richest country in the world. Have you seen America lately? Have you really looked at where you live? And have you looked at a place like maybe the place where your president is now? Have you looked at the infrastructure that they have in China? Communist China! Have you looked at how those people are living in lieu of how most Americans are living in this richest country in the world? Have you really paid attention on what's going on in your country? No. You don't even know what these other countries look like at all, because they have you believing that this is the greatest country in the world and you're living in squalor. And they want to continue that. They want to increase the squalor that you live in this country. And if you can't live in it, they're going to make sure you don't live, because they are taking away health care from you. They're going to make sure you don't live. And when you do live, you're going to live in squalor. Make room for the rich man. Make room for the filthy rich oligarchs, because he can do something with your land. You know that farmland that these farmers are offering themselves because they are about to lose? The rich man can do something with that land. Let's continue.
Saying he was like a crisis actor. Then she defended January 6th, the attack at the Capitol, just a vile human being who still, to this day, makes bigoted posts. There has been this effort online to rehabilitate Marjorie Taylor Greene as some saved person now that she turned on Trump, and I am fully against that. I think it's okay to boost what she says because, you know, it's an effective tool to wage against the Trump campaign and against Republicans, having one of them split off. It's totally fine to say, hey, look what Marjorie's saying. But this idea that we should sanewash her, or this idea that we should launder her identity or her bigotry, is very, very harmful. Same thing with Tucker Carlson. We'll talk about that more in just 1 second. But this is what Marjorie Taylor Greene posted as soon as Zoran won the New York City Democratic primary less than a year ago. Marjorie Taylor Greene, less than a year ago, was posting, "This hits hard." And it's like the Statue of Liberty in a burqa in New York. Are we supposed to believe she genuinely cares about Palestinians more than AOC or Muslims at all? Hell no. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a grifter, and we know this because she just moved out of the United States. We're going to bring the receipts. We're going to break down the entire timeline. Make sure you drop a like to help boost this video. If you appreciate the pro-democracy news, you can subscribe below. Make sure you're following us on Twitter, Instagram, Substack. We are fighting the fight on every platform, constantly debating, making sure we fact check people. So thank you all for the help. Before we jump into this part right here, I do want to highlight a drama that has been going on over the past week. AOC said in Chicago on Friday that she does not trust Marjorie Taylor Greene because Marjorie is a proven bigot and anti-Semite, and this sparked a massive firestorm on Twitter. 6 million views just on this one clip, because a lot of people were saying that AOC was wrong and that we should actually trust Marjorie, or that Marjorie was better on the issue of Gaza than AOC, which is just provably false in every respect. But even so, Marjorie doesn't have some genuine principled respect for sovereignty of the people of Palestine. Marjorie is just a stooge. She is quite literally a grifter. Take a listen to Representative AOC. She puts it well, and then I'll show you what I said.
And I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us.
I absolutely agree. And many of you may not be on Twitter, but this sparked a massive discourse of people to the left of AOC saying that AOC was basically trying to shrink the coalition and that Marjorie is somebody who we should let in, along with Tucker Carlson. I want to show you my response, and then we'll talk about how Marjorie clearly isn't America first in any meaningful sense. I said AOC is right. Treating Marjorie or Tucker Carlson as allies in any meaningful sense is a mistake. We don't have to guess who they are. They're brazen liars and bigots who unapologetically push vile conspiracy theories that they haven't truly taken accountability for. Not all alliances are neutral. Some corrode the very values you're trying to defend. Tucker Carlson, for example, represents a broader, cynical, deeply illiberal media ecosystem that's growing among young men. If Tucker Carlson had it his way, he would have like an all-white society. He is not somebody who is sympathetic to Muslims for some principled reason. He just wants to divide. The moral laundering of people like Tucker is a net harm. Marjorie Taylor Greene pushed conspiracy theories about Jewish space lasers, voted to deport Representative Ilhan Omar. Tucker Carlson promoted lies about the 2020 election while privately admitting he didn't believe them. Neither of them have apologized for these things, and I doubt they ever will. They made vague statements about being sorry for toxic politics, but they are shepherding millions of Americans, especially young people, into a fundamentally broken, illiberal worldview that will destroy the very things we're trying to defend, like democracy, human dignity, and decency. That is what Marjorie Taylor Greene is, and that brings me on to her moving outside of the United States. Thank you for indulging me on that if you were listening. That is something that I needed to plant my flag in because this has been a huge discourse going on. I've actually gotten emails and lost subscribers for calling out Tucker Carlson.
Who's that big Amazon Marjorie Taylor Greene is with? And does that Amazon woman feel a type of way about Marjorie Taylor Greene always bringing up trans stuff? Is this why Marjorie Taylor Greene is stuck on the trans issue? Who is this Amazon? I'm just asking.
And saying that I am not part of his coalition, even if I agree with him that what Israel is doing in Gaza is a genocide and the West Bank settlements need to stop, that doesn't mean I'm on Tucker's team. And I think it would be a mistake to build a coalition with someone who's illiberal when I believe in the fundamental liberal values that create human flourishing. Okay, like I said earlier.
Exactly. What the heck? Exactly. These people know that Israel is very, very unpopular because of this genocide that they created in Gaza. And now they're trying to hitch a ride on the tails of morality when they sat there and said nothing for years when this was going on. They acted as if they saw nothing that happened in Gaza. But let's be clear, they're not upset about Gaza. They're trying to catch the wave of the moment where people have turned their stomachs have been turned by what Israel is doing in Gaza. So they're trying to pretend like, hey, well, Israel is wrong and all of this, and we don't uphold. Look at Israel got us in this war. Israel, they weren't saying that in just this past June. But as the more the world view has been sickened by what Israel is going across the world and doing and striking and all of these look at what they're doing with South Lebanon now. They're doing the same thing in Lebanon that they're doing in Gaza. But do you hear a outcry about Lebanon? No, you don't hear shit about the same shit that you didn't hear shit about when they were doing it in Palestine. Let's be real clear. They don't give a shit about the people. They give a shit about pretending to be the talking voice of the people. when the people were the one who had to bring them to the point that they're even talking about the things that Israel does that is not in the interest of America, and why America should not be the water boy for Israel. That America has continued and consistently have chosen to do, to be the water boy for Israel. And, you cannot talk about the atrocities that Israel did without talking about the support, the money that they got from America that enabled them to do these things. So now everybody want to have something against Benjamin Netanyahu, but God forbid we talk about these spending bills where we're sending money to Israel, as Israel send all of their children to college for free, as we want to saddle our children with $100,000 student loan debt. Make it make sense. As Israel, all of their citizens have universal health care, as our solution to our health care is to cut people off of health care insurance and make sure they have no health care, so we can send money to Israel and give these billionaires tax relief, to the point that where they are paying no taxes, a lot of them. So let's continue.
The video, you can use these people to help divide MAGA and show how broken MAGA is, but don't mistake them as allies. This brings me to Laura Loomer, who fits in that same bucket. We can use her reporting, but it's most of the time false. In this case, she seems to have actually stumbled upon the truth. So she posted an article back in December. This was maybe 5 or 6 months ago. And she says, quote, "America only, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, vacations in Costa Rica. As I posted last year, a source told me she recently purchased a $5 million home in Costa Rica. Insider trading pays well. Insider trading pays well." I saw this post when she posted it months and months back, but I didn't report on it. I didn't really think much of it. It seemed like a rumor. It seemed like Laura Loomer being Laura Loomer, until Marjorie Taylor Greene makes a post herself today bragging about moving away to Costa Rica. She makes a post of a new Costa Rica home, and it says, "I'm so thankful to start the next chapter with Brian Glenn TV." This seems to be the $5 million place she bought in Costa Rica. To continue, Laura Loomer says, "Looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene has been planning her escape from America for a while. In 2024, I reported how a source close to me said she bought a $5 million home in Costa Rica." Okay, so this is some old reporting. Wow. She's been planning her escape for a minute. "Source tells me MTG just sold her home in Rome, Georgia, and moved to Costa Rica with Brian Glenn TV. All that insider trading sure paid off." She just posted this photo of her new home in Costa Rica on Instagram. She abandoned her constituents and fled the country. Wow. Then she said, "Marjorie Taylor Greene says that I'm a liar and that she's been hanging out with Candace Owens, who calls women men. Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling me Larry." Okay, this is unhinged. She says, "Notice she didn't deny buying a house in Costa Rica in her unhinged reply to me. Here is the listing information for the sale of her home in Rome, Georgia, that she just sold for $1.1 million that she bought for $600K. Notice I bring the receipts while MTG lies, and it looks like it says last sold March 19th for $1.1 million. Marjorie Taylor Greene is far from any sort of savior. Marjorie Taylor Greene is not somebody who is principled in any manner. She dipped. She didn't stay in Congress and fight. She dipped. Here's her detailing how Donald Trump threatened her son, which is obviously terrible. Trump shouldn't be doing this. I feel awful for her and awful for her son in this case. I can apply empathy for her son, of course. But all of that being said, how the absolute hell are you going to act like you're an America First fighter and ever utter those words again after leaving the country? This clip is from about 2 weeks ago.
I sent them to all these people. I got no response from Susie Wiles. None. And she's a mother and a grandmother and a woman. I got no response from James Blair because he only cares about making money on campaigns. I did hear from Kas Patel. He said on it, but I haven't heard from him since. I don't know what he's on.
This is her tour, Daddy's Been Mean to Me tour, where she has been going every place talking about how mean Daddy Trump has been to her. Understanding that she already had her exit plan thought out. She wasn't telling you about anything about leaving America. First thing she could. No, she didn't tell you about none of that. But people are hearing her say one or two things that they agree with, and then all of this talk about coalitions with these two-headed snakes, Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now Democrats get on my motherfucking nerves. Let her find some common ground with those sycophant Republicans over there. She is a lot of the reason why the Republicans are sycophants. She was one of the main Republicans. If a regular Republican came out and had some doubts about the direction the Republican Party was going, she was the main one who would come out there and whip them like a good old field master would do, whip them into shape. She was the one who would talk shit about moderate Republicans. Now we got a whole bunch of sycophants in the House and the Senate, the Republican sycophants who won't even govern, who won't even use their legislative powers to govern. The co-equal branch, they don't even use their powers. Let's continue.
JD Vance was very nice to me, compassionate and kind, and reassured me that he would do everything we could to find out what's going on. And then I heard back from Donald Trump. And I've saved these text messages. I'd probably get put in jail if I released them publicly, but I saved them. Where Donald Trump proceeded to tell me that it was my fault and that I deserve it. If my son gets killed, I deserve it because I was a traitor to him. That is our president.
Have we come full circle? Have we come full circle? Now she's a victim. Donald Trump said that if something happened to my son, it's my fault. Have we come full circle? Yes, Goddess Oshan. I've already played her chasing down David Hall after he was in that shooting, and her demanding how did he get so many appointments with Congress? How did he get so much media attention when she wasn't even a congressperson? Yes, I've already played that. Yes, I played her being the victim of no one would meet with me. No one would meet with me. When she's in Washington, D.C., not a sitting congressperson, and she's chasing down survivors of a mass school shooting. Yes, I've talked about that's where I first became aware with her. Now, aware of her, I felt that it is important to see how this white victimhood works. This bitch did all of that and a whole lot of other shit in between. But now she's the victim. Trump said to me, if my son loses his life, it's my fault. Always the victim. But want to make believe that she didn't do the shit she did to get recognized by these white nationalists. Let's keep it a buck.
Of the United States. That's the man that says MAGA is whatever he wants it to be.
Let me remind you, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the person who has helped mainstream this exact form of toxic politics over the past 5 years or so. She woke up like 4 months ago when Donald Trump attacked her and her son personally. But look at, when I made that post earlier on Twitter, Carrie Manning said, "Look and listen, you little twerp. I'm no MTG defender, but she's far from a bigot. My God, you people never learn." So I replied and I said, less than a year ago. And it was Marjorie Taylor Greene's post from 2025 with the Statue of Liberty and a burqa. And he said, "I never said she wasn't a fucking idiot. But a lot of people are and were upset about the win of Zoran due to the history of New York City. And people are just absolutely ratioing this guy in the replies. But Trump is insane. Right now, as I'm making this video, he is ranting as a crazy person at the White House. Let me play this clip for you. It's absolutely absurd.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, but I had nothing to do. I blame Doug. They gave it out. I didn't even give it out. So the other people we have, and we have some of the greatest people on earth here tonight, Homeland Security. The Homeland Security team has been unbelievable, I have to tell you. And I came up with an idea that I thought was brilliant. I think all my ideas are brilliant, actually. But this one, I knew I was brilliant. Then I got a call from Tom Homan. He wasn't thrilled. Where's Tom? Is he here? I love Tom Homan. Said, I'm the greatest president in history. I said, Tom, you can't do better than that? Thank you, Tom. So I get a call from Tom Homan. He didn't like it, but everyone else liked it. I wanted to change the name of ICE, which is a tough name, you know, to NICE. So that when the fake news reports...
Okay, he really is ranting like a crazy person right now in front of law enforcement officials. I hope some of them are just rational enough to be like, this is our president. I hope some of these law enforcement officials, even if they are slightly right-leaning, are sitting there like, are we serious here? It looks like he also just called the White House the shit house. Instead, when he moved back into it, it was like shitty. Listen.
This place was not properly taken care of. I was told by my wife, you have to act presidential, so don't use foul language. I won't. Therefore, normally I would have said it was a shit house, but I don't want to say that. The columns were falling down. The plaster was falling off. You made a speech, and I was saying, couldn't you fix up the paint job up there? You know, it looked and this place is tippy-top now, including all the brand new, beautiful stone. I paid for it myself. All of the stone, all of the different things we have, and we're bringing the White House back to shape. I don't know if you got to walk into the marble, the statuary. It's called statuario, the statuary marble. The white, I don't know if you got to walk in there. They probably see your law enforcement. They don't want you to walk into the house. They want to keep you as far away as possible.
I can't believe this is our president. We are currently spiraling in a quagmire with Iran, and this is our president.
All right, and really quickly, I've been taking my online protection way more serious.
Okay, I would be remiss if I didn't end with this oldie but goodie from Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I reported on this in real time as it happened. Let me remind you about this Marjorie Taylor Greene showing her ass. Hold on. Here, let me share my screen with you. Do y'all remember this Marjorie Taylor Greene? Marjorie Taylor Greene tells British reporter to go back to your country. This is early in 47 second term, and reporters were asking this numbnut questions. Let's hear her response.
Anybody else?
Should the defense secretary?
What country are you? Wait, what country are you
From
from?
the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem? And you, no. You should care about your own borders.
Do you care
No.
about American lives being put at risk?
Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care
No,
about
by migrants. No, do you care? Okay, you're done.
Do you care about American lives being put at risk?
You know what? I don't
About
care. I don't.
service members fighting for your country.
I don't care about
And
your
the Vice
fake news.
President
Do you have a
and your
relevant
defense
question?
secretary?
Yeah, this is an American journalist. Thank you.
I'm American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asked.
I'm not answering her question because I don't care about her network. If you would like to ask, I can answer.
Y'all don't remember this?
Black.
Y'all don't remember this. Let's go. Let's review this. Y'all don't remember this
Anybody
bitch?
else?
Should the defense secretary?
What country are
advise
you? Wait, what country are you
from
from?
the UK?
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
Okay, do
And
you
you
care-
no. You should care about your own
Okay,
borders.
do you care
No,
about
no.
American lives being put at risk?
Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care
No,
about
by migrant. No, do you care? Okay, you're done.
Do you care about
I'm not.
American lives being put at risk?
You know what? I don't
about
care. I don't.
service members fighting for your country.
I don't care
and
about your
your
fake
vice
news.
president
Do you have a
and your
relevant
defense
question?
secretary?
This is an American journalist. Thank you.
I'm American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asked.
I'm not answering her question
All right,
because I don't care about her network. If you would like to ask, I can answer.
Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippi, all southern red states, are working to redraw their House congressional maps following the Supreme Court's decision that essentially gutted the landmark Voting Rights Act of 1965.
Yep. Anybody else?
Should the defense
I apologize. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure I got the link so I can add that link to my description box. I thought about it as I was covering the story. So, speaking of, hold on, I have to sneeze. Hold on. Speaking of the Supreme Court ruling, did you guys know that? Well, we all knew. If you watch my news channel, we all knew that the Chief Justice Roberts has always wanted to end the Voting Rights Act ever since he has started clerking for, I believe it was under the Reagan administration. This has been one of the hallmarks that Chief Justice Roberts reportedly wanted to end the voting rights, strike down the Voting Rights Act. Now, they said that while this is Chief Roberts' pet project that he always wanted to achieve, Samuel Alito, he was the one who wrote the opinion. And in writing the opinion, Samuel Alito gave some gave a lot of misleading facts. Samuel, let me find this article. Samuel Alito was actually lying to you about the alleged facts that helped him determine this case. Let me find. Hold on. Oh my God. We'll get back to that story. We'll get back to that story. Let me see if I can. Hold on right quick. Okay. Here it is. I don't have it pulled up where I initially wanted to bring it from, but let me share. Let me share my screen with you. If you are unaware, all of this facts and things that Alito alluded to was non-facts at all. Alito incorrect information in voting rights ruling. Justice Samuel Alito ruling on the Voting Rights Act has been criticized for relying on incorrect data that misrepresents the state of racial voting disparity. Also, Alito claims that Black voters turnout exceeded white voter turnout in 2 of the 5 most recent presidential elections, both nationally and in Louisiana, was based on a methodology. Hold on. A methodology. Let me see. Where am I? Was based on a methodology that includes ineligible voters. This approach is not preferred by experts and does not accurately reflect the current state of voter participation. The analysis by the Guardian and other experts has shown that the racial voter gap is actually widening, with Black voters turnout trailing white voter turnout in the 3 most recent presidential elections since Barack Obama was on the ballot. Alito decision has opened the door for redistricting efforts across the country as Republicans rush to redraw Democratic-led districts, many of which have a majority Black populations. What that is saying is that one of Samuel Alito's argument was that you cannot say that voters are not being represented in red states because, in fact, more Black voters are turning out per capita than white voters, and they included a whole lot of numbers and statistics that will get them to have that point. But in fact, these are not the ways that votes are calculated. So when somebody gives you, well, let's calculate it this way. If you calculate it this way, then the number comes out of this. So they use the favorable calculations, which is never used in actually calculating the number of voters per capita that comes out. They use the mechanism that would render them the results that they wanted to present. And the results that they wanted to present is that Black voters are not disenfranchised, that Black voters are overrepresented in the last 3 presidential elections. So therefore, we cannot use Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So because obviously, Black people are showing up to these elections in larger amounts than white people. And all of this data was misinformation. The misinformation to disenfranchise Black voters. So if you were unaware of that, I'm just giving you the information. Let me see. News about Alito, incorrect information in the voting rights. Here is the Guardian. This is the one. Let's see what they have to say. Let me make sure it's sharing. No, it's not sharing. Let me share this article from the Guardian to you. If you guys were unaware of that, all of this is bullshit. And I'm going to tell you something more that is bullshit with this ruling, this Supreme Court ruling. Now, we do understand that Louisiana did an emergency stop on election that they had already started. Louisiana governor stopped the election so they can redraw maps in Louisiana more favorable to Republicans. Why is this a problem? Why is this a problem? It's a problem because Alabama tried to do the same thing. Alabama had a map that they had drawn that had to be redrawn because the representation was not there for their Black voters. But when it went to the Supreme Court, you know what the Supreme Court said? Well, why this map is wrong, this map is going to have to stay because it is too late in the election to change the map because voters are going to be confused and voters are not going to know where to go. It was 4 months before the election. Your Supreme Court told Alabama, We recognize that the map is wrong, but it's too close to the election to fix the map, to give what? Black representation. However, when it came time to take away Black representation, the Supreme Court didn't give a fuck, didn't care, didn't care that elections were being done right in the moment that they were deciding to strip away representation from Black voters. They gave them an extra 30 days to do whatever they wanted to do with the maps. Not the fact that some states were in election, or like Louisiana, they're voting in their primaries right now. All of their election material had been put out, and people had already started mailing in their ballots. That didn't matter. Not, oh no, it's too close to the election, people are voting. Oh no, it's 2 months from the election. Not, no, oh no, it's 3 months from the election. People were actually voting. And they said, no, you take an extra 30 days, do what you need to do, and, then do your voting. When it came to giving more representation to Black people. So, let me tell you something. Real clear. This Supreme Court is it's just despicable. The right wing of this Supreme Court is overt with their racism, in my opinion. This is overt racism. So when you get rulings like this all the way down from the Supreme Court, and you see the uptick in overt racism across the United States, what they are doing is they're doing this slogan that your president had, "Make America Great Again." When was America great? To be great again? What's great to you may not be great for everybody. One man's trash is another man's treasure. So I understand what makes America great to some people who voted for this fool to be back in office, and they are paying economic pain for it. They are willing to pay the economic pain for having this warmonger, this fool, this con man back in office, as long as they can hurt Black people. This overt racism is just unchained in this administration. So why should you worry about that? You should worry about that because we have midterm elections coming up. Let me share this. Samuel Alito's Voting Rights Act ruling cited misleading data from the DOJ. If you were unaware of that, I'm here to give you some information that you may not have known about. This is why I talk about these things. Okay, here we go. A data in Justice Department filing quoted in landmark Supreme Court decision relied on questionable methodology, the Guardian analysts find. Let's see what else this says. The claim Samuel Alito and Supreme Court Justice made about voter turnout in Louisiana in a landmark Voting Rights Act case were based on misleading data analysis, the Guardian review has found. In his opinion, gutting Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act last week, Alito said that Black voter turnout had exceeded white voter turnout in 2 of the 5 most recent presidential elections, both nationally and in Louisiana. Alito's claim was copied almost verbatim from a friend of the court brief. This is the name of the who the brief comes from. The brief comes from a friend of the court. It was filed by the Justice Department, your Justice Department. You know, the Pam Bimbo Justice Department. The what is the dude's name? The now other sycophant. The brief was filed by the Bimbo Justice Department. It was a critical data point Alito used to make the argument that the kind of discrimination that once made the Voting Rights Act necessary no longer exists. Vast social changes has occurred throughout the country, and particularly in the South, where many Section 2 suits arise. Alito wrote in a majority opinion in the case, which concerned Louisiana congressional map, joined by 5 of the other conservative justices on the court, Black voters now participate in elections at similar rates as the rest of the electorate, even turning out at higher rates than white voters in 2 of the 5 most recent presidential elections nationwide and in Louisiana. But a review of turnout and racial data in Louisiana reveals that assertions relies on a unusual methodology. The Justice Department briefed that Alito cited calculated Black and white voter turnout in Louisiana as a proportion of the total population, each racial group over the age of 18. Such an approach is not preferred by experts in calculating statewide turnouts because the general over 18 population may include non-citizens, people with felony convictions, and others who cannot legally vote. But it does yield Alito's conclusion that Black voter turnout exceeds white voter turnout in the 2012-2016 presidential elections in Louisiana. Now, why do you find that curious? Isn't that curious that the Supreme Court justice would use data that included that when counting people eligible to vote, males over the age of 18, that Alito used was a calculus that would count undocumented workers living in the state? Isn't that the same reason why 4547 said that he wanted to pass that SAVE Act, because illegal immigrants were voting and they wanted to prevent illegal immigrants from voting? But to take the representation away from Black voters, they are using a calculation that counts illegal immigrants when it is illegal for illegal immigrants to vote, but your Supreme Court is using a calculation that counts them as voters. Don't you find that strange? Do you not find that strange? I'm going to drop the link. This is going to be under Alito Lies. I'm going to drop this in my description box, this article in my description box. I hope I have given you some information that you were unaware of. Make yourself aware that this, let me see. Alito Lies. Okay. That link to that article can be found there. Now, let's get now, since we are talking about the midterm elections, let me see what you guys are talking about. Did you guys know that? I'm just really curious. Did you guys know that? All of this twisting and turning to disenfranchise the Black representation. Do you wonder why I have what I have on my thumbnail? Exactly, Z Sarah. Welcome to the live, everyone. Welcome to the live, everyone. Please double tap the screen, thumbs up, and subscribe, share, turn on your notifications, participate in the chat if you like. Yeah, so this is what's going on in the greatest country in the world, and we are supposed to pretend like we don't see them. Now, there's also reports that there are more American citizens leaving the country. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not the only American leaving the country. Did you know that right now there are more American citizens that are leaving the country and turning against their own citizenship in this country? Did you know that? There's the highest amount of people leaving the country since this country has been created are leaving this country. Hey, that that is an idea that is working for some people. November looms. Alito is talking about retiring because he wants if he retires under a Republican, it will surely be a Republican who the same 45, 47 will put into his position. And Gorsuch. Now, there has been rumors that these two justices are retiring. That is not a good thing. Remember, Mitch McConnell would not allow Barack Obama to seat a Supreme Court justice because it was a whole 1 year away from elections, and he said that it is too close to elections, and the new incoming president should have the opportunity to fill Ruth Bader what is her name? Ruth Bader Ruth RBG. It is incumbent upon the president to not vote in someone because it's a year away from the new presidency, and therefore the new president should be the one who appoints Ruth Bader Ginsburg seat. So let's be real clear. If the Republicans decide that they want somebody now, and then when it came time to appoint Amy Coney Barry, it was right at the Trump's term was already over, or they were right on the verge of an election. Mitch McConnell didn't say shit then. I think 45, 47 approved 3 justices in less time, that when they had less time for a new election. Then that 1 year that he said it was too close to a new election for Barack Obama to appoint somebody to the court. So let's be real clear. The Supreme Court, in my opinion, should have term limits. Period, point blank. There is no way in fuck that these old fucking Klansmen and all of these Jim Crow raccoons should be allowed to have their lifelong fucked up views affect the United States of America. These motherfuckers who this is the only court that has that follows no oversight of themselves. There is nothing. They have no code of conduct in the Supreme Court. That's I look through my videos. A long time ago, I had a picture of the Supreme Court on my video as the thumbnail. When you found out how Justice Roberts' wife is the one who is going through all of these colleges and universities and finding federal lawyers to clerk in Supreme Court offices. She is finding attorneys to be appointed to federal positions in this government. The whole right-wing nut job, and she's making millions of dollars doing this. She's not sitting on her ass and flying the "Don't Tread on Me" flag upside down from her home like Alito's wife did, as she was protesting the smooth transfer of government, as she was rebelling against the fact that Joe Biden won the election, and when it was brought to Samuel Alito's attention that your wife is out here protesting at your home with a up, down, aside, don't tread on me flag. What did your Supreme Court justice say to that? He said, well, I can't control my wife. I can't. If you can't control your wife as a man and as a couple, you've been married to this woman for how many years? Your job entails what? And you mean to tell me that in any juncture that you would even, first of all, have to control her where she is interfering with your high profile job? The fact that you say that you can control her, the fact that you would even have to control her, it just really shows that you are complicit on the outward protest that she was doing about a peaceful transfer of presidential powers. Let's keep it a buck. Samuel Alito, the same person that can strip a representation from black voters, said he couldn't control his own wife from flying a flag upside down, protesting the 2020 elections. And let's get into the 2020 election. There is a lot of stuff going on regarding, let me see what you guys are talking about. Okay, English in this chat. I am going to have to, who is this? Well, let me make sure I have Jean Matamba, English, please. English in this chat only. She's a lunatic. And they are so corrupt. Oh, Doug Eldridge. The welfare professionals are pissed, is what she's saying. Who's saying? I didn't bring up Elon Musk. I didn't bring up any of the oligarchs who are getting a government contract. Oh, who's saying something about the welfare professionals? What are you talking about, Doug? Be specific, because I know I didn't say anything about the welfare professionals who would be Elon Musk and their ilk. What are you speaking of, Doug? It's BS, but even if it were true, what's the problem if black people are turning up and more publicly engaging? Aren't they U.S. citizens? See, even that, how would that be indeed? He said the past 5 elections that black people had shown up more than white people. Okay, so what that would mean was that the Second Amendment to the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was actually working as intended. That's what it would mean. So if it's working as intended, and if it took, if it was signed into effect in 1965, and it took until 2026 for it to finally be working as intended, allegedly in the last 5 elections, if it took that long for it to work as intended, obviously it's needed. Wouldn't that mean it is needed if it took it that long to work? I mean, that's all I'm saying. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Okay, so let's get into what you can expect in your next midterm election. 4547 says that he is going to have a whole big security force. Let me see. Let me share this with you. Here we go. Let's start from the top back to the bottom. We're going to start from the top. Election. It will be calling it. Did you know that your president plans to have an election army? Well, let's find out about the Election Army, a status quo. If you have not subscribed to Status Quo, that's where you can find great information. Let's hear about the Election Army. Trump unleashing Election Army to seal the midterm election victory. Question mark.
Drove up from Virginia with a car stacked with guns. Crisis Control Quick Reaction Force, Election Integrity Group, covering what the corporate media covers up. President Trump is threatening to unleash an election army to safeguard the sanctity.
Now, here is the whole tweet. I want you to see what your president is tweeting. We know Chuck Schumer is a Jew. To insult Chuck Schumer, your president always decides that it would be a good insult to call Chuck Schumer a Palestinian. Palestinian Chuck Schumer is hiring Eric Holder, famous for handing guns to Mexican cartels under the Barack Hussein Obama administration as part of a Democrat-led election integrity coup. Okay. So, under Eric Holder and President Obama, when has there been anything said about Mexicans having guns and trying to interfere with our elections? We have not heard any of this until President Trump lost the election of 2020. So here is the whole spin of the lie that it has gone back since President Obama, and now we got Mexican cartels getting guns from his DOJ, Eric Holder. When have we heard of any of this? When have we had to hear about a DOJ chair having to be questioned about the election before, what is his name? Fat boy William Barr had to be questioned about 45-47, trying to say that he had won the election of 2020. When have the DOJ ever been involved in the election? Oh, wait a minute. They may have been involved under the Bush-Gore administration. But even when the Supreme Court made the decision about hanging chads and all of that shit, Gore was like, okay, that's what you say? Okay, you got it. He didn't do any of the shit. He didn't call. Listen, if you want to be specific about what being a traitor to your country is, what happened on January 6th should have, in my opinion, should have a lot of repercussions for 45-47. So let's not pretend like they're not brushing over things that should have him arrested. But they did. They brushed over all of this. And let me see. We're going to talk about the 14th Amendment. And I want you to remember what happened on January 6th. And I also want you to remember what happened on the first day of his new presidency about him pardoning or giving clemency to the January 6th rioters. All of that shit should actually have this president arrested. All of that. According to your very own 14th Amendment, but we'll get to that. Okay. Okay, where were we? Mexican cartels under the Barack Hussein Obama administration as part of a Democrat-led election integrity group that will no doubt try to suppress Republican voters and interfere with our elections. Now, he's saying that Chuck Schumer is hiring Eric Holder. Now, you know that Eric Holder is a practicing lawyer in a very prestigious law office. So there's that. So I guess Chuck Schumer is allegedly hiring him to do what? Okay. A Democrat-led election integrity group that will no doubt try to suppress Republican voters and interfere in our elections. Exactly how? How is the fact that Chuck Schumer is hiring Eric Holder for anything a sure point to that Eric Holder and some Mexican cartels are going to try to interfere with the election? Do you see how all of this is a bunch of bullshit? This is the excuse that he's setting up to the point that Pete Kegbreath would not even say if he would have our military at polling places. Do you see the setup? Now here comes the setup. Here's the setup. Okay. Furthermore, Mark Elias. Now, the reason why he hates Mark Elias, because Mark Elias has taken him to task and taken him to court, and he wins over all of these election lies and all of these. This was stolen from the election. The election was stolen this way. Mark Elias is an attorney. He is often on the Midas Touch Network. He also has his own show. We're going to hear from Mark Elias in our show. The number of times he hates seeing Mark Elias because Mark Elias is always showing up for the people, always challenging the shit that this administration has done and is continuing to do. So this is why Mark Elias specifically is in this Lie Social post. Mark Elias is a terrible lawyer with a horrible track record. Is also involved. He's a terrible lawyer because he continued to be you and your lies and your DOJ in their bullshit. But he's a horrible. He has a horrible track record. If your track record is going up against Trump and winning, yes, he has a horribly beaten you and your lies and the DOJ lies. So of course that's a horrible track record to you because he's been beating you. What is your track record up against Mark Elias' track record when you guys go head to head in court cases? Who wins the most? Who loses the most when you go up against Mark Elias? That's why Mark Elias' name is in this post, because he's pissed. The Mark Elias is winning and not letting him get over on none of this shit. But then you always have the Supreme Court. They can, that's why they appeal everything to this stupid ass Supreme Court, in my opinion. Let's continue. Okay. Mark Elias is a terrible lawyer with a horrible track record, is also involved. This is the same disgusting individual who was responsible for the fake Russia dossier from a foreign national to a medal in the 2016 election, which I won in historic fashion. No, you barely. I think that Hillary Clinton actually had 3 million more votes than you. Historic fashion, I guess that is historic. Not in the way that you're trying to represent that is historic, that she had 3 million more votes in that 2016 election and you still won the election. Yeah, I guess that is kind of historic. Okay, I'll let you have that, but not for the reasons you want to have it. The Democrats are totally unhinged, and we will not allow them to threaten the integrity of our elections. During my historic election of 2024, when I won every single swing state and decisively won both the electoral and popular votes by wide margins. That is untrue. He did not win the popular vote by. He barely, I don't even think he won by over 1 million votes in the popular vote. But I digress. I would be here all day if I'm refuting all the lies that are in this post. By wide margins, the Republicans had an election integrity army in every single state to preserve the sanctity of each legal vote. Now, election integrity army. So we understand that in the 2024 election, Republicans were not in power, but he wants you to believe that they had a election integrity army in every swing state to ensure that voter integrity. So if you're not in power, you have no power to enact laws, rules. We know that elections are not governed by the federal government. The elections are governed by state government. So there was no talk about any federal oversight of elections in 2024 because Biden wasn't so. The Democrats were not in fear of the election being stolen, but they probably should have been. So they did not try to federalize the elections. They weren't trying to steal the election, so they didn't try to federalize the election. They let the states run their elections the way the state run their election. But Trump wants you to believe when they were not in power that there was some big Republican watchdog group that were making sure that the elections were done correctly. So that's the reason he won, because they put these watchdog groups over all of the elections polling stations to make sure that everything was done above par. So how would they do that? How would that even be done when people who are actually election watchers can only get so close? The states determine how close anybody can. How did they do this in all states? See, this is bullshit. So this is the setup to say, hey, we need to do the same thing that we did not do, that I'm telling you we did. I'm telling you we had all of this security force in 2024 when I wasn't even in power and the Republicans didn't even run the White House. I'm telling you this lie that we had all of this in security forces standing at the polls, and that's why you can believe the polls, because I won. Because I won. And the reason why it was integrity in that as opposed to 2020 when I obviously lost, it was because the people who were watching the polls. So we're going to need to continue to do this, because any polls that says that Donald Trump lost has been rigged, has been stolen. So therefore, let's preempt the next midterm election, and let's have some type of fucking policing of the polls. This is a whole lie. This is a whole setup for what this administration plans to do in the voting poll places all across the United States. This is why this whole bullshit. Okay, the Democrats are totally unhinged, and we will not allow them to threaten the integrity of our elections. Well, have you seen? Can anybody point out to any Democrat who has been unhinged? I'm very curious. Anybody? Unhinged Democrat? Okay. During my historic election in 2024, when I won every single swing state and decisively won both the electoral and popular votes by wide margins, the Republicans had an election integrity army in every single state to preserve the sanctity of the legal vote. We will be doing the same again in 2026, but it would be much bigger and stronger. It would be much bigger and stronger. We're gonna make sure you see it this time. Why is it gonna be much bigger and stronger in 2026? Is because he has the control of the federal government. That's why it's gonna be much big. Why would it, if it worked in 2024? Why would it need to be much bigger and stronger in 2026? Couldn't you do like you did with the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act? Since it's according to Alito, since it has been proven that black voters are voting more than white voters, then what did he do? He shut down Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So the same thing, since your little alleged voting security watchers in 2024 since it worked so well? You said it worked well. It worked swimmingly. So why does it need to be bigger this time? If it worked well, that and it achieved the goal, shouldn't you just pack it away like they packed away the voting representation for Black citizens in the United States when Samuel Alito lied and said that Black people were voting more than white people? I mean, you got to make this shit make sense. You have to have a mind to put the bullshit together, to think for yourselves, to know when you are being sputtered a whole lot of bullshit from this administration. It worked so well, so we dismantled voting rights. It worked so well in the 2024 election, so we need to make it bigger in the 2026 election. Make any of this make sense. I digress. Okay, I'm not going to try to make more sense of this nonsense. Let me see. Electoral popular votes margin. The Republicans held an election integrity army in every single state to represent the sanctity of each legal vote. We will be doing the same again in 2026, but it will be much bigger and stronger. All Americans should have their voices be heard by casting a vote. Be assured, this election will be fair. Donald J. Trump.
Of the vote. Well, if we've learned anything, believe Donald Trump is threatening to unleash an election army to safeguard the sanctity of the vote. Well, if we've learned anything, believe Donald Trump when he tells you what he's going to do. I don't typically report on every truth or post Trump says because he's obviously insane. And a lot of what he pushes out there is bluster meant for attention. But I do think what he posted yesterday, there is supporting evidence to indicate he's previewing what he plans to do this November. If you didn't see it, this is what he truthed on Sunday. Palestinian Chuck Schumer is hiring Eric Holder, famous for handing guns to Mexican cartels under the Barack Hussein Obama administration. So, I mean, the bigotry is just so in your face. It's mind-numbing. As part of a Democrat-led, quote, election integrity group that will no doubt try to suppress Republican voters and interfere in our elections. Furthermore, Mark Elias, a terrible lawyer with a horrible track record, is also involved. It's a longtime Democratic Party attorney, was involved, everything from the 2000 recount to many other things. This is the same disgusting individual who is responsible for the fake Russia dossier from a foreign nation to meddle in the 2016 election, which I won in historic fashion. The Democrats are totally unhinged, and we will not allow them to threaten the integrity of our elections. During my historic election in 2024, when I won every single swing state and decisively won both the electoral and popular votes by wide margins, the Republicans had an election integrity army in every single state to preserve the sanctity of each legal vote. We will be doing the same in 2026, but it will be much bigger and stronger. All Americans should have their voices heard by casting a vote. So you might take this as, oh, it's just Trump being Trump and, you know, the elections will hold. Well, he did tell you he wasn't going to leave in 2020, and he tried to stay by engineering a failed coup attempt. And I want to remind you, this hasn't gotten a ton of attention, but Donald Trump and Secretary of War Crimes Pete Hegseth have basically prepared a 50-state, quote, crisis control quick reaction force under the guise of quelling civil unrest. Revealed, Pentagon orders states' National Guards to form a quick reaction forces for crowd control. Pentagon memo details plan to train over 20,000 National Guard members across the U.S. to carry out Trump's order on subduing civil unrest. A top U.S. military official has ordered the National Guard of all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and U.S. territories to form, quote, quick reaction forces trained in, quote, riot control, including use of batons, body shields, tasers, and pepper spray, according to an internal Pentagon directive reviewed by The Guardian. This came out last year. The memo, signed on October 8th by Major General Ronald Burkett, the director of operations for the Pentagon's National Guard Bureau, set thresholds for the size of the quick reaction force to be trained in each state with most states required to train 500 National Guard members for a total of 23,500 troops. As authority, Burkett cited Donald Trump's August executive order that deployed the Guard to fight crime in Washington, D.C. We were on the ground for that, fighting crime in Washington, D.C. The National Guard was basically twiddling their thumb and putting their thumbs up their asses. There was nothing to do for them. Take a look.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor.
What would you need a quick reaction force in all 50 states to, quote, quell civil unrest? What would cause civil unrest? Well, I could think of a highly anticipated, contested, and consequential midterm elections that could stop this illegal crime spree in the White House, or at least put serious checks on it if the Democrats retook the House and or the Senate, possibly trying to rig the vote, early voting on election day. I was there in 2020 with the chaos at the Philadelphia Convention Center with a man that drove up from Virginia with a car stacked with guns, who planned on shooting up the Philadelphia Convention Center where ballots are being counted. You had MAGA on one side of the protest area, anti-Trump people on the other.
So, would those have been coming up from Virginia to Philadelphia? Do you think that they were right-wing or left-wing agitators? I'm curious. From Virginia to where? Philadelphia, not anywhere in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia. What wing of the party do you think that these gun-toting fools were from? Let's continue.
These tensions went on for days, and we saw it in Georgia, Arizona, and elsewhere. Could that be the civil unrest that they're trying to quell? At the same time, Trump's Supreme Court just essentially unleashed Republican legislatures across the country and governors to redraw maps to favor Republicans through gerrymandering. What would you need an election army for? To quell what kind of civil unrest? He's previewing what he plans to do, and it's already been set in motion as early as last year. Then you have his acting attorney general, who is going even further than hack Pam Bondi, prosecuting James Comey over a post with seashells on Instagram. Apparently Bondi wouldn't do that. But remember, Todd Blanche is very casually saying, what's the problem with ICE safeguarding polling stations?
Now, when it comes to ICE officers, you recently expressed some support to deploy them to polling locations, armed federal officers. Now, how do you reconcile that with obviously the federal law that prohibits federal law enforcement to be armed at these locations?
Well, that's not true. I have not said that. What we have talked about is whether there's a need to make sure our elections are fair, to make sure that only people who are supposed to be voting are voting, which isn't an incredible statement to be made by a government official. I hope everybody in Congress, everybody in the Senate thinks that. Now, the other thing is, if you're here illegally, you are not allowed to vote. So I also am not sure of the uproar of the risk of having a border patrol or an ICE agent at a polling location or looking into whether somebody is voting that shouldn't be. If you are here illegally, you cannot vote. And so what's the risk? Why wouldn't everybody in Washington, everybody in the United States be supportive of that to make sure that people that are here illegally are not voting?
Quick reaction force in all 50 states, trained with batons and guns. The Attorney General talking about having ICE all over polling booths. And by the way, it's illegal to have voter intimidation. I mean, we see this in the history of Mexico with cartels, other third world countries. You are not allowed to intimidate voters. There's even laws, I've covered it, on election days I've covered, between electioneering between a certain distance of a polling place. But we're just going to have ICE agents standing with their Uzis around polling places, which, by the way, is not about illegal immigrants. It's going to intimidate the most vulnerable among us, Black voters, Hispanic voters, legal or naturalized citizens that have seen this administration say, yeah, we want to denaturalize citizens, U.S. citizens who have been wrongly imprisoned and deported. It's not even meant just to suppress the vote. It's meant to scare the living hell out of the vote. So quick reaction force, all 50 states. I haven't heard a ton of reporting on this or where that is in terms of the training. The literally acting attorney general, who's probably going to become the attorney general because he's holding Trump's jockstrap and doing whatever he wants, telling you ICE is going to be all over the polls. And remember, Trump has littered this administration with 2020 election deniers. If you don't know about that, I mean, it literally is the equivalent of RFK running Health and Human Services. This from New York Times, Trump empowers election deniers still fixated on 2020 grievances. The president has placed proponents of his false claims into government jobs while dismantling systems built to secure voting, raising fears that he aims to seize authority over elections ahead of next year's midterms. This was last year, by the way, this came out. In the past few months, Trump has elevated multiple proponents of his fraud claims into high-level administration jobs. Now, as government insiders, these activists could wield their newfound power to discredit future results or rekindle old claims to argue for a federal intrusion into locally administered voting systems. On a call with right-wing activists in March before her appointment to the Homeland Security Department, Ms. Honey suggested that the new administration could declare, quote, a national emergency and justify dictating new rules to state and local governments. She said this could be based on a, quote, actual investigation of the 2020 election if it showed there had been a, quote, manipulation of the vote. Quote, and therefore we have some additional powers that don't exist right now, she said in March, according to a recording reviewed by the New York Times. And by the way, that is referencing Heather Honey, who is a 2020 election denier who was appointed to a pretty influential election position in the Trump administration. What could go wrong? So we have the quick force reaction in all 50 states of National Guard troops. We have the acting attorney general previewing ICE goons are going to be all over polling places, and election stop the steal hacks littered throughout this administration, and a Supreme Court who has given the president carte blanche immunity to commit illegal crime sprees. What could go wrong in November?
A lawmaker has said it out loud. A lawmaker wants the court to get rid of the 14th Amendment. You know, the amendment that made Black people citizens and creates equal protection under the law. It's a pretty big deal. Put them up full mass. We have a hell of a story about Alabama House Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter. Here it is.
Well, it certainly gives us an opportunity to look at the
a story about Alabama House Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter. Here it is.
Well, it certainly gives us an opportunity to look at those congressional districts again. Gives us a chance at all of them if we get some reprieve from the courts, and so we'll see how that goes, and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14 and gives us a shot to revisit those. So I think that's happened. You know, all we need now is the courts to overturn 14, and we can look at a new election.
I didn't even know it was. is up for debate. Equal protection under the law sounds like a really good plan. Okay, put it up full mass. After the Alabama lawmaker had just passed a bill to strip black people in Alabama of a second congressional district, Alabama House Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter said during a press conference, quote, "It gives us a chance to look at all of them. If we get some reprieve from the courts, so we'll see how that goes and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14, end quote." Some say, well, he may have misspoke, but he said it again just seconds later, quote, "All we need now is for the courts to overturn 14, and we can look at a new election." So remember, Alabama is a state that brought you a law that gave a woman who was sexually violated more prison time if she sought to abort the fetus than the person who sexually violated her. Okay, Alabama gave you that. Let's get into it. The second of the post-Civil War amendment, the 14th Amendment, is what made black people in America citizens, along with everyone else born on American soil, to the chagrin of many in Ledbetter's party today. Amendment 14, as Ledbetter called it, was America's acknowledgement that black people were people, that we were all to be considered equal in the eyes of the law. And it leaves little wiggle room on this point. The 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection under the law. And the courts have read that protection to cover the right to vote. GOP State Representative Chris Pringle, real name by the way, tried to smooth over what the speaker had said. Alabama has been found in violation not only of the Voting Rights Act, but also the 14th Amendment. They want the court to change its mind on both things, or else the state is stuck with the maps it has. They don't want the court to overturn Amendment 14. They just don't want the court to enforce it. We are in Alabama. Let me start there. So he's saying we're not asking for the courts to overturn it. Nothing that drastic. We just don't want them to enforce it, which would mean you can violate it without penalty, is what that would mean theoretically. There's more. Meanwhile, Republicans like Tim Burchett and Scott Jennings are downplaying that racism was a factor in GOP remapping efforts. Here's what Burchett had to say.
Congressman, what do you think about the new map? Some people say it's not fair. How do you answer them?
Well, elections have consequences. When the Democrats do it, it's called redistricting. When we do it, it's called gerrymandering. It wasn't anything to do with race, and this has absolutely nothing to do with race. It's kind of ironic that they're throwing the race card when they're represented by a white guy, Steve Cohen, my friend, very liberal, but he's my friend. We're in the state legislature together. Yet he is a white man, and to say that we're taking black representation from some folks is very disingenuous.
Sir, they need to put you back on the hybrid alien detail because your commentary to defend your biased friends, I'm friendly with that word, is even more ridiculous than some of the conspiracy theories. So now Scott Jennings would also parrot the same exact point. Here we go with the messaging.
Like, y'all are cheating. Okay, just accept it. Yeah, let me just finish. You're cheating, and because you politically are not favorable right now, and so this is the only way you would actually win the House is by drawing maps. You literally are taking Memphis, which is a city that with black voters, and you split it in three, stretching 3,000 miles.
Who's the current Democrat congressman there? What is it? A black congressman?
Just because black people are allowed to like people that don't look like them.
Exactly, and that is the point I wanted you to make, because just because you're not going to have a black congressman, why is it that a Republican can't do just as well representing black voters as a Democrat?
Because
why
they
does
aren't
your race,
electing.
Why does your race determine your politics?
It doesn't. No. You're making my point, actually. The assumption is black people. No. The assumption is black people will only elect black people. No, black people are smart enough to elect. No, let me finish. Black people will elect people who will actually represent them, who have their best interests in heart. And what Republicans have done in Tennessee is dismantle the power for black people to have their voice. They did the same thing in Texas because they said they thought Latinos were going to swing for Republicans. There are black people that are represented. I'm black and I got a Republican president right now. Black people don't elect black people based on race. They elect people that are aligned with their beliefs in justice. And Republicans just took that away from them in Tennessee and in other states.
All right. Scott doing what he does, major gaslighting. Okay. Now in Virginia, taking you to Virginia. So in Virginia, the Virginia Supreme Court on Friday blocked a new Democratic drawn congressional map from taking effect. This delivers a major boost for Republicans as they defend their narrow House majority in the midterm elections. This ruling, coupled with GOP map drawing efforts in other states in the last year and the U.S. Supreme Court's recent ruling overturning racial gerrymandering regulations in the Voting Rights Act, means that Republicans will head into the midterms with a clear redistricting advantage. In Virginia, the state Supreme Court concluded that the legislature began its constitutional amendment process too late to be lawful. Quote, this violation irreparably undermines the integrity of the resulting referendum vote and renders it null and void, the court wrote in its order. Now, just a reminder, the Supreme Court somehow, in their wisdom, the majority of the justices decided that it's actually okay to create racist redistricting maps, as long as you didn't intend to do it on purpose, but you still got to a space or a conclusion where the maps unfairly or disproportionately adversely impact Black people. Never has that been the standard. When it comes to public policy, the standard is typically not intent. The standard for civil public policy is impact to the individuals who are adversely affected. That's your standard. Why? Because it's a public policy. Intent be damned. We don't even need to prove intent. We can show disproportionate impact. And that's enough, because these individuals are Americans. These individuals have a right to the ballot. These individuals have
excuse me. The thing about that intent is, what did 4547 do an executive order when it came to civil rights that I showed you a video from the defiant attorney that was very important. What did he remove that you had to prove disparative impact? That was removed. So therefore, unless that means that you cannot show how this law or this action had the same effect over a myriad of different people of the same race. No, it has to be overt. It has to be them saying, nigga, get the fuck out of here. It has to be overt racism. You cannot show them a trend line of how this impact people of a racial class. A disparate impact. That's why that was one of the first things that this president made an executive order about. But see, if you weren't paying attention when this president was doing all of these executive orders that I tried to explain to you, tried to give you presentations about what this meant and how it is going to affect you and how you live your lives. If you weren't paying attention to this, go back and watch my old videos. All of this we have already visited. I just didn't start doing a political commentary yesterday because I wanted to get in on the rub of I wanted to sideline someone else. Someone was getting to, no. I gave this commentary all throughout the voting process, all throughout the election process, all throughout the first months, days, weeks of this presidency, all from before the elections, through the elections, after the elections, to today. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. And I understand how a lot of you simpletons think that I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm a black woman. I'm not trying to prove to you nothing about me. I'm giving you information. I don't give a fuck what you think about me because I think highly of myself. I'm here to give you information, and I'm assisting you on where to find information. I'm not regurgitating what is on for-profit media 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the same one or two stories. No, I'm giving you information that really could impact you and how you live your lives. If you're down with that, you're down with that. If you're not, okay. Next, I don't care. I don't care what you have to say about me. I'm not here to get off topic on your bullshit. I'm here to give information. So let's we see how everything comes all the way back around.
Have a right to representation. These individuals have just as much equal protection as anyone else. Black folk in particular. Put it out. Full mass. This is what Republicans are trying to do. Republicans could gain as many as 14 seats from redrawn maps across 6 states so far, compared with 6 for Democrats from redrawn maps, but there could be significant variation based on the actual election results in those new districts, which are not necessarily easy wins for the party that drew them. What does this mean? This means that voting is important. If it wasn't, they would not go through such extreme measures in order to manipulate your ability to do so. This means that politicians don't want to be picked by the voters. They want to pick the voters because they're just politicians. They're not true leaders. They're not transformative leaders. This also means we have to vote like we have not voted before. And hopefully enough conservatives, Republicans, MAGA, enough of them have seen the light, hopefully, for this not to work. All right, we're going to bring you updates as they come.
Decide not just what is lawful and unlawful. The High Court doesn't only decide what is constitutional and not constitutional. It also
Okay. Here is Mike Elias. This is the attorney who has been showing up to court and winning. The reason why 4547 put him in that long ass tweet telling you that he was going to actually have a army in the polling places. This would be the reason. Okay, something dangerous just shifted for democracy, and Trump allies noticed. Here we go.
I got to be honest with you. The last few weeks have been among the hardest, the most difficult, and the most discouraging for those of us in the pro-democracy movement. Now, let me take off the table what many people are worried about, what a lot of the questions I get are about. No, I don't think Republicans are going to be able to rig the maps to keep power next November. I think Democrats are still well positioned to retake the House. And in fact, I grow more optimistic every single day that they will retake the Senate as well. No, the concern I have is not about what the partisan breakdown of Congress will be after the 2026 midterm elections. It's not even how we're doing in court. I mean, the fact is, outside of a handful of cases involving redistricting, the pro-democracy team is winning in court. I mean, let's be honest, the Department of Justice tried to get access to the most sensitive voter data that the states have more than 6 months ago. And they are right now still 0 for 6 in cases that have been decided, and in no case have they gained access to that data. So it's not that I'm worried about the outcome of the 2026 elections. It's not even that I am worried that Donald Trump is becoming more of an authoritarian. No, what I am concerned about is that the foundation of democracy is on fire. The Republican Party are a coalition of arsonists. And the courts, in particular the US Supreme Court, is sending cultural cues to the broader public that what the Republicans are up to is the new normal in America moving forward. So there's a lot to unpack here, and I'm going to walk through this. The one thing you can do for me right now at the beginning of this video is really simple. You can subscribe to Democracy Docket. It's the news outlet I founded, and frankly, getting it in the hands of more people is more urgent than ever before. So please do me a favor, click on the link in front of you right now or in the description below. If you want to type in the URL yourself, it's democracydocket.com/YouTube. So here is why I am so worried. Supreme Court decisions decide not just what is lawful and unlawful. The High Court doesn't only decide what is constitutional and not constitutional. It also sends cues as to what is right and what is wrong, what is moral.
Dog whistle cues. It normalized the abnormal based upon their wishes to try to be apologists for racism. This is exactly what is going on. Trying to normalize the abnormal. Trying to say that to give Black people equal rights was an overreach and a mistake. And now they are trying to let you know that they are correcting this, what they feel was a mistake in the Civil Rights Acts. This is what these Supreme Court justices are doing, and they are carrying a lot of these dumb whites along with them, victimizing people based upon the policies that this government has allowed to fester and grow in this country, because they have no answer to why you are still poor and broke in the richest country in the world. They have no answers to why they have not created jobs in this alleged richest country in the world, as they have a billionaire, the richest man in the world, living in the United States, ripping the jobs away from people. They have no answer for any of that. So they need you to look at Black people who have no effect on you and how you live your life. They have to fix your attention on undocumented immigrants, but while not fixing your attention on the billionaires that continue and always have continued to hire these undocumented immigrants that come to the United States. So therefore, there's always been an influx of undocumented immigrants that come to the United States, because the billionaires who don't want to pay American living wages or even half living wages, they rather exploit a undocumented immigrant, but they feel no pain. You know, the American billionaire that everybody want to pretend like they are akin to, the American billionaire that has bought this country to the fucking bottom of the barrel, because they want to have personal greed and personal riches. They feel that they don't give a fuck if the bulk of Americans have health insurance, because they don't want to give up tax money, you know, of this money that they could never spend in their lifetime, their children's lifetime, their grandchildren's lifetime. But I'll be damned if I pay enough taxes to make sure that the safety net of the country that I live in, where I grew my wealth, where I exploited the workers to get my wealth, I'll be goddamn if those people get health care.
And what is immoral, what the shape of the field of debate is, what the Overton window of acceptable and unacceptable are. And it's able to do that because the United States is a nation of laws. We are a people that take great pride in the fact that we have the oldest constitution in a functioning democracy today, that we are governed by rules and a constitution that supposedly at least treat all people equal under law. Now that is fraying, and it's getting worse, and you know.
Hold on a minute. James Bender, please hit the like button on your way out. See, what you think that you did, that was cute. Did I say I was out of a job? Did I ever say I was looking for a job? I'm talking about the American condition, and you think that you are insulting me, baby. You're not insulting me, not one bit. While you are talking about me, I notice you can't talk about the real topic at hand. You cannot talk about the corporate welfare that these billionaires are getting and keeping it for themselves. I see you can't talk about that, bitch. I've never said anything about me out of a job, looking for a job. I've worked all my entire life. See, you can save those taps on your finger and to talk to someone that actually give a fuck about your dumb shit. I vote the latter on your stupid ass as well. Goodbye. Okay. Let's continue, shall we? Republicans are carving up black neighborhoods, so their votes are split between different districts, so their votes are basically filtered out into a Republican majority district. It should be a crime. Well, your Supreme Court said, hey, it used to be a crime until your Supreme Court said that under a, you got to go back. I talked about this. It was a crime. That's why Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was enacted. It was a crime, and they know it is a crime. Hey, Sabar, I was wondering where you've been. It is good to see you. Okay, let's continue.
That, and I know that, and Donald Trump is to blame for a lot of that. But like I said, he's not doing it alone. He's doing it because he's got a Republican Party that at every step of the way is cheering him on, both because they are his sycophants, but also because it is the only way in the face of his rising unpopularity that they think they.
Okay. I see someone has already answered this question. I don't see how understand how it disenfranchised Black voters. Are they not allowed to vote? Are they forced to vote for a specific person? Okay, I think you need to further educate yourself because what good is your vote if you are not allowed to vote? A candidate is not allowed to run in your district that actually speaks to the needs of you and your district. So if we have, let me give you an example. One last time, what cracking a district is. If we have a area where Black people live, congregate, shop, go to entertainment, they live amongst themselves, because that is how. Let's not pretend like America, the United States of America, is still not segregated by choice or by happenstance. Let's not pretend like you guys, everybody in this chat who want to pretend like you don't understand something, like you don't know where the Black area in your city is. So if all of these people have the same interests, they live under the same rules, they live under the same lack of or too much of or too much crime, lack of health facilities. Let's say that these people who live in this district have somebody that comes up and say, hey, vote for me and I will change this district, because this is a distinct district that has been mapped out, and therefore nobody wants to talk to the district that have certain things going on to it. No one, because usually you have to live in the district that you are running in. So can you tell me what person is coming out of their lily white district to live in Black districts to represent the Black needs? How can you represent a district that you're not familiar with the needs that these districts have are foreign to you? You have no lived experience in anything that this district needs. So do you understand now? So let's take this district. Let's say this district, we're going to make the math easy. That this district has 100 people. And so they don't want these 100 people to be able to have representation for their district. What is representation? Someone that lives in their district, someone, what was Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act made sure that Black people had representation. That is what it was. Why? Because so many times there was no one who represented what the Black people need across the whole United States of America, to the extent that they had to carve out a civil right, voting right act to make sure that these voters who were disenfranchised by poll taxes and all of this other, and the Klan and all of this Jim Crow, had been disenfranchised from voting, so they had no voice in how they lived. To give these different disenfranchised voters a representative that really represented them. That's why they carved out that in the Voting Rights Act. So now this Supreme Court is pretending like, oh, well, there's no more problem anymore. We don't need the Voting Rights Act anymore. Oh, everything's fine. So let's just get rid of the Voting Rights Act. So and not only did they just say, let's just get rid of the Voting Rights Act, they then allow these states to go in and gerrymander, cut up a district that has majority Black voters and have been represented by happens to be Black representatives, the representatives of their choice, the representatives that went in and addressed their needs of that Black district. So now we have 100 voters, let's say, to keep it easy. Now they're going to allow the maps to be redrawn to break up the power in this 100 voters. To if you add, let's say, if you add some Kool-Aid, a half a cup of Kool-Aid to a half a cup of water, it is going to be diluted by 50%. If you dilute a quarter of cup of Kool-Aid to a full cup of water, it's going to be diluted a whole lot more. If you add 1 drop of Kool-Aid to a glass of water, it is basically totally diluted. That there is nothing of the Kool-Aid that is available that you can render, that you can identify in a glass of water. This is what they're doing to the vote. So they take that one district with 100 votes, and they have a district next door all around that one black district. Say they have 10 districts that border that one black district with 100 votes. And let's say that they take that district and they cut it up in tens. Let's say, each of those now non-black districts, they get 10 voters that they represent from this former black district, and then another district that didn't represent black voters gets another 10, and all the way around to separate these 100 voters. So these 10 voters are in a new district that has 1,000 non-black voters. So what needs do you think that their representation is going to give to these black voters? What things that these black voters need? Now, these black voters haven't moved. They still live in the same communities that they've always lived in. They still live under the same conditions they've always lived in. So what do you think, what impact do you think that these 10 voters are now going to have to go to their representative and tell them, hey, we need this, we need that? Their representative is going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. We have that way over here on the other side of the town. You know, the side of the town that you don't live on. I don't even understand what you're saying. We can't do that just for you 10 voters. No, that wouldn't make sense for us to rally behind and put our representation behind something that only represents you 10 people when we got a whole other 1,000 people that we have to consider. That's what it means. That's called cracking a district. I don't understand how you can't understand this. Okay, let's go on.
You can hold power. So why do I bring this to the Supreme Court? Well, because in a country that prides itself on the rule of law, in a country that takes its cues from the legal decisions that come out of the Supreme Court as to what is acceptable and unacceptable, those opinions can take on lives of their own. So I would argue, for example, that without Plessy versus Ferguson, separate but equal, you never have the cultural acceptance of the Jim Crow South. Sure, Plessy versus Ferguson was a terrible decision. It was one of the most abominable decisions in our nation history. It is a stain and a black mark that will never be erased. But if it had just been a court case, there could still have been social disapproval of what became Jim Crow. But instead, because the Supreme Court had ruled the way they did in Plessy versus Ferguson, it gave a permission structure to the adherents of the lost cause, the former defeated armies of the Confederacy, to act as if they were the moral ones. They were the righteous ones. That what they were advocating, what they were implementing in the horrors of Jim Crow was consistent with the rule of law. I'll give you another example. You know, Donald Trump instigated a violent insurrection on January 6th, 2021. And in the days after that, he was held in pretty low esteem. He was actually persona non grata, even within the Republican Party. You've all seen those videos at the time of prominent Republicans denouncing Donald Trump, and now they act like they never did it or they don't remember it. But that's because at that time, what Donald Trump had done was viewed outside of the bounds of acceptable behavior because he had instigated this violent insurrection. He had probably broken the law, the thought was, and he would pay the penalty for it. When the Supreme Court granted him immunity, it didn't just shut down Jack Smith's criminal investigation. It didn't just mean that he could escape without any legal consequences. No, what it did is it built a permission structure for his supporters, for others in the Republican Party who are not sure they were his supporters, and for mainstream organizations, corporate America, legacy media, you know who I'm talking about, to treat Donald Trump as if his role in that January 6th insurrection was acceptable. It was normal. It was not out of the bounds of what we expect from our elected leaders. Now, obviously, you don't agree with that, and I don't agree with that, and I think that Supreme Court decision was wrong. And even if that Supreme Court decision was right, it still doesn't justify what he did. But we have to be honest. When the Supreme Court says that something is okay and constitutional and legal, or illegal and unconstitutional, it carries with it that cultural baggage. I'll give you one more example. The Supreme Court decision in Citizens United. Technically, all the Supreme Court said was that corporations can make independent expenditures. Individuals had had the constitutional right to make those same expenditures all the way back from 1976, but they weren't making them, or at least they weren't making them in large sums, and not many individuals were doing it. What Citizens United did was not just decide a legal principle, it set a cultural norm. It created, again, a permission structure for wealthy people to put endless amounts of money into the political system. And that had itself a catapulting effect forward in loosening up and ultimately leading to the campaign finance system that we have today, which is frankly barely a system at all. Now, the defenders of Citizens United would say, the opinion didn't do any of that, but I'm here to tell you that the opinion did all of that, not as a legal matter, but as a cultural matter, in the same way that Plessy versus Ferguson decided a legal case, but it also set in motion decades of horrific discrimination and death in the Jim Crow South. And so part of why the last few days and weeks have been so hard, and I think this is probably what many of you are feeling as well, but you may not have been able to articulate, is not that the Calais decision, the Supreme Court case involving the Louisiana redistricting map, it is not that that decision in and of itself is the only problem. Yeah, it's a terrible decision. I've already said that it and the procedural case that followed it immediately after are probably the worst Supreme Court cases of my lifetime. But the problem with them is compounded much further by the cultural effects that those decisions are already having. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's start with the day after the opinion comes out, right? The narrow holding of the opinion was that the Voting Rights Act is constitutional, that race can be used to draw districts under certain circumstances. That's what Sam Alito wrote in his opinion. Now, I thought it was disingenuous. I said that. I thought it was cynical. I said that. I thought it was an effort to mislead and to obfuscate what they were really doing, which was gutting the Voting Rights Act, and I stand by that today. The Supreme Court decision did not say that every district in the country in which Black voters or minority voters express power to elect their candidates of choice, that they are constitutionally suspect. It did not say that every Black elected member of Congress should now be viewed askance, that the Department of Justice, that Republican Party operatives should be targeting them as if somehow they were illegitimately elected. The Supreme Court didn't say that. Just as the Supreme Court in Plessy versus Ferguson didn't construct the Jim Crow South that came after it for 6 decades. Just like the Supreme Court in Citizens United didn't start super PACs by name and didn't say that wealthy individuals should give money. No, what the Supreme Court did in Calais is the same thing it did in those other cases. It gave a permission structure to those people who want to destroy democratic norms, democratic institutions, and take a sledgehammer to free and fair elections. So let me give you.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave it there. There is a lot more in this video. I just wanted you to clearly understand from a viewpoint of a practicing attorney that is fighting profusely in these cases. Go over there and go over there and support the democracy docket. The link is in my description box. Let me be sure it is in my description box because this man and his organization is actually in the courtroom fighting for these cases. So let me show you some of the things that happens that people try to ignore that actually affect you and how you live your life.
What the Supreme Court did in
when the Supreme Court does the sorts of things that they do, they said that race can know that since the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act says that race cannot be a consideration, which means that you cannot consider race as a reason why you are disenfranchising people. So therefore, we're going to put a protection for the disenfranchised people. So the Supreme Court tried to pretend like, oh, well, since race can't be a factor, we're going to re-gerrymander these maps. And let's see the results of this bullshit that they're trying to pull over your eyes.
Good morning. It's Sunday, May 10th.
As if we didn't know that Black people were not getting representations when and if they were even allowed to vote in the South. So this Make America Great Again is to bring back Jim Crow again. And I want you to listen. Now, since they said that, oh, well, we're going to redraw the maps because they said that they wanted to draw the maps and get a second seat. The Democrats wanted to get a second seat. It was based on race because there are not two Black districts. So now when they take it to this Supreme Court, who are trying to play like they don't understand what Section 2 of the Voting Rights is to protect and whom it is to protect. Now they all of a sudden say, well, you guys said something about race. You can't do that in Section 2, which is to support your race of people, because your race of people were getting fucked over about our race of people. But goddamn, you said race. You said race. So you can no longer have that protection of the voting, Section 2 of the Voting Rights. So now everybody got the dog whistle as they are redrawing their maps. They're making sure that they say nothing about race. Or why are they redrawing the maps in Tennessee? Oh no! Why are they splitting up Memphis to crack Memphis and add the people who vote in Memphis into all of these larger districts of white voters where their vote will be diluted? It's not because of race. Is Memphis all Black? You mean to tell me they got Black folks? I ain't know nothing about it. I did not know they was Black folks in Memphis. This is what the Tennessee legislator is out here actually saying out loud. You ain't got to be from Memphis. You don't have to be from Memphis to know that Memphis is a predominantly Black city. But to sit up here and to actually see these people lie and say that they didn't know and they don't have any information on the demographic of if Memphis is a predominantly Black city. Let you see it for yourself. This is going to be in my description box as well. It is under Election Army as well. Mark Elias video, the last video I played, is under Election Army. Why is this about an election army? Because we are under attack. So let me share this with you.
Antonia Hilton in for my friend Ali Velshi. 1 week after the U.S. Supreme Court effectively gutted the Voting Rights Act, Tennessee on Thursday became the first state to pass new congressional maps, dismantling the state's only majority black congressional district in the Memphis area. To do it, state Republicans first had to repeal a 56-year-old law prohibiting mid-cycle redistricting, allowing them to adopt the new maps 4 years before the next mandated census, effectively bypassing the traditional 10-year waiting period. On Wednesday, Republicans unveiled the new maps. Memphis, which previously was in Tennessee's 9th congressional district, which you can see on the left, has been carved into 3 districts, a community more than 60% black has been sliced and stretched into surrounding white rural counties, each designed to elect a Republican. Martin Luther King III sent a letter to Tennessee lawmakers imploring them not to pass these maps. This decision undermines the work that my father, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., carried out to help secure passage of the Voting Rights Act. Do not dismantle the only congressional district that provides black voters in Memphis a fair opportunity to have a voice in our democracy. Do not take this nation back to the days of Jim Crow, he said. On Thursday, the legislature passed the maps anyway. What happened next looked a lot less like a regular legislative session, more like a civil rights turning point, the stuff of our history books. As the final vote approached, Democratic senators linked arms on the floor, a flashback to the marchers who came before them. Hundreds of protesters flooded the state capitol, marching through its halls, carrying signs. Senator Charlene Oliver stood up on a table and held up a white sheet reading, "No Jim Crow 2.0, stop the Tennessee steal." Security tore it from her hands. Oliver clapped and stomped in protest. Republican lawmakers laughed. Representative Jones later joined protesters outside and burned a paper printout of the Confederate flag. This in the state where the Ku Klux Klan was born. Governor Bill Lee approved the maps the same day. State Republican leaders called it an effort to modernize redistricting by removing racial data from consideration. Democratic State Senator London Lamar, who represents Memphis, wasn't buying it.
You cannot take a majority black city, fracture its voting power, and then tell us race has nothing to do with it. Racism does not become less racist because it's called partisan.
The gravity of this moment cannot be understood without knowing history. If you want to understand today's fight for American democracy, Tennessee is ground zero, where the story of American democracy keeps being rewritten in blood, in law, and in protest. It was back in 1865 when the Ku Klux Klan was founded in a law office out of Pulaski, Tennessee. In 1884, Ida B. Wells, renowned black journalist and activist, was forcibly removed from a train in Shelby County for refusing to give up her seat to a white passenger, some 71 years before Rosa Parks would, of course, do the same thing. Wells' act of defiance spurred a lifetime of activism, including the creation of the NAACP, where she was a founding member, the same organization now challenging the state's redistricting maps more than a century later. Then there is the famed Beale Street in Memphis, where the blues found its voice and where Black Tennesseans built a major hub of socioeconomic power in the Jim Crow South, a testament to Black resilience in the face of a system designed to crush it. In 1940, a local NAACP chapter began registering Black voters in Brownsville and was met with fierce violence. Organizer Albert Williams was lynched. A young Thurgood Marshall, who would later become the first Black Supreme Court justice, investigated the case. The same court he would one day sit on is now dismantling what he spent his lifetime building. In 1960, Black college students in Nashville sat down at a lunch counter and refused to move. They were beaten, dragged out, and arrested, and still they came back the next day. Within weeks, those sit-ins spread across the South, sparking a movement that would genuinely transform this country. In 1968, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis, cutting short a life that would forever reshape the moral arc of our nation. The struggle for America's soul has always run through Tennessee. This week, we watched the next chapter of that battle unfold. The NAACP on Thursday filed an emergency lawsuit seeking to block the new maps, arguing the effort to dismantle the state's only majority Black district was both racist and illegal. During Wednesday's special session on congressional redistricting, State Representative Jesse Chisholm posted a simple question to the body's majority leader, William Lamberth.
I'm just going to ask some really simple questions. So, Memphis is a predominantly African-American city, right? Is that correct?
Leader Lambert. I'm not privy to those demographics. I don't know.
Let me stay on the same pathway. The 9th Congressional District. That is the only majority Black congressional district in the state of Tennessee. I'm just asking the question. Do you find it to be true?
Leader Lambert, you recognize. Sir, I'm not privy to those demographic information. I've not looked that up in any way, shape, form, or fashion when filing this particular bill.
Yeah, seems a little far-fetched. Aside from the fact that the district is overwhelmingly Black to the naked eye, as you can see here, the data is publicly available. William Lamberth has served as majority leader in the Tennessee House for 7 years. He's been a member for 12. It says a great deal that the longtime majority leader who spearheaded the effort to carve up the state's only Black majority district appears blissfully unaware of its makeup. Now hold that next to what happened in Virginia this week, where voters spent months hearing about new district maps, where they went to the polls and cast their votes on those maps, and where the state's Supreme Court has now thrown those results out. Think about what we're being asked to accept here. In Virginia, a process with public deliberation of vote Democratic participation rendered invalid. In Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, states where primaries have been canceled, 40,000 votes dismissed, and maps redrawn within days by a supermajority, handed a permission slip by a Supreme Court that just resurrected Jim Crow. And we're told that's all just politics as usual. It's hard to make sense of those two realities coexisting in a democracy. The Atlantic's Ann Applebaum reminds us that Tennessee Republicans, upon gaining total control of the legislature, did not become more magnanimous. They became more aggrieved, more radical. Writing in 2023, she notes, quote, "They are going to win the next election and probably the one after that, yet they sound as if winning isn't enough. They also want their opponents to fall silent, and they are doing what they can to make that happen. There's a reason the nation's ghosts keep finding their way back to the Great Smoky Mountains, forcing us to relearn old lessons." The lunch counter protesters understood something, that the powerful have always tried to make people forget. That democracy is not self-executing. It requires people who refuse to be silenced and refuse to move. And Democratic State Representative Justin Jones of Tennessee joins me now. Representative Jones, it's good to see you this morning. I know that it's been a very heavy week for you and the entire Black community in Tennessee.
Okay, that link is in my description box. I just wanted you to hear the foolishness that came from that Tennessee Speaker of the House trying to feign ignorance. Well, he is ignorant, but he's trying to feign ignorance about the demographic of Memphis. So I wanted to share that with you. Here's what your president had to say about what about the Black voters and how they are expected to, how the Black voters are expected to deal with the new Supreme Court ruling. Let me share this with you. Let me show you what this your president had to say when asked about this ruling. Here we go.
For voters who are confused about the changing maps, the changing dates, as the African Americans concerned that this is going to draw Black members of Congress off the map, what do you say?
Well, I think it's been a wonderful process. They've been the Democrats, or as I call the Democrats, because they are dumb in so many ways. They've redistricted for years, and now we took our shot, and it looks like we're going to pick up a lot of seats, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We want voters to have their choice. We want fair voting. We want fair elections. The Democrats have been cheating on elections for many years, and all we're doing is winning.
The voters who are confused about the changing maps, the changing dates, and the African Americans concerned that this is going to draw black members of Congress off the map, what do you say?
Well, I think it's been a wonderful process. They've been, the Democrats, or as I call the Democrats, because they are dumb in so many ways. They've redistricted for years, and now we took our shot, and it looks like we're going to pick up a lot of seats, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We want.
Let's be clear. This is the person that started all of this redistricting. Upon his request, because he knows that he's an abject failure in his this term, this is the president that requests from Texas that they change their map so he could pick up, I think, 4 or 5 seats in Texas. And the audacity for the Democrats to do it. Let's be real clear. The Democrats were the one who put up a resolution that there would be no gerrymandering in any district. But the Republicans refused to sign that bill. Are they telling you that? The Democrats wanted to have no redistricting in any district, including their own. But the Republican found that as handy. Now, is it strange to you that it is so bad when the Democrats do it? It is something that the Democrats should not be doing, when in fact this was started by the Republican Party. Let's be real clear. Texas was not scheduled, or any Texas or Tennessee was not scheduled to redistrict until after their census. What is so hard to understand about that? But yet they're doing it. But Virginia, oh no, they put it to the vote of the people, and you have a judge just stripping away, nullifying their votes on something that was presented to them. Oh no, you can't do this because you didn't do it in the right way, and you didn't follow the rules that says that you cannot redistrict after a certain period of time, and you have to give X amount of times between election and all of this. But knowing all of this was in their charter is why they took it to the voters to decide. You know, it's not like they just unilaterally decided, no, this is what we're going to do. So you actually have a Republican judge that nullified the votes of the people. But it's everything anyway that the Democrats find to do it. It's always okay. Let's go to this. Let me share this with you. My goodness.
Congressional map yesterday dividing up the state's lone majority black district. The redrawn district lines put Republicans in position to gain a seat in this fall's midterm elections and to secure full control over Tennessee's congressional delegation. Tennessee now becomes the 9th state to enact a new congressional map ahead of the midterms. Republicans could pick up as many as 14 seats as a result of the changes, compared with 10 for Democrats, though several maps still face litigation. Tennessee lawmakers passed a new congressional map yesterday, dividing up the state's lone majority black district. The redrawn
the 9th states to do this. I don't know what's taking the Democrats so long, and we're thinking about it. That's something we may do. Let's see. That's why we are put in an unfortunate situation by Democrats who are always dragging their feet instead of doing what they see their opposition continue and continue and continue to do. So that is what I wanted to share with you. Let me see. There's a couple of more things. Let me see what else did I want to. I definitely want to share this Talarico video with you. Let's talk about this is the last video on the Trump army. You guys know I'm a big fan of Kyle Kalinske. Let's see what Kyle Kalinske has to say about this army that Trump is putting out to make sure the votings are safe. We've already reported on this extensively. So let's hear another viewpoint, or it could be a similar viewpoint, but let's hear it anyway.
Everybody's having a great day on this lovely Tuesday out loud, as if nobody's paying attention or will do it. In a shocking admission, it's just crazy he says this stuff out loud as if nobody's paying attention or will do anything to try to counteract it. So we'll talk about that. We also have the regime going mask off on what they call left-wing extremists in leaked documents. Wait until you see what they have planned for dissidents of the regime. This all ties into what we've discussed many times. NSPM 7 is this disturbing approach that the regime is doing, where instead of having an enemy that we focus all of our resources against, like back in the day, for example, it was the Soviet Union, then it became...
And if anybody been on my channel, you know I've talked about the NSPM 7 this week. I believe it was on Monday. I talked about the counterterrorism thing that they put together from Sebastian Gorka, who is over counterterrorism in the United States, a way to deem American citizens as enemy, domestic terrorists.
So we have all that and more. You guys know the drill, man. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon. Support the show on Patreon. Tip with that thanks button on YouTube. Go sign up for Christmas.
So if you haven't heard me talk about this, I talked about the NSPM 7 ad nauseum. I've talked about this new counterterrorism thing. I got these stories from a Substack, Ken Klippenstein, always with receipts. If you have not heard these stories, go back up to Monday. Go back in a lot of my things. Go back up to my video where I have an American and an Iranian jet as the thumbnail way back in March, telling you via Ken Klippenstein's reporting that it appeared that Israel and the United States were going to strike Iran. That was way back in March of last year, and in June of last year, true to point that Ken Klippenstein reported, Israel and the United States struck Iran. Ken Klippenstein, the thing that I love about his reporting is it always comes with receipts. He always have a verifiable receipts memo with the White House on the White House paper, always with the heading from the White House. All of these things that are easily I guess they're easily verified because no one has come to him, sued him, threatened a lawsuit to him. He has receipts. So go check Ken Klippenstein out. I'll drop the link to his Substack in the description box. Let's hear this.
Kyle and friends, we have Ashley St. Clair coming on this week, and she's going to spill all the tea on MAGA, so you don't want to miss that. Again, sign up below. And go sub to Corin's World so you can see the live Kyle and Corin episodes that we do every Monday night. You can come hang out with us over there, and we take super chats and we shoot the shit. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in. So Donald Trump, in the midst of one of his lie social posting meltdowns, he accidentally said the quiet part out loud. Has a history of doing exactly this when he's, on the upswing after he pops his Adderall or whatever other drugs he's taking, when he's watching Fox News late at night, or when he's taking a shit at 3 o'clock in the morning. He'll whip out that phone and fire off some deranged, psychotic, schizophrenic ass posts. And yet again, here he is saying the quiet part out loud. So he said, Palestinian Chuck Schumer is hiring Eric Holder, famous for handing guns to Mexican cartels under the Barack Hussein Obama administration, as part of a Democrat-led election integrity group that will no doubt try to suppress Republican voters and interfere in our elections. Furthermore, Mark Elias, a terrible lawyer with a horrible track record, is also involved. This is the same disgusting individual who was responsible for the fake Russia dossier from a foreign nation to meddle in the 2016 election, which I won in historic fashion. He literally lost the popular vote by 3 million votes. The Democrats are totally unhinged, and we will not allow them to threaten the integrity of our elections. Let me just pause to point out what he's referring to here is that Democrats are having to desperately scramble and get together a sort of legal organization to fight back against Trump's inevitable decision to attempt to rig 2026 and 2028. What Trump is saying here is massive psychological projection, where he says they're going to try to suppress Republican votes. No, motherfucker, you're trying to suppress Democratic votes, and you admit that half the time you open your fucking mouth. All right, more. He says, during my historic election in 2024, when I won every single swing state and decisively won both the electoral and popular votes by wide margins, the Republicans had an election integrity army in every single state to preserve the sanctity of each legal vote. We will be doing the same again in 2026, but it will be much bigger and stronger. All Americans should have their voices be heard by casting a vote. Be assured this election will be fair, President Donald J. Trump. So he said, we had an army in 2024. I'm going to send the army again, a much bigger, stronger army in 2026. The President of the United States saying he's going to send an election integrity army. That should terrify you to your core, because you know how these people function. I know how these people function. Voting while brown is basically a crime to them. Okay? And hey, that's not me saying it. Look at what the Supreme Court just did. Look at how they just decided, yeah, we could roll back Voting Rights Act protections. Who gives a shit? And then literally instantly, all of the southern states go, awesome, let's disenfranchise all the black voters. It's all happening right in front of our eyes. So now add it to the list. And we've dealt with this time and time again. But we already know that Trump signed an executive order to turn voting machines over to DOGE. This was when Elon Musk was still in the government, and he was cutting pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels and taking a wrecking ball to everything good about this system. He was going to have Elon run the elections. Then we learned he's trying to ban mail-in voting. He signed mail-in voting. He signed an executive order to ban mail-in voting. Then we learned they're stealing voter roll data, and they're doing ballot purging and ballot spoiling. So they're forcing each individual state to turn over the voting data for their respective states, and then they're purging whoever the fuck they want to purge based on whatever criteria or non-criteria they come up with. Okay? Then don't even get me started on the rest. They floated the idea of sending the National Guard or ICE to seize the ballots on Election Day. You already know what they did in Arizona, what they did in Fulton County, Georgia, where they basically did a dry run to steal the election, where they sent Tulsi Gabbard to basically seize old ballots. Trump's been out there saying that, Iran interfered in the election. He posted that the day he started the illegal war of aggression against Iran. He posted that Iran interfered in the 2020 election. Never mind the fact that we know, based on reporting, the Trump regime is trying to get Maduro to say that he helped steal the election for Biden, and then Trump will go easy on Maduro if he helps him with that narrative, because that'll provide a pretext and a justification for Trump to crack down even more on this next election. So I hope everybody is awake. I hope they realize what's going on here, okay? You saw what was happening with the Save America Act, another just open attempt to suppress Democratic votes. So don't say your vote doesn't matter.
If you got here late, I've talked about all of this. I just wanted to give you a different perspective on the same topic. I know a lot of people can't believe what a black woman says when the black woman is the most educated, highly educated person in the whole United States. But some people like to believe that black women have low IQs because their dear leader says it, and they don't have any rational skills to critically think for themselves. But this is why I dropped the link in all the videos that I share with you. Wake up, people. Please wake up, people.
because they're certainly motherfucking acting like it does, right? Don't say your vote doesn't matter. They're very, very clear that shit does, which is why they're panicking, which is why they're losing their minds. And the fact of the matter is, they know without the help of the Supreme Court, without the help of Trump's rigging, without the ballot spoiling and the ballot purging and the return of the Jim Crow rules, they know they would get blown the fuck out. They understand it would be a blue tsunami, the likes of which we haven't seen since FDR. And so that's why he's out there saying all these things. And again, what's amazing to me is he just admits it out loud and then like nobody talks about it. He just says it. He just says like, yeah, I'm going to send an army to the polls during the midterms. Nobody says anything. Nobody cares. Nobody talks about it. It's in the midst of, a 7.
Because they know that it's not going to affect them. They know that it's going to possibly affect Black people. That's why no one's saying anything about it. Hey, another target on the Black person's back. First, they're all thugs and criminals and this, that, and the other. And even if they are upstanding, law-abiding citizens out here trying to vote for their representation in this country, they are more dastardly than the criminal Negro. Okay. So Kyle Kalinski's link is in my description box as well. It is also under the title of Election Army. What's a whole lot of information about this election army that I have dropped for you here. I hope you use it to your advantage. There is something else that I really wanted to talk to you guys about as well. Let me find that. Now, I saw a little post from Sabby Sab about allegedly there is a nuclear submarine on its way to Iran. So there's that. Let me see. Fulton County strikes back.
The Justice Department just subpoenaed the names, addresses, and contact information of thousands of Fulton County, Georgia election workers, poll workers, volunteers, even bus drivers for an election that happened 5.5 years ago, for which there's no evidence of wrongdoing, certainly not by these.
Once again, trying to set precedents. So if they can say that they found something happened illegally in the 2020 elections, and here we are in 2026, they will make up an excuse why they are implementing some draconian rule.
These people.
You notice,
call it whatever you want to call it.
You notice he don't talk about the SAVE Act anymore, since it has been basically DOA, dead on arrival, because even the Republicans weren't putting this in. So now the SAVE Act would have affected all voters. So the Republicans are like, oh no, not our voters, not our people. You need to target those others. It's okay. It's okay when others are targeted, but no, not us, not us, palm-colored people. Oh no, that is a bridge too far. But you can beat them and bloody them up in the streets. Those other people, they are the problem. So. They are in Fulton County trying to set a precedent about some type of voting fraud.
But it really looks like what they're doing is making a list, probably for purposes of intimidation. We're going to talk about this, and we're going to talk about the problems with doing things like this. We're also going to talk about why Trump is probably doing this. I'm Sean Kernigan. I'm joined by my law partner and co-host Brian Kabatek on another installment of Civil Action on the Legal AF Network. If you're coming back to us and have watched this before, thanks for tuning in. If it's your first time, welcome. Remember, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already so you can keep up to date with us and coverage.
In Fulton County, which is where Atlanta is located, which is the most populous county in Atlanta and the most left-leaning county in Georgia, rather.
And most black county in Georgia.
Issued a subpoena asking for the names, addresses, personal telephone numbers, and other information for every single person who worked in that county on the 2020 election, including the volunteers. These are the people that show up on the.
Yeah, and when you make those phone calls, make sure you give Ruby Moss, Ruby Moss and Shay Freeman a phone call and let them know when to expect the rest of that judgment from Rudy Giuliani. Last I heard, he was on his deathbed or something to that. When are they going to pay Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss for all of the lies that they told about them when they were election workers in 2020? Let's hope everybody. Let's hope everybody get a piece of this government, since they want all of their names, address information for volunteers, for people who drove all of these buses. You say you think they're going to harass them too? Let's hope they take them to court, like Ruby Freeman did, and asked Rudy Giuliani plays poor mouth, and I can't afford to do this, I can't afford to do that, as they put his motherfucking New York City penthouse on the market. But they won't allow me to sell my condo in Florida. No, motherfucker, that's a lie. They will allow you. This is a judgment against you for money that you've lost. They still haven't received all of their payment from Rudy Giuliani, who all of a sudden went from remember 9/11 mayor, so grandiose, Trump's buddy, flying all over the world to Ukraine and all of this to try to set Zelensky up to tell a lie about the perfect phone call. Now, a poor Rudy Giuliani is poor and destitute. What are you doing in Georgia? Are you making some more Georgians rich again?
Day of the election, early in the morning, set up the polling booths, get the ballots, put them in their ballot boxes, the information for every single one of them. So let's spend some time unpacking this in a couple different directions. First of all, Sean, let's talk about this whole grand jury issue, which is apparently a new tactic of the Justice Department and the Trump administration to blame the grand jury.
Yeah, that's true. This is a grand jury subpoena. So what they do is they prepare their request for these things and they put it in front of a group of jurors, and the threshold is very low. And they say, "Is it okay if we go ask for this stuff?" And then those grand jurors say yes, because they're explaining that the standard is very, very, very low. And you know the saying, we've said it before, and others have said it, that a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich. That's because the standard is very low, despite the fact that the Trump administration has even screwed that up a couple of times. But over here, they did issue this subpoena, and the talking point of the MAGA world is that, well, the administration didn't ask for this stuff. The grand jury subpoenaed it. The grand jury is indicting so and so. The grand jury is doing this.
Which is exactly what Todd Blanche did on Sunday morning talk shows. Is he went on and he said, "We didn't indict James Comey. The grand jury did." And believe me, I've done this for a long time. There's no judge in a grand jury room. There's no opposition. There's no defense lawyer. There's nobody like that. They just get there and they say whatever they want. And then the grand jury goes, oh, okay.
Here it is. Okay.
Yeah, here it is.
Where do we sign?
There is no evidence that anyone could present to a grand jury that there was election fraud in Fulton County. Okay.
Period. Yeah. There is none. And by the way, the FBI already raided the Georgia office where the ballot materials were kept earlier this year. I believe
they have them now. They have all the ballots, right?
They have that. Yeah, they have that. No word on what they found in there. I mean, look, spoiler alert, this is an intimidation tactic. That's why they're doing it. They're not necessarily doing it because there's anything there. They're just doing it in order to be able to get their way to sort of modify how the midterms are. So
right. It's intimidation. It's intimidation, Sean. Like you said, that's the second point I wanted to bring up is
they're doing it to enable to have some draconian laws and rules in the largest black county in Georgia, a state that they want to win badly, that they have been losing badly in. So this is why they are doing this in Georgia. This is, you notice they have not said anything that they have found untoward, but they are still will have a whole lot of draconian rules set up for and a whole lot of, we need extra of our voting army to be in Fulton County, Georgia, because this is where a lot of Negroes vote at. Let's be real clear. This is what this is about. It's not just about intimidation. It's about intimidation of Black voters. This is about the Jim Crow-ism. This is what it's about. Let's be real clear. This is about, not about voters. This is about Black voters.
The reasons they're doing this is they don't want, they want people, and they want people to be afraid about voting, and they want them to be worried about it. And it's a whole part and parcel of a bigger scam that's going on here, which is to disenfranchise left-leaning voters.
Yeah. I mean, that's all it is. It's to justify whatever changes they're going to do or whatever weird crap they're planning on doing with the midterms. Trump's already talked about things and, you know, using troops, potentially calling off the election. He hasn't ruled that out either. I mean, it's kind of terrifying stuff, but he hasn't ruled that out. That
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but you could definitely see Trump coming out and saying, "Oh, the war in Iraq, in Iran is going, you know, in such a direction that we're very concerned about public safety, and we're not going to have people go to the polling booths on election day. So, you know, we're just going to have to postpone the election until the security is better." I mean, it's going to be patently illegal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I want to talk about a couple of legal issues here, by the way.
And why do you think that, Luke, they are allowing your census to saute in the fact that Louisiana canceled their election for no good reason other than to redraw their maps so they can extinguish Black districts in their whole entire state? Why do you think they're trying to normalize stopping election under some bullshit emergency clause? They did it in Louisiana just to redraw the maps. Do you think that all of these things, all of these safeguards that Trump has put up in advance, that many of you, strangely enough, are even unaware of to this day? But let's be sure, he have all of these safeguards to steal the midterm election up and into calling martial law in this in the United States. So let's be real clear. He has all of his ducks in a row. It's just the decision to figure out which trigger he's going to pull to steal the midterm elections. This link is in my description box. I just wanted you guys to know about this. Legal AF, they are give great commentary, and additionally, they are attorneys. Now, let's see what Trump. Let's see Trump on his way to China, and he says he don't give a fuck about what you and you are going through in the United States. Did you guys know about this? Trump said he gives zero shits about your financial situation during the Iran talks. I don't think about it. I don't care. That's what your president says. This will be in my description box as well about Trump don't care about you. That will be it will be under Trump doesn't care about you.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
Did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far including whether our stock market, which by the way is at an all-time high, but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
What about the pressure on Americans and prices right now?
Every American understands.
Americans, how they're feeling about
every American. Are you listening to me?
Every American understands. Except, you know, if the price, if the stock market goes down a little bit, he gets the baby voice when he's talking about the stock market. But he doesn't have the baby voice when he's talking about everyday American, as if every American in the country has any stocks to go to the stock market with. So when he's talking about people who may have extra money to have 401ks or you know, are in the stock market, he wants to put the baby voice on. But for the rest of you, I don't think about it. Well, what about the cost of everything that's gone up? What about are you listening? I don't think about it. This is your president saying that he has no care about what costs he has caused you in his administration and his poor decision making. Let's be real clear.
American understands, and they just had a poll, like 85%, which is surprising.
Every American understand, and they just had a poll, like 85%, which is surprising. Yeah, it is surprising that you decided to say that you polled well, 85 with 85% of the public in anything when all of your poll data has you in negative underwater polling results percentages. They just did a poll and like 85% what they just did a poll and like 85%, yeah, which is surprising. 85% what?
I think it's only that they understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
They understand that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Now, you see the spin that this motherfucker put on the question. What about the Americans and the prices that they having to pay? They can understand that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, but they could also at the same time understand that you have not even tried to prove that Iran was trying to get a nuclear weapon. As you spend our blood and treasure in a war, a ill thought out, perpetrated war. Nothing, not perpetrated. A ill thought out, performing war. Are we clear on that? Yeah, we're clear on that. You can't even believe it. 85% on Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That has nothing to do with the cost of what would I say? The cost of tea in China. In China. Let's hear this again. Let me make you sure of what this person who feels like he have put all of his ducks in a row and he don't give a fuck who you vote for. The Republicans will be winning in the midterm. So he can sit his stupid ass out here on his way to China with a whole lot of CEOs. He has a whole lot of CEOs going to China with him. One of whom is Elon Musk. Elon Musk, who has a big contract with who? China, to build his batteries for his EVs. Elon Musk is on Air Force One. You know, the guy who he fell out with, but now he needs to go over to China and he has to tote along Elon Musk and about 20 other oligarchs with him. So does he think that these greedy bastards that have him spinning America in the pits of desolation, being in the pits of fucking hell, in the pits of America power waning, in the pits of America being a one superpower being a non-factor in the world? Does he actually think that bringing these CEOs along with him to China don't give a fuck about these motherfuckers, because China is not going to let billionaires run them. She is not going to let no motherfucking billionaires run China. So this is the best he can do, is bring a bunch of billionaires along with him to China. She don't give a fuck about no motherfucking billionaires in America. One more time.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
Did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far, including whether our stock market, which by the way is at an all-time high, but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
What about the pressure on Americans and prices right now?
Every American understands.
Americans, how they're feeling about
every American. Are you listening to me? Every American understands, and they just had a poll, like 85%, which is surprising. It's only that they understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
GOP leaders were running away from Midas Toucher reporters. GOP leaders were dodging our questions, but Midas Toucher reporters kept at it, and we confronted GOP leaders in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill with a critical...
Hold on. I was writing something to a numbnuts in the chat. Educate me. I'll wait. I will wait. Still waiting. Okay, let's go to our here we go. Now it's funny how 45-47 he's not alone in this debacle of what's going on in the United States. It is also the other elected senators and congresspeople.
Question. What do you all think about Donald Trump's statement that he made earlier today that he does not care one bit about the financial condition of Americans? So, here's what he had to say to us. Here, play this clip.
Congressman, what do you make of Donald Trump saying that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situations? He said that at a press conference earlier today.
Well, look what he's doing to help the situation. He's got a lot on his plate, including the war. And look, he's helped more Americans at a time that we needed it. So
a lot of Americans are really concerned about how gas keeps going up, though. That's one of the big financial.
Here, it's short-lived. It's going to come down, as he was quoted as saying, it's going to come down like a rocket. And more importantly, would you rather pay high gas prices for a while or get your station blown up? Iran was going to blow this country apart.
They're going to blow up gas stations?
I'm saying the analogy is we're paying a few dollars higher for gas, which is coming down. And we had a country that would kill every American if they could, like they killed their people.
What the fuck is this man talking about? And this is why America is losing power quickly. This is why. But these dumbasses that these ignorants vote into power to toe the line on bullshit and not answer questions. He said, what do you think about the president saying that he doesn't care about what financial straits that the American people are in? And you're talking about Iran, they would have bombed up. They want to get rid of all of us. And shut the fuck up. They didn't have the ability to get rid of all of us. This is a non-answer answer. And he thinks he's doing the thing. A bunch of white ignorance in government. And this is why This is why America is waning in its superpower.
So Trump's he's done more for the Americans than anybody.
Do you think he is thinking about
He's
it?
done more for the Americans than anybody. More what? More fucking them over? More what? What has he done more for the American people than anybody? For example, be specific. What has he done more of than for the American people than anybody? I can understand trying to say something positive about someone who is in power above you, but to say that this numbnuts has done more for the American people than anybody, is he serious? No, he's not serious. And so all of the Republican administration and up to Congress, the Senate, mayors, school boards are unserious clowns. All of them. Unserious clowns.
Doesn't want to admit it.
No, he just probably made a comment that he's got a lot on his plate, but to say he doesn't care about America's financial position, he sure is helping it.
Really? That's what you're going with? That you think we're that stupid? And then we tried to question James Comer. Hey, James Comer. How you doing, Comer? Watch this clip.
Mr. Comer, what do you make of Donald Trump saying today in the press conference that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation?
I don't know that he said that.
Yeah, he said it at the mics during chopper time.
That's not what I hear him.
I don't know that he said that. That's not what I hear. You just heard a reporter ask you a straightforward question about what do you think about when the president said X, Y, and Z. That's not what I hear. Now you want to change what was actually said by the president to something that you allegedly heard him say. Now we haven't heard that. So why don't you answer the reporter's question and instead of trying to lie about what you've heard the president say? What you hear? What is this you heard him say?
Every time I talk to him, he's focused on affordability. So
every time I talk to him, he's focused on affordability. So we are to believe that you have private conversations, and every time you converse with him, you're talking about affordability. But it's strangely enough, whenever he comes out to speak to the American people, he has nothing to say about affordability. How does that work, Comer? Exactly how does that work? How does it work? How can you walk at the same time that you have your tongue up Trump's ass, tickling his prostate? How does that work? I'm curious.
Gas prices, though. That seems to be like what a lot of people are talking about.
Nothing.
Then we confronted MAGA Republican Congress member Troy Nehls. Let's play it.
Congressman, what do you make of Donald Trump saying earlier today that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation?
He doesn't think about America's financial situation?
Americans, like the American people.
Oh, he does. Donald Trump cares about everybody. He cares about it. He's concerned about fuel prices. He's concerned about it all. He wants to make America affordable for everybody. He loves America. He's an America First patriot. So don't take it out of context. Donald Trump loves America, and the American people love him.
Then we confront.
Don't take exactly what he said out of context. He loves everybody. He's like, what is that? Trick daddy. He loves the kids. Donald Trump is the trick daddy of America. Don't take it out of context. Donald Trump is trick daddy. He loves the people. I love the people. I'm trick daddy.
MAGA Republican Congress member from Georgia, Congress member McCormick. Let's play it.
Mr. McCormick, what do you make of Donald Trump saying that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation? He said it earlier today at a press conference.
It's got to be out of context. I think his whole primary focus has been on improving the economy, making sure that we have more jobs, more competitive market, making sure that forces the...
It got to be out of context. See, his whole focus is on more lies. Let's continue. This is in my description box.
Price point of employment up. I don't think there's anything he's more focused on than the availability of jobs and economy and things that prop the average American citizen.
What about gas prices, though? They continue to go up as a result of.
Sure, I mean that's going to happen during a time of war, right? Especially when you talk about a war in a place that controls 20% of the world's oil reserves.
What was a good idea
exports.
to start a war there, though? Given the
well, if he
economic
didn't,
outcome?
then think how expensive it would be if we had a nuclear war. That'd be a lot more expensive, quite frankly. And every single president, last 5 presidents, has said the same thing that he said. Just happened to come up when he was president. Matter of fact, Hillary Clinton, who was never president, also talked about doing something.
Think about how much it would be if he had a nuclear war. And then if we had a nuclear war, would we be dead, dipshit? You think about it. If we had a nuclear war, how much would it cost? How much would the cost be? The cost would be our lives, you dumb fuck. Let's continue. These are your elected officials.
In that case. So I don't think that was avoidable, but we're here now. And I think the faster we end this, the faster we get back to normalcy, then you'll have an oil surplus and oil prices and gas prices will plummet.
So the war in Iran is ultimately about keeping prices down?
Now, the war in Iran was over nuclear arms.
Okay.
The byproduct is once you get rid of an tyrannical Iranian regime, it's going to benefit the entire region and the world and oil prices simultaneously.
Watch as the MAGA Republican senators tried to run away from us. Here's Senator Roger Marshall, MAGA Republican. Let's play it.
On what Trump just said at his presser?
I don't know what he just said.
Well, he said he doesn't think much about the finances of the American people.
I would have to find out the context of it. I'm sorry.
Got it.
Here's MAGA Republican Senator Loomis. Here's what she had to say.
Senator, real quick, what do you make of Donald Trump saying that he doesn't think about the finances or the financial situation of the American people?
Did he say that?
Yeah.
I don't have a comment about that, mostly because I think he actually does care.
Here's MAGA.
Did he say that? I don't have a comment on that because actually I think he cares. Where's your representation? Did he say that? We told him, don't say that out loud. Dumb bitch. Oh, stupid hoe.
Republican Senator Susan Collins. Here's what she had.
We know what Susan Collins is going to say. I am concerned. I am concerned. That's what Susan Collins said. Let's continue.
Had to say, let's play this clip.
Of Donald Trump saying that he doesn't think about the American people's financial situation. He just said it in the presser about an hour and a half ago.
Well, I didn't see that.
You haven't seen it yet? Got it.
Senator, are you comfortable with the reports in the New York?
I didn't see that. I didn't see that. So to answer a question about what another elected official says, obviously you have to see it with your own eyes. Per all of these Republicans who want to get out of commenting on the ignorance that your president is spewing by saying, "Oh, I know I didn't see him say, I didn't hear that." No, it must be out of context. No, it must be true, and you can't defend it. We know what it is. Now you're looking for your staff to do what? What is your staff doing? They're guiding you to your room to make sure you don't trip and fall on your face as you shake your way up the halls, when you should take your ass somewhere and retire instead of spending your last days in the hall of Congress covering for an idiot.
Times regarding.
Then MAGA Republican Congresswoman Kiggins from Virginia ran away when we asked, do you have any more to say after agreeing with racist comments made by a radio host about Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries when you all said he has cotton-picking hands? Keep your cotton-picking hands off of Virginia. You said you agreed with that. What'd you make of that? Here, play this clip.
Representative, do you have anything more to say after agreeing with racist comments made by a radio host? Representative, will you resign for agreeing with racist comments made by a radio host?
That's what the Republicans were saying. So then we asked pretty basic questions, the same questions to Democrats. Here's what Congresswoman AOC said. Let's play it.
Congresswoman, what do you make of Donald Trump saying today that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation? He said it in a press conference on the White House lawn today.
I mean, I'm sure he's very focused on
his own financial situation and how he's going to enrich himself off of all of these kind of extortionary deals. So I don't see how he has time to think about the financial prospects of the American working class when he's spending all of his time thinking about how to enrich himself.
Got it. Thank you, Congressman.
Here's what Congressmember Frost said. Let's play it.
So, Congressman, what do you make of Donald Trump saying today that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation?
That makes sense. I mean, he's a billionaire. He's obviously doesn't give a damn about Americans. He doesn't care about working class people, whether they voted for him or not. He just cares about himself and enriching his own friends. So thanks for telling the truth, dude. Like, we knew that. Give us some new news.
Got it. Thank you, Congressman.
Here's what Congressmember McGovern told us. Let's play it.
What do you make of Donald Trump saying that he doesn't think about the Americans' financial situation?
I mean, is anybody surprised? I've been saying all along that Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about regular people in this country. I'll tell you what he does care about. He cares about his ballroom. Oh, well, by the way, the American people are spending $1 billion of their taxpayer dollars to fund it. He cares about his golf course. He cares about his reflecting pool. He cares about his archers. He cares about things that somehow benefit Donald Trump. But he does not give a damn about the American people. This is no surprise to any of us who have been watching him for the last several months. But he finally said the quiet part out loud.
Thank you, Congressman. Appreciate it.
Here's what Congressmember Menendez told us. Let's play it.
Congressman, what do you make of Donald Trump saying that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation?
Oh, it's pretty clear that he doesn't, right? He's focused on every vanity project that tickles his fancy. This $1 billion ballroom that was supposed to be paid for by private donors. He lives a world that's detached from the average American. And the Republicans here in Congress give him the green light every step of the way. $70 billion more for ICE to rip our communities apart. $1 billion for ballroom. They go along with this president who has no understanding what the American people are doing. And clearly, by his own words, no interest in the challenges that people are facing every single day. That's why Democrats are going to smoke Republicans in November.
Got it. Thank you, Congressman.
Here's what Congressmember Garcia told us. Let's play it.
Congressman, real quick, what do you make of Donald Trump saying that he doesn't think about the Americans' financial situation?
I mean, first, it's not a surprise. He could care less about affordability. He could care less about gas prices. He's about funding wars that are illegal, spending $1 billion a day. He doesn't care about the cost of rent, the cost of housing. And so I think it was very clear. He was asked to clarify for a second time if he actually meant what he said, and he said yes. And so, look, Donald Trump cares only about his billionaire friends, enriching his family, making himself rich, and ensuring that other people profit off all the hard labor that people are doing in this country. So honestly, this is just emblematic of him and the kind of administration he's running.
And any updates from the oversight hearing with the survivors in Florida today?
Look, very powerful moments. First time survivors got to participate in a hearing where they actually, of course, gave testimony. We heard from one woman, very powerful, who really spoke up for one of the really first time to talk about how she was trafficked. She came in from another country, and she was raped by Jeffrey Epstein when he was on house arrest during that sweetheart deal that he got. So it's just disgusting that because we allowed Jeffrey Epstein essentially to escape justice, he went on to abuse so many more women and children. So we're going to continue to push. I'm really proud of the courage of the survivors.
Got it. Thank you so much, Congressman.
And here's what Senator Raphael Warnock told us. Play this clip.
Donald Trump just saying that he doesn't care about the American people's financial situation.
Well, that's apparent based on his policies. He's certainly not focused on the everyday costs of struggling working families who can't afford gas, can't afford child care, can't afford health care. And, I guess a broke clock is right twice a day. It's good to see Donald Trump telling the truth about that.
What was it like having AOC in Georgia this weekend?
It was good to have her there. I've had a number of my colleagues to drop by on Sunday morning.
Very cool.
And so I'm always happy to have them come by church.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
So you can see what happened when we confronted the MAGA Republicans in the House and Senate. And you can see what happens when we confronted the Democrats in the House of the Senate. They were both asked, these weren't trick questions. We asked them the same exact questions, the same exact tone, and you can judge for yourself. But that's why it's so important that we build out our Washington, D.C. bureau. And that's made in major part thanks to your help. Thanks for helping grow this network. Hit subscribe. Help us get to 7 million subscribers. We appreciate you. Double check that you're subscribed.
This link is in the description box. Please avail yourself to the Midas Touch. I just wanted to share something with you. Now, you heard him say something about that little, what do you call it? What did he call it? The little lake or pond or something that he called that reflective. What is that quote called? Let me see. Hold on. What am I trying to? I showed you earlier how he tried to say that Democrats love sewage. How he wanted you to see him as somebody who will be on your paper money. He also wanted to show the reflective pool as something under Hussein Obama. I didn't even bother with his first name. His middle and last name was something so dirty and filthy, and he wants to talk about this reflecting pool. So let's talk about the reflecting pool. Did anybody get any news about the reflecting pool? Did you hear any word about this reflecting pool? Come to find out that this reflecting pool that he drove through, that he is renovating because it was so filthy and dirty, he actually had a Secret Service drive him through this pool that they are renovating. Let me put this up here. Let me hold this up here. That this reflecting pool that he is driving through. Do you know, similar to someone who looks like the Madam Puppet in her stint in this administration, someone whose face is so pulled back and lips are so implanted with false solutions and chemicals and all of this type of stuff. No. That's not Jeff Bezos' wife. I understand that all of these people who surround themselves with this administration have the same what do they call let's call this the Mar-a-Lago face. No, let's call this the Madam Puppet Mar-a-Lago face. So so are we familiar with the person who was the Ice Barbie of it all, with her Mar-a-Lago face? Wasn't she fired for giving a no bid contract to the husband of one of her spokespeople at DHS? Yes, she was, for giving him a no bid contract of over $122 million to make a commercial of her for DHS, something that he has never done. Because why do we know? Because there's no record of him ever being a producer of commercials. Also, his business only started 8 days prior to Christine Nome giving the husband of her friend a $122 million government contract paid for with your tax dollars. And on top of that, it was a no bid contract. Why? Contracts are allowed to be just given out to different corporations based upon the due diligence of the government entity that are giving out the contract, if it happens to be an emergency. Why are you saying this, RonyiQ? Why are you bringing up Christine Nome again? Because come to find out, that little wading pool, that little reflective pool, that pool that 4547 has deemed to be in such disrepair, it would be the best it has ever been in 22 years under my tutelage. Guess who got the contract for this remodeling? I was about to say restructuring, but I don't think that there's anything structural that's being done. Guess who got the bid for the remodeling? His personal pool guy. Donald Trump gave this contract to his personal pool guy. Now, you may say, RonyiQ, how could he do that? Surely there is no swimming pool at the White House, so why would he have his personal pool guy be doing anything in Washington, D.C.? A no bid contract. Well, I thought you said that the contracts that were no bid, they had to be of something of an emergency. It was an emergency because he needed another topic, another project that has not been stalled by courts like the big bloated ballroom. He needed another project to opine about. So therefore, he just said, "It's an emergency. Hey, come do something to this reflecting pool." That was the emergency. We needed to change the topic away from the war. He could no longer talk about the ballroom. He could not talk about those fucking stupid ass arches that he's talking about putting up. So there needed to be a change of topic from this dwindling war that he has the United States in. So much like the Madam Puppet of the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, he decided to give his pool guy a no bid contract. How much was the no bid contract that he gave his pool guy to fix the reflective pool? $6 million. Yes. $6 million. He's gonna go through and do what? Paint the bottom of the reflective pool. It's gonna work like it's never had before. I've been to DC. I don't recall there's any working that the reflective pool does. It's not like it's a fountain or anything. What is he talking about? It's going to work like it's never done before. Okay. He gave his no bid contract to his personal pool guy, $6 million to paint the bottom of the reflective pool. Nice job if you can get it. And nice job if you can get it. And you can get it if you can. Yeah, you can get it from a fool. $6 million. Now, that's not the worst part of it. It seems like there's been a little snare in this reflective pool a scam. It seems like the price has doubled to $13 million in a no bid contract to his personal pool guy. Is anybody talking about that? Is anybody talking about how, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be a good job at all. It doesn't seem like it is going to be a good job at all. So did you guys hear about that? I'm just curious. Let me see if I have. Hey, the Bushes, it's good to see you. Let me see if I have the story. It's good to see all of you. Please hit the like button. I appreciate your support. Thanks to all of my new subscribers. I definitely appreciate your support. I didn't of the Bushes. Why is it that I don't recognize it's you until I see that horrid picture of that horrid woman? Let me see if I can find the information about the reflecting pool, and that may be it for me. I think that hold on. Hold on. Oh, I got a couple of more things I want to. Where is that reflecting pool? Let me see. Hold on. I may have to type this in. I don't know if I saved this about this reflecting pool. Now, let me see if I can find that. Here we go.
A Virginia company, Atlantic Industrial Coatings, was selected by the Department of the Interior.
Here we go. Oh, it's sharing. Here we go.
To paint the reflecting pool as part of President Trump's effort to beautify Washington. In an exclusive report, the New York Times says staffers at Interior are raising concerns about the quality of the work being done and that it's behind schedule. The Times reports the work may not be done by the May 22nd deadline. Today, there is some activity continuing to apply this deep blue paint to the 2,000-foot-long pool. President Trump said he picked the company himself based on work they did for him at one of his golf clubs. Then yesterday, he posted on social media that he doesn't know anything about the company, which was awarded a no-bid contract. The president said last week the work would cost $1.8 million, but public records indicate, according to the Times, the contract could cost as much as $13.1 million. Alan Etter, WTOP News.
Barack Hussein Obama library is over budget and behind schedule. Y'all hear about that? Y'all hear about Jerome Powell? The Fed building is over budget and behind schedule. Did y'all hear about that? Do you guys remember me? I actually gave you the video where 4547 had his raccoon, what is his name? Oh, Tim. He operated in Tim. Tim. Oh my God, Tim Scott in tow. He had Tim Scott in tow to try to do a ambush of Jerome Powell at the Fed building. Do you guys remember that? If you don't remember that, let me refresh your memory. This numbnut has given a no-bid contract to his alleged pool guy, and then the next day he don't know anything about it as he drove you into the pool and all of this. Come to find out, this is subpar work being done for something. Now they wanted to say it was 1 million. Well, if it was 1 something million dollars to get it done, why was it a $6 million contract, which has more than double? 6 and 6 is 12. They're saying now that this is $13.5 million, and now all of a sudden, I don't know that man. I don't know you, sir. I don't know you. Did you notice how that worked out? Isn't that strange how all of a sudden he doesn't know the person who he gave the contract to when he said it was his pool guy? So let me remind you of how badly that he went in on Jerome Powell for allegedly having work done. Hold on. Let me okay, here we go. Let's refresh our memory on what he tried to do to the Fed chair. And after this, guess what happened to the Fed chair? After this happened, remember we had a good time laughing at this tomfoolery. He shows up and he wants to visit the site where they're doing renovations on the Fed building. I forget the name of the building that will house the Fed. Now, I want you to watch very carefully as Donald Trump tries to stunt on Jerome Powell and say, "Oh, well, I hear you over budget and about something billions or trillions of dollars." And then here come Tim Scott. They don't care enough to you to give you a hard head. Your head is hard enough. Yeah, I hear about $1.2 billion too. Well, why? How would you hear this, Tim Scott? How are you privy to this information, Tim Scott? You are nowhere in this administration, Tim Scott. You actually married a whole white woman to try to pretend like to get the gay rumors off of you, Tim Scott. Where's your wife, Tim Scott, now? Now that you know that you did all of that for nothing. Where's your wife now, Tim Scott, and your ready-made family? A bitch who had old children. Not only did you have to marry a woman, you had to marry a woman with preteen children. not toddlers. You had to marry old pussy. You had to marry a woman with kids on their way to college, and I'm pretty sure your stupid ass gonna pay for it. Where your wife, Tim? Let's continue. Let's check this out and how it all hammered out as your president. Wait, and speaking of being on budget, speaking of being on budget and on time, is the big beautiful ballroom still on time? Remember he kept telling you it's still on budget and it's on time. The big beautiful ballroom has been cut. The work on it has been stopped by a federal judge. Let's be real clear. And what about the big beautiful ballroom is on budget? Didn't he tell you that? He always tells you that it's on budget and it's being paid for by everyone else. And now we find out on Monday, if you watch my show on Monday, there is a reconciliation bill that is being put forth by the Republicans to give a $1 billion payment to the East Wing Revitalization Program. You know, the East Wing has been torn down. The East Wing is where the new big beautiful ballroom is going to be. It is now. You know, when he told you about the big beautiful ballroom, he said it was going to have state of the art security. No missiles, no drones will be able to go through this large expansion of glass and stuff. He told you that at the beginning. But now all of a sudden, this big beautiful ballroom, well, since it's going to have security aspect, we are going to pay for this is what the Republicans want. We are going to pay for the revitalization of the East Wing. $1 billion. When you watch this, understand that this big beautiful ballroom that's always on time and always on budget, they have come and asked the American people to pay $1 billion on this ballroom that he tore down the East Wing to build without notifying anyone, getting any approval. As you watch this, absorb the position that you are in about this alleged $1.3 million reflecting pool going over budget to $13.5 million, and this ballroom that's going to be paid for by all the donors, him coming to the American people for $1 billion, not 100,000, not 200, $1 billion of your taxpayer dollars. As you watch this, let's continue.
Well, thank you very much. We're looking at the construction, and we're with the chairman, as you know. Chairman, come on over. And we're just.
Chairman, come on over, because I'm finna try to fuck you up. Chairman, come on over. You out of camera. The camera needs to see you, because I think I got one for you, Chairman.
Taking a look at what's happening, it's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them, and a lot of very expensive work. There's no question about it. It looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware.
It looks like it's 3.7 billion. It looked like it went up a little, a lot, or a lot. It looked like it went up a little or a lot. Oh. Let's continue.
Yeah, it just came out. 1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody.
I just so happen to have it in my pocket. It just came out. It's right here in my breast pocket. You know, where Pete Kegbreath folds up his American flag and use it to blow his nose, desecrate his flag because he has no bars to put on behind in his pocket. It's right here.
Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2.
I know that it's 3.1 as well. 3.1, 3.2. How did you notice that? Nobody's giving you anything to your North Carolina, South Carolina ads ain't got shit to do with what's going on over here. You ain't got nothing to do with it. Now here you echoing, yes, sir, massa, us show is rich, Miss Charlotte. Us show is rich, Miss Charlotte. Ass. Oh, mammy ass. Chiming in on something that don't consider you.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2.
This came from us? Yes. I don't know who does that. You're including the Martin renovation. You just added. Yeah, you just added in.
Oh, you're including the Martin renovation. Then you hear somebody says that's an entire different account. You just added a different building. You came here and say that I have gone over by over $1 billion. You've gone over. I just got these numbers today, and you're counting a building. How long has the Martin building been done, Mr. Powell?
A third building is what that is. That's a third building.
You added a third building. You added a third building. That's why I know. But that's you know. But what? You know. But what? Let's see his face when Jerome Powell quickly discerns that you full of shit, bitch. Let's see your face.
3.1, 3.2. This came from us? Yes. I don't know who does that. You're including the Martin renovation. You just added. Our entire capital. Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building. It's a building that's being built. No, it was built.
It's a building that's being built. Now he takes the paper and he passes it on to his lackey Tim Scott. Like, why did you do this to me? Here, I don't want to touch this anymore. His lackey Tim Scott is the one. Look at the look on your face now that you are embarrassed in front of everyone. You pulled this stunt, and who's going to have to pay for the stunt? The lie that you decided to bring cameras in, pull cameras to make a fool of yourself. Let's continue.
5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
We finished Martin 5 years ago. I just got this yesterday. You've gone over 1.1, 1.2, Miss Charlotte. Miss Charlotte, well, show is rich, Miss Charlotte. He went over 1.1112. Well, it's a part of the whole what?
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added. Our entire capital. Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building. Well, no, but it's a building that's being built. No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago. It's part of the overall work.
It's not new.
So we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening, and it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional cost overruns? Don't expect them. We're ready for them, but we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use, but no, we don't.
So gonna take a look and see what's going on. Do you have any more cost overs? He says we still have money left over just in case there are some. You're supposed to have a contingency when you're building things. So if they still have their contingency, the whole point of the matter is that they came down to try to say he was $1.2 billion over as they threw in a third building that was completed 5 years ago. So if they still have a contingency, which any builder have between 10 and 20% of the bill, they would not have $1.2 billion left over. If you're trying to already say that they've gone over $1.2 million over the cost of the initial quote for the renovations. So this was all bullshit. Let's be real clear that this was all bullshit. But what became of all of this bullshit?
Because it looks like it's got a long way to go. Yes, sir. So,
President, are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. But other than that,
Now he's gonna pat him on the back, like he's, oh, I'd love for him to lower interest rates. Oh, I'd love for him to lower interest rate. Like, oh, this is my buddy, my friend. Okay. So what happened as a result of this? You may be wondering. Let me tell you. Let me.
He's
show
previewing
you
what he plans to do.
exactly
Drove up
what
from Virginia with a
happened
car stacked.
Let me show you what happened as a result of that. Here we go. Let's get into Jerome Powell was put under a DOJ investigation for cost overruns of this building. Now, let's think of the unique position that 4547 is in, asking for $1 billion for that ballroom. Do you know that he sicked the DOJ on Jerome Powell allegedly for overruns on this building? Let me find it. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Here we go. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my goodness. Well, give me 1 second. I don't know where it is. Am I gonna have to tap this in as well? Oh God. Oh God. Oh, here it is. Right here. Let's go right here. I already had it pulled up. I apologize. I already had this pulled up. Let me share this with you. This is what happened after this pop-up visit.
No, he's a relatively mild-mannered guy, keeps his head down. And if you know Jerome Powell, or if you've heard him talk before, you know he's a relatively mild-mannered guy, keeps his head down and does his job. He's now firing back after learning that federal prosecutors have opened an investigation into him over the central bank's renovation of its Washington, D.C. headquarters and whether he allegedly lied to Congress about the scope of that project. Take a listen.
This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president.
So we're clear that the president was trying to manipulate the market by having Jerome Powell be kowtowed down to him and drop interest rates to make it appear as if the economy was doing better than what it was. And this is this motherfucking actress went all the way to get his mammy, Miss Mammy, to show up him at the what did they call it? The Fed building, the World Bank or whatever, being renovated. Had Mammy and him showed up. Mammy didn't even have her head wrap on. Had a whole bald head. But he had Mammy to show up with him. And then put him under investigation after he embarrassed himself about a building that is allegedly over budget. Do you see the irony in the fact that big bloated ballroom, they're asking for $1 billion taxpayer dollars when he said that it was on time and on budget ever since he has announced this ballroom, and we're going to pretend like we haven't heard them ask for $1 billion of taxpayer money to finish this ballroom? as he tried this with Jerome Powell. Now let's see who he has put in, who he tried to put in place of Jerome Powell. Since we're talking about it, of course, it would be a person who is in the Epstein files, is who he is looking to replace Jerome Powell with. Now, Jerome Powell said he is going to stay. He cannot stay as the Fed chair, but he said he is going to continue to keep his seat as a governor in the Feds. He is not retiring, is my point. Now, this is who is supposed to replace Jerome Powell. This is your government. This is your administration. Are we clear? Here we go.
The simplest test imaginable, which is, can you say this one factual thing?
Donald Trump has made clear that he does not want an independent Fed, and he's made clear that you are his sock puppet. Independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the federal.
I'm just asking you a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020?
And I'm suggesting you in 2020, the Fed
can't
made
answer that.
A lot of people breathed a sigh of relief when Kevin Warsh was first nominated because he's not the most hackish possible replacement for Jerome Powell, but he failed this very clear test today, and he's not alone. Every day we see more examples of the people Trump put in the most important positions being felled by either scandal or pure incompetence. Today, Donald Trump's nominee to become the new Federal Reserve.
Scandal or pure incompetence. There you go there. Okay. I think there is something else that I wanted, really wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the hospital closures that I think that is very important to talk about. If you don't understand the ramifications that big bloated budget bill is having on America, let me share some information with you. I'm here to give you information. Let's get into up to 900 healthcare facilities will be closing due to the cuts to healthcare in this big bloated bill. You know how many? You know how the numbers of times that they have told you that healthcare has been cut, and you have these Republicans say there's been no cuts to Medicaid. That's not true. There's been no cut. They have eliminated fraud. 900 health facility shutting down or at risk of collapse as Trump's GOP cuts ripple across the country. Okay. This is where it matters. Providers are stretched thin, doing everything they can as resources disappear and the system buckles under the pressure of Republicans cutting more than $1 trillion from healthcare. We didn't cut no money from healthcare. That's not true. The big beautiful bill didn't cut any money from healthcare. You remember these people saying this at town hall? We just cut race, fraud, and abuse. And Elon is on his way to China as a dignitary for doing so. Okay. The advocacy group tracking the impacts of the unprecedented Medicaid cuts that congressional Republicans and President Donald Trump enacted last year said Monday that at least 900 hospital, nursing homes, and other healthcare facilities are now shutting down or at risk of closure, a disaster for low-income Americans who lack easy access to care. Protect Our Care's Hospital Crisis Watch project has identified healthcare centers that have closed or are at risk of closing, cutting services, and shutting down wards as they grapple with the impacts of the GOP's 2025 budget. budget law, which includes over $1 trillion in total healthcare cuts over the next decades. More than $900 billion of the cuts will come from Medicaid, which pays hospitals and other providers for services delivered to low-income patients. Now, let's be real clear. The first time that these hospitals, if you have been watching me, I have talked to you about the shortages that a lot of rural hospitals, a lot of small hospitals, a lot of small health facilities are seeing. And the first thing that and they cut, there's routinely different things that they cut, like eye care, what else? What is the other? Podiatry services. And you know what another service they cut? They no longer accept mothers who are having babies. Do you know that they stopped the delivery wards in these hospitals? These hospitals no longer places where you can safely go and deliver a baby, and in many cases it costs expected mothers to have to drive a long many miles away from where they live to have a baby. You know how it is to have a baby. Sometimes as soon as the mother go into labor, as soon as the water break, they are in a crisis, or they are delivering the baby. A lot of things can go wrong in birth. And these are one of the first things that is taken away when hospitals and healthcare facilities are short on money. And we know for the Black expected mother, they are 4 times more likely to die in childbirth already in the United States of America. Okay, so if you are unaware of this, hospital crisis, which has now reached 900 pens, 900 communities where access to care is evaporating as Republican healthcare cuts ripple across the country, said Brad Woodhouse, president of the Project Protect Our Care. Providers are stretched thin, doing everything they can as resources disappear and the system buckles under the pressure of Republicans cutting more than $1 trillion from health care to fund tax breaks for billionaires and big corporations. Families are driving further for care. Parents are scrambling to find services for their kids, and seniors are being left without support they need. Woodhouse continued. Care is getting harder to access. In too many places, disappearing entirely, and communities are left to deal with the consequences. Facilities, the yellow is at risk. Orange cuts announced. Red are closures announced. Brown means different wards are closing. And black means the facilities have closed altogether. You see that, America? Do you see that, America? America, do you see this? Do you see this? I hope you see this, America. As they lie and tell you that that there were no cuts to Medicaid. I always want to say the wrong thing, and I always want to make sure. Medicaid. So this is what this big, beautiful bill has done for healthcare in the country. I hope you share that with someone you know. I hope you pay more attention. This is in my description box under 900 closures. So you can obtain this article yourself. I just wanted you to know about this. I think that it is important that to understand that this is why voting matters. This is exactly why voting is important. all of this hyperbole and propaganda, lies and bullshit will kill you. So I wanted to make sure I covered that story. Is there anything else that I wanted to cover? Let me make sure. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. I did Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think about Americans. What else? I was going to watch that Kas Patel and Pete Cadbreath hearing, but I don't think I can stomach it for a second time. If you guys come tomorrow, we could possibly watch it tomorrow. But I want you to see another numbnuts that was. I want you to see another numbnut that was shocked. That 45-47 who championed taking the rights away from black voters was shocked to find out that 45-47 didn't endorse him for the governor of Kentucky, no less. I'm David Cameron, and I did all of your dirty work. I wouldn't charge the cops that shot Breonna Taylor. I wouldn't charge those cops. I actually was so aloof about it. Like, why would I charge them? They did nothing wrong. Type of attitude. I did everything. I told the line, Massa. I told the line, and I whipped them slaves out there for you, Massa. You mean you're not going to endorse me to be governor? Let's get. It couldn't happen to a better piece of trash. Okay, let's get into this, shall we? Massa, you ain't gonna help me, Massa. It was like somebody did something to me when I found out Massa wasn't supporting me. You mean to tell me Massa endorsed somebody else? Let's get into it. Couldn't happen to a better piece of trash.
Daniel Cameron. Enter in Daniel Cameron. He's running for Senate in Kentucky. He's the former attorney.
Oh, I was wrong. He's not running for governor. He's running for senator. He wanted to be up in Washington, D.C., up and close to Daddy. Ain't that what they called? Isn't that what Tim's, what is his name? The senator from Byron Donalds. Didn't Byron Donalds tell you Daddy's home like a good house nigger? Now Cameron wanted to be senator of where? Kentucky. I guess he wanted to take over pissing in his pants McConnell. Let's see. Let's find out.
General there, I believe, in the state.
I liken it. They said, don't talk about this, but I'm a wrestling fan, and so, all right. So I told you there's gonna be some people here that do. So in SummerSlam in Montreal, Bret Hart was facing Shawn Michaels, and Vince McMahon had a secret meeting with Shawn Michaels. Blake's back there in the back, had a secret meeting with Shawn Michaels, and they went out and they did a 1-2-3 count on Bret Hart. Bret Hart was shocked by it. They call it the Montreal screw job. I have thought long and hard about what happened that got us to this spot.
He brought up the Montreal screw job. Now, if you guys watch both the Damage Report and this, you've seen that every time I'm on with John Iadarola, we discuss a little bit of the WWE type of wrestling that goes down. And that's what happened way back, I believe, in the early, late 90s with the
Why was he talking about the Montreal screw job? He's going to equate what happened to him to this or whatever this is, Montreal screw job. He's about to tell you how Donald Trump screwed him royally, and not in the physical sense, but in the political sense.
Montreal screw job. It's where Vince McMahon, the owner of the company, colluded behind Bret Hart's back to screw over Bret Hart in a big match that was in Montreal, of course, his home country of Canada, and he was upset. They plotted behind his back. Wow, Daniel Cameron's bringing up people that, you know, are heads of particular positions, plotting behind his back as he's running for a Senate in Kentucky. I feel like he's talking about Donald Trump.
Hey guys, Daniel here. Look, like you, obviously have heard the news.
Hold on 1 second. No, you cannot ask me any stupid question. If you are too stupid to understand what I just said about the whole situation, hit the like button and take your stupid ass on. No, I don't answer stupid questions. I've already totally vetted what I had to say on that story. If you're too stupid to understand it, I don't give a fuck. Let's move on.
I was in the backyard with
particular positions, plotting behind his back as he's running for a Senate in Kentucky. I feel like he's talking about Donald Trump.
Hey guys, Daniel here. Look, like you, obviously have heard the news. I was in the backyard with Mackenzie and our 3 boys, and our campaign manager called and said that there's been a development in this race that President Trump has endorsed Congressman Barr. And my response is this: at the end of the day, I am in this race because I care deeply about the future for Theodore, Bennett, and Harrison, and I care deeply about the future for your kids.
Theodore, Bennett, and Harrison. I care deeply about the future of Theodore, Bennett, Benefit. What did it? Bennett, whatever. What? Theodore who? And Harrison. Who the fuck is that? You can't just say my children.
Of the day, I am in this race because I care deeply about the future for Theodore, Bennett, and Harrison, and I care deeply.
Theodore, Bennett, and Harrison, and I care deeply about your children. You're a trick daddy. You just love the kids. Are you having a trick daddy moment now? You found out your Trump daddy didn't endorse your silly ass. Miss Charlotte, us rich now, Miss Charlotte. Are you upset now?
About the future for your kids and your grandkids. I want our future generations to grow up in a country that lives up to the ideals of our founding, one that is based on merit and opportunity. And I'm going to keep standing firm for your values. I ultimately see my identity in Christ. And so I'm going to keep speaking truthfully and boldly.
Come to Jesus. Come to Jesus. You're having a coming to Jesus moment. You having a coming to Jesus moment. But this is not the moment you have. You're not having a coming to Jesus moment. You want to bring Jesus in your shenanigans as you fucking been a whole motherfucking clown out here for the YT man. Now you want to come to Jesus as you don't even prosecute people that shot a woman in her own home and lit up her whole home. And you unapologetically came out here with a funky ass attitude and said that the cops did nothing wrong. Now you're not having a come to Jesus moment. You having a nigga wake up moment right now. That's what you having. Don't bring it in. Don't bring Jesus into any of this.
On the issues that are confronting our country. And I feel very confident that we are going to win on May 19th.
Daniel Cameron felt blindsided. Daniel Cameron was hanging out in his backyard with his wife and his kids, just playing around, having a good old patriotic American afternoon. And he was told about this particular thing that he, again, as I pointed out, likened to the Montreal screw job. Man, Daniel Cameron feels like he's been screwed. But by who? By this guy. Donald Trump posted this. Proven political winner Andy Barr is running for the United States Senate in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, a place I love and won big 6 times, including primaries, 16, 20, and 24. I know Andy well, and he is always a vote that we can count on because he knows what it takes to get things done and make America great again. I endorsed Andy years ago. In his first race and in all of this for Congress, he has never let me down. He's a 100% solid American patriot. Andy Barr is a strong supporter of, quote, terminating the filibuster before the Democrats do it, and on and on and on and on again. That's Donald Trump. endorsing Andy Barr over Daniel Cameron, because apparently Daniel Cameron is someone that can't win. Apparently Daniel Cameron is someone that's been kissing Donald Trump's ass and has been supporting him for all this time. And apparently he doesn't add up. He doesn't stack up to the way that Andy Barr stacks up.
The call I got is, I stated in that video, was from my campaign manager. He said, well, Nate Morse has dropped out. I said, oh, okay. And then he said, and he's endorsed Andy Barr, and President Trump has endorsed Andy Barr. And I said, well, that seems like an interesting sort of turn of events in terms of, how quickly that came together. Again, these two guys had been fighting each other for 10 months, and then all of a sudden some deal had been struck.
Daniel Cameron's been screwed over not by Donald Trump, but also by Andy Barr, which one of his opponents, and also a third member of this screw job, Nate Morris. Let me give you details of how this whole thing went down. It's from the Lexington Herald Leader in Kentucky. Andy Barr is who they're pointing out. He was considered one of the three leading candidates alongside Lexington businessman Nate Morris and, as we're talking about, former State Attorney General Daniel Cameron, before Trump posted moments before his endorsement message that he'd asked Nate Morris, a former opponent, to step aside and take an ambassador role because Donald Trump is choosing who he wants to represent his MAGA party. Daniel Cameron ain't him. Moments after Trump's message, Morris endorsed Barr, as he was told to. Cameron's general consultant, Brandon Moody, responded with a brief statement, and he said, congrats to Mitch McConnell for getting his guy. We all know Mitch McConnell is teetering on the edge of his graveside right now. And, one more stumble just might do it. And he brought up Mitch McConnell here. How did Mitch McConnell get in the middle of this? Cameron was once seen as Mitch McConnell's protege, but their relationship has soured since Cameron launched his race for U.S. Senate in early of 2025. Many donors connected to Mitch McConnell have supported Barr in his run. Meanwhile, Daniel Cameron has received endorsements from close allies of Senator Rand Paul, one of the few GOP critics of Trump in Congress. I'd like to amend that little statement on the back end. All respect to the Lexington Herald Leader, but I don't feel like Senator Rand Paul is so much of a critic of Trump in Congress. Rand Paul is every once in a while talks about how Donald Trump is doing something wrong, and then when Donald Trump ifs at him, he goes and falls his ass right back in line. So there's not many opponents of Donald Trump in the Republican Congress. It's just a quick side note I had to correct for the record here. So they're pointing out that maybe it's because of Rand Paul and his allies' support for Daniel Cameron that suddenly Donald Trump has flipped and pulled the Montreal screw job on Cameron here. Maybe outside chance. Maybe it's because this white supremacist party, this fascists in the White House that are running this government, and the way that they're changing everything that they can to eliminate as much black representation as possible, no matter who this party no matter who that representative represents, which party they're about. What they don't want is too much dark skin. And damn it, Daniel Cameron is pretty dark. But he's not going to get too much sympathy from a bunch of folks who, figured these white supremacists he'd be always representing, like black folks. Because many people remember when Daniel Cameron was the Attorney General of the state of Kentucky, and that murder of Breonna Taylor happened, and he had a press conference about it.
Criminal homicide encompasses the taking of a life by another. While there are 6 possible homicide charges under Kentucky law, these charges are not applicable to the facts before us because our investigation showed, and the grand jury agreed, that Mattingly and Cosgrove were justified in the return of deadly fire after having been fired upon by Kenneth Walker. Let me state that again. According to Kentucky law, the use of force by Mattingly and Cosgrove was justified to protect themselves. This justification bars us from pursuing criminal charges in Miss Breonna Taylor's death.
That was Cameron.
So the cops had the right to protect themselves as they did a no-knock warrant on Breonna Taylor's home and start shooting in her home. But he didn't have the right under Kentucky law to shoot back. Is that what? And now only the cops had the right to shoot back when the cops were the one who started shooting in the home first, but the boyfriend who returned fire didn't have the right to return fire to protect his life, strangely enough, under Kentucky law. What kind of screwer was that? You deserve what you got. That's exactly what you deserve.
Back when Breonna Taylor was murdered by those cops who had a no-knock warrant, busted in the door, got to shooting, and then I believe it was her fiance or her boyfriend shot back once, and they just murdered her. And then he's talking about how they have no charges. People weren't very happy about that. And Daniel Cameron stood by his partisanship. And sadly, right now, his partisanship is not standing by him, specifically in the face of Donald Trump.
There you go. There you go. Use rich now, Mr. Cameron. Use rich now. Okay. That's what you get. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Now, let's go right here.
There's been a lot of talk about a civil war inside MAGA.
We've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives.
It's sort of blown up.
The administration's top counterterrorism official resigning in protest over President Trump's war with Iran.
Betrayed his campaign promise.
How the 25th Amendment is asked.
I mean, honestly, like the president at 380 chest, fucking shut up about that shit.
That fight might be coming to a head right here in northern Kentucky.
This guy named Thomas Massey. There's something wrong with him.
Representative Thomas Massey has held this seat since 2012, and despite his loyal support for the Republican agenda,
I vote with my party 91%. 91% of the time.
He's in trouble, big trouble, with President Trump.
Thomas Massey is a disaster for our party.
What's landed him in this fight for political survival? Two issues that have the potential to split the MAGA base: foreign wars and the Epstein files.
It's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion.
This is bigger than Watergate.
Major combat operations in Iran.
I don't think we should start another war.
Because of this, Massey is now facing a Trump-endorsed challenger in his campaign for re-election.
This is a real hero, Ed Galrine.
And big money is backing up Trump's attempt to smear Massey. This is officially the most expensive U.S. House primary in history, with over $25.6 million spent on ads.
Where'd that money come from? It didn't come from regular people. It's come from billionaires. At least 95% has come from the Israeli lobby.
But this race isn't just about Massey and Trump. It's a litmus test for the future of the MAGA coalition. So I'm driving around Kentucky to find Trump voters and ask them, what's driving their vote in this primary? Is it loyalty to the president? Or are the cracks in MAGA really starting to form? Hey, we're down making a video. We're looking to talk to voters about the Republican primary that's coming up. Can we talk to you a little bit about it?
Yeah, okay.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
I voted for Trump this last election.
I've got my Make America Great Again hat at home.
It's nice and refreshing to actually have someone to stand up and say, enough's enough. And so that's why I've been a Trump supporter. And why anybody opposes that, I think you're a traitor to this country.
President Trump laid out the stakes for his base in this election. Are they loyal to him or not? And with his popularity lower than ever, it might be a question of the strength of MAGA as we know it. So we asked Massey about it. Do you view your race as a fork in the road from the MAGA base?
Well, I think the MAGA base is already split, as you point out. Some have gone with the principles that Trump campaigned on. Some have gone with Trump, even when he's changed his mind on things like Epstein.
Okay, let's dig into Epstein first. For supporters of the president, the promise Trump and company made on this issue was clear.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
But that urgency from the campaign trail seemed to evaporate once Trump was in office.
I thought it was ridiculous.
John Wardrop voted for Trump in 2024. He told me that the whole Epstein thing was a big reason why.
I thought it was completely ridiculous for the people who had gone on the podcasts, millions and millions of views, and then turning around and calling it a hoax, or that, you know, that there's nothing in here. And I don't know if anyone in this country is going to get arrested for it, but there's only one guy that's really trying, and that's Thomas Massie.
Massie is the co-author of the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act, which he guided through a hostile Republican Congress to force a public release of documents related to the case.
We fought the president, the attorney general, the FBI director, the speaker of the House, and the vice president to get this win.
But now that they're out, how do the voters feel? You think those files should have been released?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you're happy with how Massie's fought?
Yes.
For that?
Yes.
Okay, the file thing, to me, that's a dead horse. Okay, end of story.
I say release it and let the cards fall where they may. You know, who knows? Maybe it might implicate Mr. Trump or President Trump.
The Epstein files, they're not important to me. Everybody and their brother's on it. I mean, what are you going to do?
And I'm certain
everybody and their brothers on it. Everybody's in their brothers on it. I'm not worried about it because everybody and their brothers on it. Maybe everybody in your family and their brothers are on files that implicate people essaying children. But not everybody in the world and their brothers are on it. So this bitch, who in her head has normalized essaying children because she in her head she can conceive that everybody is doing it. So therefore, nothing to see here.
Republican and Democrat.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't want it released because there's something in there that's going to come back and bite them in the buttocks.
Yeah. But with no new convictions following the release of the files, it seems like the only ones bit in the buttocks are the Republicans who actually followed through on Trump's own campaign promise.
He was extremely angry at me that I had signed the discharge petition.
Stupid people like Marjorie, Trader
I
Graham.
believe he's trying to protect friends and donors.
Perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history. This stupid person named Massie.
It's typical politician stuff, breaking promises that helped get you elected. But a lot of people voted for Trump because he said he wasn't like your typical politician, and they believed him when he made big promises.
At the top of my list, we'll be stopping the slide into costly and never-ending wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. People don't believe that.
When Donald Trump was campaigning, one of his big campaign talking points was no new wars, no foreign wars.
Yeah.
How important was that to you during the campaign?
That was really important. You're going to ask me about Iran next.
Of course. For a self-described America First peace candidate, the president's second term has been international and violent. And Republicans on the whole have been pretty silent, except for Massie. In January, U.S. military intervention in Venezuela forced a regime change.
The executive's military exercise to capture the leader of Venezuela represents one of the most blatant usurpations of congressional authority we have seen in modern times.
In February, the U.S. and Israel began military engagements in Iran.
Why are we going to war with Iran? This administration can't even give us a straight answer as to why we launched this preemptive war.
Massie's opposition to this war is one of the reasons why the pro-Israel lobby has spent so much against him. The United Democracy Project, a super PAC linked to AIPAC, has spent $2.6 million on anti-Massie ads, and the Republican Jewish Coalition spent $4 million. Another super PAC named MAGA Kentucky, which is backed by 3 pro-Israel mega donors, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson, has spent $5.6 million. But what do voters, who were promised no new wars, make of all of this? How important, when you were voting for him, was that campaign promise?
It was really important. Trump is actually backpedaled.
Yeah.
He's backpedaled.
How did you feel once that campaign promise was broken and now we're in Iran?
Because he's doing what BB tells him to do, and that's AIPAC, and I'm not for that.
It needed to be done for a long time.
Did you also feel that way when Trump was running, promising not to get into wars? Did you feel like, well, even though he's promising this, we do need to go to Iran?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
She ain't never thought about no motherfucking Iran when he was running. Bitch, all you thought about is sit down at a table and get you something more to eat. fuck out of here.
It's the only person that didn't kick the can down the road, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, they've been doing that for 47 years.
Yeah.
Somebody had to stand up and do something.
That was important to you.
Yeah.
Now we're in Iran. How does that land with you?
I haven't got an opinion on it. It depends how it turns out.
Very conclusive, totally.
If you don't have an opinion on it while it's going on, while it's happening, don't have one after you find out how it's going to turn out. What difference does it matter? The fuck?
Makes sense. Representative Massey has been the most vocal Republican critic of the administration and his party, and not just on Epstein and foreign conflicts. Where the Trump administration has been pushing for immunity for pesticide manufacturers for the use of potentially cancerous chemicals, Massey has been pushing to hold those companies accountable.
They want get out of court free cards. We're not going to give it to them.
He voted against Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Well, guess what? It added $2 trillion to the debt. I said it would, and it has.
And he bucked the majority of his party by voting against an extension on legislation that allows the U.S. government to spy on its own citizens.
A short-term infringement of the Constitution is still an infringement of the Constitution.
All of this independence, it's made him vulnerable in this primary race.
Give me somebody with a warm body to beat Massey.
Massey's primary is May 19th. He's up against Ed Gowron, Trump's hand-chosen opponent.
He's a hero. He's a farmer hero.
In a way, the election is a test of the price anyone might pay for going against Trump. Will Massey be punished by voters for disloyalty or rewarded for his independence? How important is it to have someone who's just loyal to Donald Trump and whatever he says versus putting a check on Donald Trump?
No, definitely putting a check. You should put a check on anybody because there shouldn't be one person to rule the country.
Okay, now, that's a fine line there too. As long as your president is taking care of the country and the people from the country, then I give him 100% of support. No matter what.
So, back to the reason I came out here. Which way are these voters leaning? Is it enough that Trump supports his opponent? Would that do it for you?
No, I don't know that would swing it one way or the other. I'll look at it.
What do you think of Thomas Massey?
I think he's good. I like what he's going for. I'll definitely vote for him.
Are you voting for Ed in this race?
Yes, I am.
And what's behind that? What makes you vote for Ed?
Well, number one, Trump's endorsing him. That helps.
I believe that Thomas Massey was MAGA before MAGA was coined phrase.
I want a clear thinker. I want somebody to make their own decision, not make a phone call. How should I vote?
So does Massey have your vote?
Massey has my vote.
I talked to a lot of voters on this trip. What I found is that while there are some cracks in the MAGA movement, we don't know where they're going to go yet. And even the people crossing the president's endorsement and voting for Massey don't see it as turning against Trump. You want more Masseys? Yeah.
Yeah, if we get enough of them. And
there
maybe
you
a
go.
few more Trumps, we can actually.
There you go. Now, let's talk about what they're not telling you about.
So in the early days of the war between
Let's talk about what they're hiding from you in this war in Iran. You remember I talked to you about they told this satellite imaging company to not put out the satellite images until 11 or 12 hours after something has gone on in Iran. And then they went to them, and I believe it went to 8 days. Please do not put the satellite images out. And then it went to don't put the satellite images out. So they don't want you to see the damage that, not that they have done. They don't want you to see the damage that Iran has done, especially to our military bases over in the Middle East. So let me share this with you. Those two links that I showed you about Kentucky, they are in the description box under shocked by the screw. Since they were talking about that that wrestling move, the Minnesota screw or whatever. So this on the things that they are hiding about the strikes that Iran is having in the war, it will be in my description box under hide and seek. Hide and seek. So you can avail yourself to this if you choose to. Here we go.
U.S., Israel, and Iran. My colleagues and I started seeing a lot. So in the early days of the war between U.S., Israel, and Iran, my colleagues and I started seeing a lot of these videos that were filmed on U.S. military bases and also foreign bases where the U.S. operates in the Gulf and the Middle East. And they showed a number of Iranian, usually drone strikes on key infrastructure. And then not too long after that, we started seeing a stream of Iranian satellite imagery that came out of Iranian state media that were then filtering down through social media. And these images claim to show very mass swaths of destruction at these bases that the US operates out of. And normally what we would do is we would hit these up against American satellite imagery. But the US government requested for American satellite companies to restrict the release of this imagery in the Middle East and the Gulf. Not even restrictive, but even to retroactively remove images going back to early March. And also US officials weren't talking a whole lot about specific attacks on these US bases.
I mean, the best defense is good offense.
And when they did speak, they said the air defenses were working as designed.
Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder.
We wanted to cut through the allegations and the talking points and understand the reality of the damage. And so we couldn't just take this Iranian satellite imagery on face value. We had to actually verify it, cross-reference it, and all that. So what we did was we collected all these images that the Iranians released. These are dozens and dozens of images from quite a few different countries. And then we looked at European satellite companies, which did not have similar restrictions on the release of imagery. So this, for example, is in Saudi Arabia. This is the Prince Sultan Air Base where the US operates out of. And here's the Iranian image right here, where you see there's 12 buildings right here in the before, and then you see about 4 or 5 of them have been destroyed in the after image. And then we take the exact same location in this imagery from a European provider, and it's identical, right? I mean, you look at it's the exact same buildings destroyed, the same pattern, same location. We did this across the board. We did this with dozens of images. We didn't find even one of them that was fake. Overall, we found that Iran and Iranian-backed militias had attacked 18 different military sites in 7 different countries that the US operates out of. Other news organizations have reported similar amounts of damage, but we found that in addition to large US bases in the region, even sites where the US had small or temporary presence were struck. US Central Command declined to comment on our findings. This is the widest ranging attack on US military sites in the region ever. Some of these Iranian strikes killed American service members. A strike on a makeshift command post in Kuwait at a port killed 6 American service members, and a strike in Saudi Arabia killed 1. So we took all this imagery we compiled, we sent them to a number of defense experts to put all this into context. And most experts that we spoke to said these attacks on these military sites did not hamper the US's offensive capabilities in Iran. But our analysis does show that there are new vulnerabilities in America's security posture in the region. And back in March, my colleagues at the Times reported that many American bases in the region were evacuated. As we looked at the satellite imagery, we saw that these were fairly precise drone attacks across the entire US footprint in the Middle East. So, for example, here in Bahrain, this is the US 5th Fleet's base and also the US Navy's headquarters in the Middle East. There were attacks on the communications infrastructure here in the northern part of the base. So you see right here, there's some radomes, satellite dishes, and also down here, also some larger warehouses too, that were hit by Iranian drone strikes. This radome right here, a little bit northeast of this baseball field, was hit in a one-way drone attack. And it's not just these giant bases that are being attacked. Down a little bit further south in Bahrain, there's a joint base from the Bahrainis and the Americans where they work together to combine air defense. And there were 3 attacks here from the Iranian forces. There were 2 here on a radar site, very, very expensive radar system. So you see the charring right here. And then one a little bit west of here, either a warehouse or a hangar. That was hit by a pretty precise attack here that took out the roof. And this is out of the Gulf as well, too. So if you look up north in Syria, there's an airfield up in the northeast of the country where the U.S. has been operating lately. They pulled out in mid-April, but they were operating here for a few months. And Iranian-backed militias targeted this base repeatedly in March and April. But Iran claimed this attack took out U.S. barracks. In fact, these are actually just grain storage structures. So this shows that even when the satellite image is accurate, the claim needs to be checked. In a Camp Victory outside of Baghdad in Iraq, there were Iranian-backed militias that launched drone attacks and took out about 6 or 7 different buildings. There's a warehouse that was hit. There was drone footage actually released by the Iranian-backed militia that carried out the attacks. This drone video is obviously used as propaganda footage, but it helps you understand the nature of their attacks. They flew around Camp Victory for a few minutes, and they eventually hit a warehouse, they've hit shelters, they hit fuel tanks, radar system, and they even took out a Black Hawk helicopter at one point.
The total cost of these attacks is difficult to estimate, but the loss of the aircraft of these bases likely ranges around $1 billion, according to analysts from the Center for Strategic International Studies, a nonpartisan research center.
They also said that a single radar system damaging Jordan costs about $500 million to repair or to replace. Experts that we spoke to said that the American air defense systems in place at their bases across the Gulf had around a 90% interception rate ideally. But even at 90%, there's still at least 10% of Iranian drones and missiles that can get through the air defense shield. And this may pose a problem.
Okay, I wanted to show you that. Now, let's get into one of the Interior Secretary. Well, let's get into Joe Neguse questioning the Interior Secretary on that story that I just gave you about the reflecting pool. Let's get into the questioning there, shall we? Cite my sources. Let me share screen with you. And you know how good Joe Neguse is, so let's hear the questioning of the Interior Secretary, who wonders why it was first put out that Trump's pool guy was doing the reflecting pool, and then it was put out that the Department of Interior was doing the reflecting pool, and then it was put out that 4547 had no idea who was in charge of the reflecting pool. Let's get to the questionings. You saw the one video that I showed you about the reflecting pool. So here is the Interior Secretary just so happens to be under question, and they are just so asking about this reflecting pool. So let me, Trump doesn't care about you. I think, yes, this will be under the heading about how Trump doesn't care about you. I'm adding that to the list. Okay, here we go.
Colorado, Mr. Neguse for 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. I want to start first with a letter that myself and Senator Michael Bennet, Colorado, wrote to your agency on April 29th. This was a letter of April 29th of this year in regards to the historically low snowpack that we're experiencing, as you know, in the Rocky Mountain West, including in Colorado. Obviously, very concerned about the wildfire season that is upon us. The letter makes a number of requests around pre-positioning assets, extending federal contracts for aerial resources. I would just ask for your commitment to respond to that letter, if you might be willing to make that commitment.
Yeah, absolutely, and appreciate your attention to this. We are facing a potentially a dangerous situation with the low water levels in the Colorado River Basin relative to wildfire, and that's why, again, we appreciate all the support we can get from you in unifying the new U.S. Wildland Firefighting Group. That's going to allow us to have essentially a joint chiefs of staff that can make the command and control decisions that you're asking us to look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And we look forward to your response on that front. I want to follow up on a point that the ranking member referenced. This is in regards to a decision that your agency made last year in December, as you know, removing the 2 federal holidays that honor Black history from the free entrance day list for the National Park Service. You're familiar with that decision?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, okay. I believe those 2 days, by the way, are Martin Luther King Day, as you know, and Juneteenth. It's my view that Juneteenth provides all citizens with an opportunity to really recommit ourselves, renew our commitment to equality. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess part of my confusion about why, given your agreement on that front, given the fact that as governor, you proclaimed Juneteenth back in North Dakota several years ago, why you would now allow the agency, or I presume you were involved in that decision, to remove those 2 holidays from the list. It just strikes me that that is not consistent with the view that you just articulated. And I would urge the National Park Service to reverse that decision. I think it is short-sighted. And I don't think it's in the best interest of the country. I recognize my colleagues disagree with me on the other side of the aisle, perhaps some of them, but that's my view. I want to ask you about one last topic.
Can I just say, I want to make sure on that
Sure.
topic that we understand that no one is changing these holidays, the holiday designation, whatever. There was an ability to choose free days. And part of that was, where do we space the free days? Where do we put them? Do they match up against weekends?
Yeah, but Mr. Secretary.
And again, trying to get more of those days into the summer months when we have higher visitation.
I hear
was
you.
one
At
of
the
that.
same time, I think you could understand how many Americans would perceive a decision by your department to remove Martin Luther King Day as a free entrance day, the National Park Service. I just, at the end of the day, again, we'll have to agree to disagree on that front, but I will move on. Are you familiar with Atlantic
We not
Industrial
buying
Codes?
I'm not familiar
yes,
with that.
you are. Yes,
So
you
Atlantic
are.
Industrial Coatings is
You're saying-
company. Are you familiar with that company?
You're saying Atlantic?
Atlantic Industrial Coatings, correct? Are you familiar with it, or?
I'm not familiar with Atlantic.
Okay,
Really?
Atlantic Industrial Coatings is the company that received a no-bid federal contract for the
Now, Nagoose be on top of those no bid contract. Nagoose is the one who was on top of that Madam Puppet who was over the Department of Homeland Security. Nagoose was the one who broke that down. You would have seen that here if you were over here. I love Nagoose. Oh, I love hearing him break down stuff. Okay, let's continue.
project at the Lincoln Memorial Reflective Pool. Are you familiar with? Is the company that received a no-bid federal contract for the project at the Lincoln Memorial Reflective Pool. Are you familiar with that now? Is that,
I'm familiar with that project, yes.
but not the company?
I wasn't familiar with that specific name of the company.
Okay. You're familiar with the fact that a company received a no-bid contract to do the
He sounded like Scooby-Doo. I forgot the name of the company that you said that was the contract was given by the Department of Interior that I had after you gave it to your pool guy. So it didn't ring to me right away. This man may be fired.
work on that project, correct? For the project at the Lincoln Memorial Reflective Pool. Are you familiar with that now? Is that,
I'm familiar with that project, yes.
but not the company?
I wasn't familiar with that specific name of the company.
Okay. You're familiar with the fact that a company received a no-bid contract to do the work on that project, correct?
I'm familiar that we're working on a project to restore the reflecting pool before the summer season with record attendance, yes.
Yes, and that was through a no-bid $13 million contract, right? That's not up for debate. That's a fact.
I'm positive that we followed all of the required bidding rules. So you're
Well, let me ask you that
you're
question
emphasizing the word no bid like something nefarious has happened.
Okay, then
I reject
explain
that
it to me.
thesis.
Here, I'll ask you the question. My understanding of the federal procurement rules is that a no-bid contract is reserved for situations where, quote, any delay would cause serious injury to the government. What is your proposition is what? That there'd be serious injury to the government if this company didn't get the $13 million contract to do this particular project right now?
That's Rob.
Well, I think we do have a sense of urgency. I mean, we got handed a record amount of deferred maintenance. We had 19 fountains across the city that didn't work.
That's the
82
serious
homeless sites,
injury to
1,000
the government?
What's the emergency?
A serious injury to the government?
Well, I'm not
Well, he can't be serious. He cannot be serious. Let's go back a little bit.
handed a record amount of deferred maintenance. We had 19 fountains across the city that didn't work.
That's the
82 homeless
serious
sites,
injury to
1,000
the government?
19
The serious
fountains.
injury?
We had 19 whole fountains that didn't work. Now, I've been to DC a total of one time. I didn't realize that the reflective pool was a fountain. So if you had 19 fountains that didn't work, why didn't you fix those fountains that was in such a disrepair? Okay, let's continue this.
to the government?
Well, I'm not I suppose a lawyer could decide that, but I think that maybe all of us could agree that we would want to have our nation's capital looking great for the 250th. I mean, this is a common sense decision.
I would say, just last question.
Who gives zero fucks?
Who picked this company? Because President Trump, a few months ago, in a New York Times article said, I have a guy who's unbelievable at doing swimming pools. He looked at it, he called me up, he said, sir, we can do something on it. Last night, he posted on Truth Social, also, I did not give out the contract, Interior did, to a contractor I did not know and have never used before. So Interior, he's talking about you. Did you give this $13 million no-bid contract to this company that's never done business with the federal government but before?
The gentleman's time.
Did you give out a no-bid contract to a person that has never done business with the federal government before? That is the same premise of the company that Madam Puppet Christine Nome gave a government contract to a person that had never done business with the federal government before, and a person that had never done business in the business that she was giving them the contract for, to the tune of $120-something million. And she allegedly lost her job because this was fleshed out real clearly by none other than Joe Neguse.
I think the secretary can answer the question.
The gentleman that you're talking about that has done construction work regarding pools and fountains for President Trump is not part of this contract. He's just a citizen that cared about it and offered some free advice. There's nothing there in terms of any dollars flowing to anybody that worked for President Trump.
Who picked this company? That's what I'm getting at.
The National Park Service and the leaders on the National Mall are the ones that picked it. They went through the process, picked the person that was best, and part of their selection process was picking somebody who had the capability to complete the project in a time frame and in a budget that.
Wait a minute. They did all of this picking. They picked the person, then they picked who was the best. But this was a no-bid contract. You would go through all of those processes of picking the person and picking who is the best of the people who bid for the contract. That's how you pick somebody who bid for a contract. That's why you can say you pick the best bid, the lowest bid, or whatever. This was a no-bid contract. So what was there to pick of or from? Are you serious? Do they think the American people are serious? Do they think that all are stupid? Do they think that all of the people in the United States of America are the dumb Trump voters? Is that what they think?
Would actually fix the problem. I mean, there are past presidents that have worked on this thing. It's been shut for 2 years. Read the article. There was $38 million spent on this between 2010 and 2012.
Well, if it's been shut for 2 years, that means it's been shut a whole first year of Trump's first term. It's been shut for 2 years. You act like you said it's been shut for 2 centuries. It's been shut every 4 years that a Democrat is in office. Aren't you mad that you couldn't blame it on Biden? If it's been shut down for 2 years and Trump has been in office for 1 year, so that means it has been shut down equally as long as it has been in Biden, as it has been shut down under Trump. Y'all can't even blame this on Biden. What about Biden? What about Biden? No, let me see. Let me see if there is some more to this. Y'all know I love a hearing. Chip Roy leads House Judiciary Committee hearing. Y'all want to see this? Do y'all want to see this? I think I want to see this.
It's the very foundation of our Constitution, our legal system, and our way of life in serious peril. In February, this committee...
Oh, no. On a Sharia-free America. Is Chip Roy kidding me? Is Chip Roy kidding me? A hearing on a Sharia-free America. This is what Chip Roy, where is he from? Texas or some shit? Doing a hearing on a Sharia-free America. Let's see.
Flood in the first place. That's why through my work.
Check this out. What is this? Trump visit China for a Qing meeting. Iran war peace deal rejected. Okay, here we go. Oh God. Oh, we gotta watch Steve Solis and this what is Anna Paula Luna dumb chick. Do we have to? I guess we will. Let's see what they talk about.
How are you? You got any more of that champagne candy? It's amazing.
Demonize police officers. Every single Democrat voted to raise your taxes. Every single Democrat believes that the government is a better steward of your money than Officer Milky. But here's what stuck with me most from speaking with Officer Milky. His wife still...
I refuse.
The working families tax cuts. Officers have more money to support their families. And
I refuse.
By their word and by their votes, they prove to you what they're about. I think everybody needs to keep that in mind. Look at the California's governor's race right now. I mean, what a spectacle. Nearly all...
Look at the attendance in Congress right now. Look at all the vacations that you sent Congress on as you try to hide Epstein files and other conversations that you did not want to say. And you're talking about look at the governor's race in California. Now, let's see what's going on here. What is Chuck Schumer talking about real quick?
Without objection. Well, Mr. President, yesterday, Donald Trump told a reporter, quote, I don't think Americans financial... Sorry, I don't want to get his quote wrong. So yesterday, Donald Trump told a reporter, quote, I don't think about Americans' financial situations. I don't think of anyone. I repeat, Donald Trump actually said this. He said, I don't think about Americans' financial situation. Can you believe it? You wouldn't believe it coming from any other president. But sadly, from this president, it smacks of reality. He says almost anything, and he doesn't care. Clearly, Donald Trump doesn't care about Americans' financial situation, considering that just this morning, we saw wholesale inflation skyrocket to 6%, the highest it's been since December of 2022. Wholesale inflation, 6%. As those costs trickle down to Americans, Americans are going to be paying more and more and more. And they hate it. Now, what is Donald Trump thinking about instead? Himself, especially his new ballroom. At a time when 77%, that's 77% of Americans say that Donald Trump's policies have increased their cost of living, Trump and the Senate GOP try to force through a bill that would spend $1 billion taxpayer dollars on a gilded ballroom and not one penny on bringing down American costs. Trump may be trying to build a ballroom, but clearly he is living in the theater of the absurd. Really? Do Americans want a ballroom when wholesale inflation just hit 6%, the highest level in 4 years? Do Americans want a ballroom when food prices just went up more in April than in any month in nearly 4 years? Do Americans want a ballroom when the cost of a gallon of gas has increased $1.50 since March? Of course not. I would say Trump has completely lost touch with the American people, but that would assume that Trump was ever in touch with the American people to begin with. And on this issue, he sure as heck isn't. On Iran, Trump was talking about his disastrous Iran war when he said, I don't think about Americans' financial situation. Trump launched this war without a plan, without a clear objective, and without any thought to how it might affect the American people. When Hegseth and other Pentagon officials came to testify at the end of April, they said this war.
Not for nothing, Chuck. You are the Democratic leader. No, what the fuck does this speech mean? Why are you on the floor making a speech? Is there any type of action, any call to action? Is this speech the only thing you have to offer, Chuck? I'm really curious, Chuck. We're gonna talk about you as well.
War cost American taxpayers $25 billion. Well, yesterday they revised that figure to $29 billion. Trump has forced American taxpayers to sink at least $29 billion into a war that still has no endgame. $29 billion is just the sticker price and doesn't include the hundreds of additional dollars American families will have to pay this year just to fill up their tanks. Americans are paying over $4.50 a gallon at the pump, more than $1.50 above what it was when Trump started this war. If Senate Republicans care about Americans' financial situation, which they should, they need to vote for our War Powers resolution today to limit Trump's ability to continue this war without authorization. Senator Merkley will be introducing that War Powers resolution, which I'm proud to co-sponsor in a little while. Today's vote will be the Republicans' seventh opportunity to support our resolution to withdraw our troops from hostilities with Iran and stop the economic fallout from this historic blunder. Americans' financial situation is dire, and Republicans don't think about anyone other than Donald Trump. On China, Donald Trump may have no interest in helping the American people get ahead, but he certainly seems willing to give China a leg up. We all ought to fear what Donald Trump may concede to China just so he can claim a headline. Trump has fantasized about $1 trillion in Chinese investments in America that would give the Chinese a stranglehold on our economy, threaten our supply chains, our economic independence, our national security. This is Trump empowering Xi's made in China ambitions, selling out American manufacturers and workers, giving CCP businesses an edge and undermining America, building industries of the future here at home. He's opening the door, saying, China, you come here. Use all American innovation and technology and everything else, and then send it back to China and let China take the lead over America on industry after industry. What a disgrace. The American people, American business isn't going to fall for this bunk. And then there are many other things we all worry about that Trump would or could do to weaken American workers, families, and businesses when he gets out negotiated by Xi. And that's happened time and time again. Donald Trump, here are some of the things that Donald Trump could do that we all worry about. American workers, American families, American people, American companies worry about. Donald Trump could sell out American auto workers by allowing Chinese EVs to flood our markets and crowd out domestic manufacturing. Donald Trump could sell out America on chips and AI, allowing the sale of our AI chips and semiconductor equipment to China, so they can catch up in the technology race that will define the global economy for the next decade. Clear and present threat, not just to American jobs, but to our national security. Donald Trump could sell out on fentanyl, failing to use American leverage to extract real and meaningful concessions from the Chinese Communist Party to prevent the deadly flow of fentanyl poisoning our communities. This is an issue I brought up directly with Xi years ago. We were making some progress.
Or Donald Trump could capture Xi and bring him to the United States to try him. He say that these fishing boats that were allegedly bringing fentanyl into the United States, didn't he say that he was going to proclaim fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction? So he can, by all admittance, just capture Xi and bring him to an American jail and try him on drug crimes like he's doing Maduro. How would y'all like it then? And Marco Rubio, If you guys haven't seen the picture of Marco Rubio when he was on Air Force One on his way to China, but he was on no jet to negotiate the end of the war where our American troops are in Iran. He was at a MMA fight all of a sudden. But today, last night, you had Marco Rubio just so happens to be wearing the same sweatsuit that they put Maduro in when he was arrested and brought back to the United States of America. And he didn't see the irony in that. His Spanish-speaking ass did not see the irony in that. He thought that it was cute that he was posing in the same sweatsuit that another Spanish-speaking man, a powerful Spanish-speaking man, was posed in. He thought that it was ironic and cute and funny. Oh, I hope that it is very ironic as well. I hope that comes to be a picture that is worth 1,000 words right there. Little Marco. Let's continue.
Donald Trump sell it out? We all worry about it. Donald Trump could sell out Taiwan, whose peoples want to continue living in freedom instead of under the jackboot of the Chinese Communist Party. Any threat Trump allows Xi Jinping to make against the Taiwanese is a threat to the global democracy. It's also a threat to the global economy, given how many semiconductor chips are made in Taiwan. So in all of these things, forget the art of the deal. Trump is practicing the art of the duped. Forget the art of the deal. Donald Trump is practicing the art of the duped. On Mr. Warsh, Donald Trump has made it clear he'll stop at nothing to undermine the independence of the Federal Reserve at the expense of the American economy and the American people. As the Senate prepares to vote on Kevin Warsh's confirmation as Fed chair, Donald Trump has shown no sign he intends to stop his crusade against an independent Fed. Trump undermined the central bank with his attempt to oust Lisa Cook and a sham investigation against Chairman Powell. Those attacks on the Fed ought to concern everyone who's worried about the cost of living and interest rates going up. The more Donald Trump interferes with an independent Fed, the more chaos he injects into the markets. And the more chaos he injects into the markets, the more the interest rates go up. Markets like certainty. Donald Trump doesn't offer that. With this administration's disastrous war and failed economic agenda driving up costs, Donald Trump will only seek to exert more pressure on the Fed to manipulate interest rates to his own political advantage. Appointing a new Fed chair amid this chaos and coercion would further undermine the independence of the Fed. I urge Senate Republicans to join Democrats in protecting the Fed and restoring some stability to our economy. On CRAs, today the Senate will have a series of votes on the Trump administration's undermining of key protections for the American consumer against predatory corporate practices that raise costs and limit opportunity. The CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, has played a critical role on the side of people to help them avoid junk fees, predatory medical debt, and payday lenders who take advantage of people in need, including military service members. The Trump administration has chosen to prioritize undermining these critical protections. And today, Senate Democrats stand up and say, enough. As someone who helped authorize the CFPB years ago, I feel strongly that we cannot let Trump undermine and constrain this vital agency. So I thank Senator Warren and so many of my Democratic colleagues for leading these joint resolutions of disapproval to fight on behalf of the American people of the
CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which have saved Americans and clawed back billions of dollars and put them back in the Americans' pockets, where big corporations and have just milked you dry for money by hook or by crook, usually by crook.
American consumer. The joint resolution of disapproval that I am leading against the Trump administration's decision to reverse CPB protections on mortgage lending, called contract for deed transactions, that without the proper guardrails can be predatory to people trying to live the American dream and purchasing a home. For millions of Americans who can't access a traditional mortgage, a contract for deed can seem like a lifeline. But all too often, these arrangements are traps. The buyer takes on every obligation of home ownership immediately, taxes, repair, the risk, but doesn't receive the deed until they've paid every last dollar. Miss a single payment, you can lose everything. No equity, no recourse. Evicted like a tenant. Over 200,000 New Yorkers are in these manipulative arrangements right now. The CFPB has heard reports of many unfair, deceptive, and abusive practices in contract for deed transactions, and took action in 2024 to crack down on these practices by applying the same lending protections to these loans as other consumer and mortgage loans. What does Trump want to do? Of course, he wants to give a green light to the bad actors that they're free to exploit American potential homeowners in this way by eliminating the protections of CFPB. Apparently, Trump wasn't paying attention during the 2008 financial crisis. Giving these predatory lenders free rein only hurts the American people and the American economy. I call on all of my colleagues, Democrats and...
He told you I don't think about the American financial situation. I don't think about anyone. It's right behind you, Chuck. Fuck.
Republicans alike, to join me in protecting Americans who just want a fair shot at the American dream. I yield the floor.
So are we going to have a vote? Let's see what we're going to do now. Let's move ahead. What are we doing here? Let's see what this is. Mic check 1. Your mic sounds nice. Check 1.
Good morning. As we return to Washington, one thing remains crystal clear. Republicans are out of touch with the American people. While Americans are bracing for high prices heading into the summer, the Secretary of Transportation filmed a reality TV trip with his family. The Defense Secretary is asking Congress for $500 billion more in spending, all while families struggle to keep a roof over their head and to feed their families. Republicans want to spend $1 billion on a ballroom that most people will never set foot in. And while families are making the impossible decisions about affording their prescription drugs or their groceries this week, Republicans are giving ICE another $70 billion to terrorize our communities. There's a theme here. Republicans are ready to spend, just not on anything that will make life more affordable for you. Trump and the House Republicans are more than happy to use taxpayer funds to bail out their billionaire friends or the businesses that they stand to benefit from. But when it comes to actual things that the American people want, like lowering gas prices, affordable health care, or groceries that don't cost an arm and a leg, Republicans are turning their backs on the people that they represent. Republicans know that they are doing things that are harmful to the American family, and they just don't care. The president said yesterday, I don't think about Americans' financial situations. I don't think truer words could be said on the South Lawn than what the president said yesterday when he was asked on the war's effect on prices that everyday Americans are facing. Republicans only care about staying in power. And since they know they can't win on these policies and their agenda, they're trying to rig the elections. They've gutted the Voting Rights Act, and now they're
Let's really think about this. What boldness must you have to say that the people understand what is going on? And I don't think about the American people when I'm thinking I got too much war on my hands to think about. The people understand. The people know what's going on. Yes, we do know what's going on. We do not know that there was no reason for us to go to war. So your mind could be so occupied with things that you did not have to do. We understand that. We are well aware of that. This is a self-inflicted wound, but the only people who are bleeding out are the American citizens. So as soon as we realize that, as soon as we realize that there is no recreating what Trump said about he don't think about the American people, he don't think about anyone, you can be sure that is the first time that you may have heard the truth come out of this man's mouth. When do you get so comfortable? When every poll that you have, you're underwater to the point that you're lying about polls, and you don't do small lies. You can't say it shows that I'm up 56%. It shows that I'm up 63%. No, you have to do one poll that he did last week. It showed 100%. 100%. A poll that he was quoting. He didn't tell you what was it. I saw a poll that had me up 100%. And then we heard the one that he spoke on today, where he was up 85%. This man has absolutely zero shame. And shame on you who put him in office. You are the ones who should be ashamed of your own ignorance, because you'll sit up here and write all of this dumb shit about, oh, he's the best. You can sit up here and type all of that dumb shit that you want to. What do they call that in psychology? You're self-soothing. All of these self-soothing thoughts that you are putting in the chat to make us believe that you really believe this. And when everybody see what a dumpster fire this country has turned into, everybody see the reality of what the United States of America has come to, the fall of a great empire. Everyone sees this. Oh, I forgot. Trump, the Trump voter are the loves of his life, the uneducated voters. So maybe they don't see this. But let's see what Lou has to say. Let's see if Lou's going to talk. Okay.
It's tying the hands of blue states, and I support independent redistricting commissions. I believe all 50 states should have them, but it is insanity only for blue states to have independent redistricting commissions, and that is not very good at all because it's tying the hands of blue states. And my view is, if only blue states have independent redistricting commissions, that needs to change, and the blue states need to think of other ways to do this.
Are Democrats still pursuing redistricting opportunities ahead?
Hold on. I may have missed something.
Nation has now surged to 3.
Hold on.
Republicans know that they are doing things that are harmful to the American family, and they just don't care. The president said yesterday, I don't think the war's effect. And since they know they can't win on these policies and their agenda, they're trying to rig the elections. They've gutted the Voting Rights Act, and now they're actively getting minority districts across the South. Republicans can cheat all they want, but the American people are smart. They see what is ahead of them, and they see that Republicans are lying time and time again to hold and consolidate power. And they know that Republicans are making things worse for them and their family. They know who has their interests at heart, and that's why we're confident that we will have success later in the year. Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. We have a cost of living emergency. The American people are drowning in debt and in bills. We know from the data that inflation has now surged to 3.8%, the highest in 3 years. We also know that gas and diesel prices are skyrocketing. We have record high diesel prices, the highest in the history of the United States, in Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin. And what are Trump and Republicans doing about this? What are they focused on? Well,
we
$1
have
billion
the highest
White House ballroom, a giant arch in Washington, D.C. to honor Trump.
We have the
and putting
highest,
Trump's face.
like you never seen before. Yet, like the biggest, the highest gas, diesel prices, like you never seen before. You want to always brag on things that you do that is so much bigger and better that has never been seen before. Like it's never happened before in the history of the United States. Brag on these diesel prices. Brag on that. Hey, Leonard, it's good to see you. Let me see. This is hilarious. This man has no idea what he's doing, but neither does journalism. Wait a minute. I think you mean journalist. Let me put on my glasses. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are really puppet masters. I concur. Can't say you're wrong about that. Rubio is sitting up here wearing a Maduro prison outfit. Rubio may be on lockdown by the next time this a election comes apart. Let me see. Let me finish watching this
on U.S. passports. And then yesterday, as Chairman Aguilar noted, Trump said the quiet part out loud. When asked by a reporter, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal with Iran? The president said, quote, not even a little bit, end quote. A little bit later, Trump also says, I don't think about Americans' financial situation. And so when the president of the United States doesn't think about Americans' financial situation, and when the Republicans here are focused on other issues, this is what happens. Your prices go up. So I'm gonna give you some examples. $8 worth of coffee from a grocery store last year is now costing $9.48, 18.5% inflation rate. $3 worth of tomatoes now cost $4.19, which is a 39.7% inflation rate. A $20 steak from a grocery store last year now costs $23.22, a 16.1% inflation rate. And a $300 flight last year now costs $362, which is a 20.7% inflation rate. And as we all know, with gas prices skyrocketing, $50 worth of gas last year now costs $64.20, which is a 28.4% inflation rate. We need Trump Republicans to start focusing on the economy. Unfortunately, they're unwilling to do that. November is coming.
Questions? Max.
We're under a month out from the California governor race. Your colleague, Ms. Miller, endorsed Javier Becerra in that race. Do you have any plans to endorse?
He said November is coming. Sounded like kind of like what was that? What? Winter is coming. What was that? Damn. What was the name of that movie when they always used to be talking about winter is coming? Oh, what was that? I can't remember the name of that. When he said November is coming, it reminded me of that movie, Winter is Coming. What is the name of that? You know what I'm talking about, that series.
You've endorsed some statewide races in the past. I know you back Adam Schiff for some.
What?
No, I think that the field is separating. I've said before that I think Javier Becerra is immensely qualified for the position. I think he's separating from the field. I look forward to supporting a Democrat on the ballot in November. Mariana.
Thank you. While you all were away, you saw the Supreme Court dismiss the redistricting map there. Obviously, the VRA has also been shut down in some way. A lot of conversation, a lot of opinions among members about how to win back the majority now that it looks like there are a number of Republican advantages down in the South. Just try to get a sense from you about the general mood within the caucus. How are you all making sure that every member does their part to win back the majority, and also potentially grappling with the reality there are likely to be less CBC members next Congress, even if you all are able to do that?
Yeah, we spoke this morning in caucus about that, and I think Leader Jeffries did an amazing job, and Whip Clark did the same, reiterating to our members, everybody here has to do everything. We don't have the luxury of saying, oh, well, let's do this. Let's go out and win these one or two districts, or I'm going to help the candidate that is close geographically, the closest red to blue or open seat next to me. I'm going to help. No, we have to help everybody. We have to help.
Well, quite frankly, you should have known that you didn't have that luxury when 45, 47 got into office. Yeah, the Democrats should have known this a long time ago. Here we are in the middle of May, and the election is in November, so November 3rd. So what the fuck are you guys going to do? What we got to do? You still on the what we got to do footing. When your motherfuckers assholes and elbows is the only thing that we should be seeing, and the bottom of your feet as you run around this country trying to shore up the Democrat vote from being stolen.
The team. And you have to look around that room and you have to decide, do we want to win the majority? Because we have to help each other. And a lot of our colleagues are under attack. They're under attack by Republican states who are now redistricting sometimes, and in Louisiana, while ballots are already being cast. They're not even waiting till the next election. They're doing it while the current election is still going. That is the most appalling thing. But this isn't necessarily, and the CBC has said this as well. This isn't just about black districts. This is about our country. This is about our country being better when there is fair representation. And Republicans are systematically going district by district and gutting Black districts. And they're displacing them. They're packing.
Hold on. You just said this isn't about Black districts. This better be about Black districts. This better be about Black districts. And then you turn around and with the realization that, if it's not about Black districts, what is it about then? Because that who has been directly affected by these rulings from the Supreme Court. So if it's not about only about Black districts, this isn't about people of color district. No, motherfuckers, you're gonna have to say who it is about. It is about the people who brought the Voting Rights Act to the fucking table. Black people. Where other people have benefited off of the work of the Black people. And now here it is in the middle of motherfucking May. And you still don't have an idea. You still don't even have the thought process to talk about what was done to the Black vote and what you are going to do to insulate the damage that the Supreme Court has done to the vote. The governor of New York, she's still pondering it. Nobody's asking this bitch the question on a daily, hourly, minute basis. Joaquin Jeffries, he's from New York City. How come he doesn't have that governor in check, on board to do whatever it takes to make all of the districts in New York blue districts? See, this is the problem. Everybody wants to make it seem like they're not as bad or extreme or as this or as that as the Republican do the most obscene shit that they can think to do. And they give zero shits about it. They have zero regrets about it. But I don't want to seem too progressive. I don't want to seem too this. If a motherfucker gonna vote for you, they gonna vote for you. And that's half of the reason why people don't vote for you, because you don't have conviction for the shit that you say yourselves. Because you are too beholden to money. You too beholden to being told what you can and cannot support by foreign countries and money from people who are giving you from foreign countries, that you can't even represent your own constituents.
And cracking them to ensure that their candidates win. It's appalling, and we have to speak out about it. But ultimately, we're just going to have to win, and we're going to have to go out and we're going to have to win these seats, and that's what we're doing. Are we disappointed in Virginia and in the VRA? Yes and yes. Fine, let's move on. Let's win these districts, because I'll tell you, we're going to win seats. We're going to pick up seats in Virginia with or without the redistricting changes. Potentially two. I would say at least one. I don't think Kiggins is doing anything to help ourselves this week, and we can talk about that too. We're going to pick up seats.
We're going to pick up seats in Virginia with or without. You shouldn't be considering picking up seats without. You should only be considering picking up seats and how you are going to do it and add seats. Are you fucking kidding me? Seats, at least two, maybe one. You don't sound very sure of yourself. Here, speaking of Hakeem do nothing as Jeffries, let's see what he talking about. He got my motherfucking nerve. He does a good talk. He has a whole lot of righteous indignation when he comes on TV. All of that to be a whole lot of nothingness. A whole lot of righteous indignation. A whole lot of don't you know where I'm from looks and stances and all of this shit. You are from somewhere that you want to take the easy road to everything, it appears to me. Hakeem Jeffries, I'm sick of you, Hakeem Jeffries. Get it together, Hakeem Jeffries. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Donald Trump has made clear that he and the Republican Party don't give a damn about the personal finances of the American people. It's an extraordinary admission. But the reality of the Trump presidency and Republican control of the House and the Senate has regularly made that very point. Because under the presidency of Donald Trump and Republican control in Congress, the economy is a disaster. Costs haven't gone down, costs have gone up, and it's a direct result of Republican policies. The Trump tariffs have increased costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year. At the same period of time, Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice, where billions of taxpayer dollars are being wasted, has resulted in life becoming more expensive for the American people, particularly as it relates to the dramatic increase in gas prices. In the Trump Republican economy, inflation is at a 3 or 4 year high. The cost of groceries is out of control, gas is out of control, goods are out of control, housing prices are out of control, and the Republican assault on the health care of the American people has ripped away the ability of millions of everyday Americans to be able to go see a doctor when they need one. Donald Trump and Republicans promised to love and cherish Medicaid. They turned around and enacted their one big ugly bill, which is the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. And as a result, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers closing all across the country, particularly in rural America. The economy is a disaster, and we know why. It's because Donald Trump and Republicans don't give a damn about the personal finances of the American people. Donald Trump said it, and he meant it. Questions?
Good afternoon, thank you. Republicans are ahead of Democrats in terms of fundraising for this cycle. But you spent $60 million in Virginia here. Do you think that was $60 million well spent? Is that going to impede your efforts to spend money in key races this fall?
Yeah, the House Majority PAC actually outraised for the first time the Congressional Leadership Fund, as you may know, in the last quarter. For the first time ever, the House Majority PAC outraised the Congressional Leadership Fund, the crooks, the liars, and the frauds. That's what it stands for. Because at the end of the day, here's what we do know. Republicans have concluded that they need to cheat to win. That's what they're celebrating? Is that what you're elevating right now? The notion that 4 unelected judges would overturn the votes of more than 3 million citizens in Virginia? Is this what Republicans are celebrating right now? Because the people in Virginia right now are outraged, they're angry, and they're determined to send a message in November, regardless of what ultimately happens before the Supreme Court of the United States of America, where that reckless decision by the Virginia Supreme Court is now on appeal. But what's been made clear, our resolve is more robust now than it ever was. Because it's clear Republicans can't defend their policies. They can't defend their failure on the economy. They can't defend this reckless and costly war of choice. They can't defend the fact that they've ripped healthcare away from millions of Americans. They can't defend the fact that they're stealing food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. And so we're not going to unilaterally disarm. Not now, not ever. And this redistricting war is just getting started.
That's $60 million off the field here. I mean, you can't put that genie back in the bottle.
We spent $60 million. They spent over $40 million. The people of Virginia were very clear. Money's not going to be a
They spent $60 million and they won that election. So what do you mean you can't put the genie back in the bottle? Why are you acting like they spent $60 million to their detriment? Why? They spent $60 million and they won the fucking initiative that they wanted voted on for the election. So what is your problem? Yeah, you spent $60 million, but you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Wait a minute. I thought Hakeem Jeffrey was from Brooklyn or somewhere. You ain't got no smoke for this motherfucker.
A problem for us, and enthusiasm is not going to be a problem for us. But what's going to be a problem for the other side of the aisle? I don't know what you're asking, but because the reality is, we're going to continue full steam ahead. Period. Full stop. That's just the reality of the situation, and Republicans have the narrowest majority of any party since 1930. They are not going to be able to rig the midterm elections. Period. Full stop.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Just to piggyback on that, though, can you confirm that you were part of a call recently with Virginia Democrats, and can you explain the nature of that call and whether or not you specifically discussed a proposal that would involve replacing the state Supreme Court as a means to trying to redraw the map in Virginia?
If he wasn't, I sure hope he was on that phone call. If he wasn't, he needed to have been on that phone call. I have heard about them saying that they will that they will what am I trying to say? Take the Supreme Courts in Virginia out of their seats. Recall the Supreme Court's people in Virginia. If he wasn't on that call, he needs to be on that call because that's what needs to happen to them. Let's see what his answer is.
The conversation that I had with members of the Virginia congressional delegation will remain a private conversation with members of the Virginia congressional delegation. But
and we not doing no motherfucking lie detector test. Don't tell us nothing. Just go ahead on and do it. Go ahead on and take all of them motherfucking Virginia racists out of their fucking seats for disenfranchising the will of the voters. Period. This should be so easy.
the consensus on the call was we're going to win 2 or 3 seats, regardless of whether the current Virginia Supreme Court decision holds, which was a disgusting decision to invalidate the votes and the voices of more than 3 million people in Virginia. How desperate are these MAGA extremists? Because they know they're going down in flames electorally in November. They know it. And that's why they're behaving in such a desperate fashion. So
how are you going to react in a desperate fashion? If they're behaving like this before the election, what do you think that they're going to do on election day? Even before the ballots and the voting booth close? You heard that Trump said that he hadn't seized the voting machine in 2020. So all of this means absolutely nothing if you don't have a plan for what you are going to do to secure our ballots in all of the 50 states. Each state have a plan to make sure that they secure their ballots from federal interference from the federal government. Because the elections are given by states, and the states make the electoral rules, and they are in charge of their elections. So this is what you need to get together on and get a plan on and get some fucking rulings on to ensure the vote. If you think they're going to win so badly, if you think that we are going to see a blue wave You better secure that blue wave. All this shit you talking ain't saying nothing.
We are going to proceed. We'll see what happens with the Supreme Court appeal that was filed by the Virginia Attorney General. It's not as if we have great faith in the fairness of the United States Supreme Court, but we'll let the process play itself out. We're operating under the assumption that the map is what the map is right now in advance of 2026. It may change in advance of 2028, but we're winning Virginia 1, and we're winning Virginia 2, and we have a shot to flip those other 2 seats under this current map. And that's what we're resolved to do.
You ultimately lost this. You take personal.
Who lost?
You lost in the.
Who lost? Did the voters lose?
Democrats did.
Did the voters lose?
You take personal responsibility for investing so much time and resources, tens of millions of dollars, and ultimately foolish stuff.
We did the right thing, and this effort is not over. It's just getting started. And by the way, come back to me on November 4th when Democrats have taken back control of the House of Representatives. That's ultimately going to be, what matters. What do the American people, we are going to win the House of Representatives. I'm telling you that right now. I've been telling you that from the very beginning. And by the way, what math are people focused on when they think about the electoral environment that we're in? When Democrats took the House back in 2018, and at minimum, we're in a 2018 environment. When Democrats took the House back, we had to flip 24 seats in 2018. 24 seats, which people said was impossible to do. We didn't just flip 24 seats in 2018, we flipped 40. And of those 40 seats, 31 were in districts that Donald Trump had just won. In this particular instance, we started out this Congress needing to flip 3. When it's all said and done, Republicans at best will add a handful of gerrymandered seats to that total when it's all said and done. So I think what that means is that we just have to flip a fraction of the seats that we flipped in 2018. A fraction of the seats that we flipped in 2018, and we're in the majority. And so we're going to proceed full steam ahead everywhere in terms of pushing back against MAGA extremism. And we understand that Republicans, desperate as they are, because they've been a complete and total failure, are going to proceed with diabolical intensity to try to steal the election. Instead of changing direction, they want to change districts, but they can't get anywhere close to 24. They can't even get close to double digits when it's all said and done. And so Susan DelBene said earlier today, we're going to win back control of the House. And the big fight will be what happens in between 2026 and 2028. Because we know this unprecedented assault on Black political representation, the likes of which we have not seen since the Jim Crow era, the ghost of the Confederacy has afflicted the United States Supreme Court majority and is invading and haunting the nation right now, and we take that seriously. And we know it's going to continue, which is why Democrats are committed to launching a decisive and overwhelming response in advance of the 2028 election to ensure that it's the American people who are the ones who get to decide who's in the majority in the House, who's in the majority in the Senate, and ultimately in 2028, who gets elected as the next president of the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Just 2 questions that I could
first, your math really has gotten more difficult. Do you see it as just a harder path now to the majority? And second,
What's the math as you see it? No, what's the math as you see it so that we understand the same?
I think she said your map has gotten a little harder, not math.
well, it just looks like
Basis.
you're picking up more seats through redistricting.
But I'm saying, what's the math? Because we started at 3. Where do you think it's at right now?
I don't know, you said yourself, not quite double digit. I think that's what people are looking at. I think that's a, net 5 or something, 7, maybe 9.
Yeah, so let's give them a net of 3, for instance, because we're going to win 5 seats in California. They'll be fortunate if they win 3 in Texas. They're not defeating Vicente Gonzalez, and they're not defeating Henry Cuellar. In fact, they aren't even contesting the Cuellar seat right now. And we know that it's the Cuellar seat and the Gonzalez seat that are counted amongst the 5. They're not getting 5 out of Texas. They'll be fortunate if they get 3. And because we're going to defeat the current incumbent in Texas 15, right next to Representative Cuellar and Gonzalez, they may only get 2 out of Texas. We're getting 5 out of California. They start down 3. So I ask you, what's the math that you're talking about? Right? When they start down 3. And we're going to win at least 2 seats in Virginia, as I talked about, under this map, if it holds. Don Davis is going to get reelected in North Carolina. We pushed him back substantially in Ohio. And so we're full steam ahead. And maybe we have to flip 5 seats. Maybe we have to flip 6 seats. We'll see where it all lands once all the litigation is over. Do we think we're going to flip more than 6 seats when we've identified 45 that are in play? The answer is unequivocally yes. Of course we are.
And then to follow up, are you essentially saying that the redistricting war now shifts to 2028, or are you still eyeing potential redistricting by?
Listen, the redistricting needs to continue for the midterm election. Fuck 2028. You better continue this for the midterms.
And some of the outstanding.
We have ongoing litigation right now in 3 different states, in Virginia, in Florida, which is a blatantly unconstitutional map. And by the way, even by the Republicans' own math, there's no circumstance they're netting 4 seats out of Florida. They know it and we know it. But that map shouldn't even go forward, and we'll see what the Florida Supreme Court does. And we still have ongoing litigation in Wisconsin. Those are the 3 states right now that are unresolved. And then, of course, led by the Congressional Black Caucus and our nation's civil rights groups, we're tracking what's happening in the Deep South, which is an all-out assault on Black political representation. It's disgusting. And Republicans are doing it openly, in plain sight, targeting African-American communities. This is who they are. They're not even pretending to try to solve problems on behalf of the American people, because we know they're actively hurting the American people. So what I am saying is we're winning control of the House of.
Well, as soon as these American people get their full on of the fact that racism has done nothing for them economically and in their standing in the world, the better they will understand that it is their racism that is the thing that helped with the decline of America. When the white nationalists and all of these hate groups understand that they are the enemy of the state themselves, when they find no one else to blame anything on their poor condition and their poor education and they're not being able to see where the harm in their lives is coming from, because they continue to vote for the same people who harm their status, their existence, their pay. Until then, Oh well, nobody's going to cry for them. But what I want to know is, what are we going to do for us? I'm not trying to convince nobody from nothing. If they like it, I love it for them. But what are we going to do to come together and understand that this is not about black people or at all. This is about making sure that these nationalists don't run this country. Well, they're not going to run the country anyway, because this isn't after slave time.
Representatives,
No,
that's
it's
the
not.
reality of the situation. With Donald Trump on the ballot, we won 215 seats. What do you think is going to happen with him not on the ballot and having been a complete and total failure? So the challenge that is in front of us is ensuring that there is a decisive and overwhelming response in advance of 2028. Because the Republican efforts to gerrymander the national congressional map is not going to end, because this is all they know how to do. It's the only reason they're in the majority right now, as a matter of fact, because of what happened in North Carolina.
Hold on. Hey, boo-boo, you mad? Hey, boo-boo, are you mad? Z back you? Are you mad, sweetheart? Z back you. Nobody used the term Marxist. Nobody gives a fuck about the term Marxist. It means absolutely nothing in our world today. So, boo-boo, when you get mad, can you use something that is more that relates better? Nobody gives a fuck about the term Marxist. Are you serious? You are calling people Marxists to support somebody who wants to be a dictator, and you think you're being effective? Make that make sense, stupid. Stupid. Can you make that make sense? I haven't blocked you. Make that make sense. You are calling other people Marxists in support of someone who wants to be a dictator. Boo-boo, make that make sense. We'll wait for you to catch up, because we know you're slow. Let's continue.
And so I've been very publicly clear about the fact that in advance of 2028, where we will have additional states that will come online, including but not limited to New York, New Jersey, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, Illinois, and Maryland. That's at least 7 states where we will be able to unleash a decisive and forceful response to what they are doing in the Deep South. And I'm telling you right now, we will.
You may as well unleash the 7 states right now, because the old South is going to be the old South. The old South has continued to be the same old South. They tried to dress it up with window coverings, but those window coverings were as see-through as wet paper napkins hanging in a motherfucking sunny ass window. Everybody saw through the racism in the South. So let's continue.
Several of those governors have already publicly indicated, and as the Senate president in New Jersey just said earlier today.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Given everything that's happened with the redistricting wars and with Speaker Johnson this term and the president's attacks on you and Jen Giggins, the controversy around that, if you all win the majority back the way that you have told us repeatedly will occur in November, what does that look like from like a governing perspective? How are you going to go about trying to build coalitions and get things done? Are you going to you criticize Republicans for your words, my way, or how the highway approaches that, an approach that you think will work with the Democratic majority, or will you try to build bridges, build coalitions? Will that be possible given all of the acrimony that's occurred during this Congress between your side and the Republicans?
Yeah, our commitment is to work on the issues that matter for the American people, beginning with driving down the high cost of living. Life is too expensive. Democrats actually give a damn about the personal expenses of the American people. And clearly, Republicans could care less about the financial circumstances of the American people, as Donald Trump just said. And so we're going to relentlessly focus on making life better for everyday Americans, driving down the high.
Okay, I apologize. I have to run now. I really, really apologize. I just dropped a link to this press conference in the description box. It is also, I dropped it in the chat. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. We can agree to disagree. Do not be disrespectful for me. You will be ushered out. Hit the like button on your way out, though. If you like to argue, we can argue, but don't be disrespectful, because I don't come in here being disrespectful to you. So that's all that I ask for people. You are more than welcome to come back. I want to thank all of the people who have supported me. I also want to thank, you said a Timu Obama. That's what I was laughing at. I also want to thank you guys for coming out and spending a little time with me. I'm usually on in the mornings, and subscribe to my channel and you'll get a notification when I come on. So I have to run. I have to get out of here, and we'll talk about the rest of this tomorrow. This is where we'll start tomorrow. Hit the like button on your way out, subscribe, and share. All right. If you have any comments, leave me a comment in the comments section. I appreciate all of your support. I thank all of my new subscribers. You don't know how important that is to me. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. And remember, stay sucker free, as a friend of mine always says. Bye-bye.